fans rise here in Sunrise, Florida.
Back to back for the Cats.
The Panthers begin to celebrate. Panther perfection. The Florida Panthers win their...
Yeah, there is actually an alligator outside of the hotel.
How big is it?
If I laid down next to it, probably about 6 feet. I would bring your dog inside. There's an alligator over here.
There will never be another Ozzy Osbourne, unless you have his actual DNA. Introducing infinitely recyclable Ozzy by Liquid Death. These cans have each been drunk by Ozzy himself. And each can contains trace DNA from Ozzy's saliva, as well as his handwritten signature. Once technology and federal law permits, you can replicate Ozzy and enjoy him for hundreds of years.
that want to help and they want to give back, and that they see that these are, humans that are doing the best that they can.
Hey, if people need help, they can always reach out. They can follow us on social media and reach out to see if they need a hand. And we have a lot of friends and customers that are in the area, so I'm sure that we could do it again.
But if it wasn't for SB Mowing and Lawn Buddy, we would have never found these kittens. They had bad URIs and they likely would have died.
Taco Bell has unveiled 2 new sauces, the Spicy Ranchero and Avocado Ranch. And for white customers, there's a new Extra Mild.
We head to Japan, where 4 men have been arrested on charges of using curry spices as a...
If you want to live longer, have better focus, and maybe avoid yelling at that broken printer today, try drinking black coffee! That's right. Studies show that people who drink black coffee have a lower risk of heart disease, diabetes, and becoming a Monday meme. It's just hot water and roasted bean juice. No syrups, no whipped cream, just black coffee! Live longer, scream louder, sip smarter.
Coffee.
Today's show is brought to you by Summer Bodies. Only 1% of the population have them, but we have to see them all day on social media.
Love stinks. Love stinks. Yeah, yeah. Love stinks. Love stinks. Yeah, yeah.
One, two, three.
I saw her standing there. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a day. Band on the run. Baby, I'm a man. Baby, I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of some. Marshall, Will, and Holly on the routine expedition met the greatest earthquake ever known.
I'm just asking more so the industry to help me out, to not put me in that box to people that I'm not going to fit in that box. They're not going to like me in there. You know what I mean?
When the last child cries for a crust of bread and the last man dies, or just words that he said, when the skies and the oceans are clean again.
Taco Bell has unveiled 2 new sauces, the spicy.
Everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at reliveitremodeling.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. Some state lawmakers say if people are going to keep setting off those aerial fireworks anyway, North Carolina might as well make them legal. Representative Wyatt Gable of Onslow County is a primary sponsor.
We're going to South Carolina. They bring these back here, and those laws just really aren't enforced for whatever reason. They just aren't.
The state Senate Health Care Committee considered a bill banning synthetic hemp products in the state and regulating the sale of Delta-9 products, including drinks and gummies. Attorney General Jeff Jackson spoke in favor of the bill.
I understand the cannabis debate broadly is a very large debate. This subset of that debate, I think, enjoys very widespread support publicly.
Israel says its ongoing attacks on Iran, or the latter's blame for over 200 civilian deaths so far, are aimed at destroying the Iran nuclear program. Ian Bremer is president of Eurasia Group.
It does look increasingly likely the United States will strike at a minimum this very deep underground nuclear facility under a mountain in Fordow.
Lawmakers in the United Kingdom have voted to decriminalize abortion. The move came after a member of the Labour Party argued it was cruel to prosecute women for ending a pregnancy. BBC correspondent Ian Watson.
This is a very, very narrow change to law specifically to stop prosecutions of women who end their own pregnancies.
A new Netflix drama titled The Waterfront is being filmed in Wilmington and Southport and was set to premiere June 19th. One of the stars is Winston-Salem native Brady Hepner, who plays Diller Buckley. He tells WWAY
Kind of created him as a mix of his family, taking traits from all of his family to create, it takes a village to raise a child.
You're listening to NCN News.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
It's okay not to be okay. Feelings of loneliness, anger, and worry are completely normal, and you're not alone. If you need help coping, call, text, or chat the free 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Someone is always there to talk, day or night. Together, we will find the care that works for you. Just call, text, or chat 988 anytime to talk to a trained counselor who will listen, provide support, and connect you to other resources that can help. Let's get through it together. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
From state lawmakers around the country to the nation's capital, lawmakers are now calling for increased security after what police described as an assassination in Minnesota.
The shooting's also raising concern about rhetoric. Lawmakers across the aisle have called out Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah for a now deleted post on X that said, "This is what happens when Marxists don't get their way." His Democratic colleague from Minnesota, Tina Smith, confronted Lee at the Capitol on Monday.
I found him yesterday, and I told him exactly what pain he had caused by this.
For Hortman's mother,
we can't let hatred and division rule the actions that are happening now.
a call for unity, though too late for her daughter. Jared Hill, CBS News.
Teachers from across Johnston County are voicing concerns over the district's recently approved cell phone policy, which regulates usage by both students and staff. Summer at the beach means water safety. With that, the awareness of sharks and other fish. Founder of O-Search, Chris Fisher, tells WAVY.
Because when the white shark comes to town, every animal knows it and behaves properly. So when you're seeing them off your beaches, you can know, man, our management people must be doing pretty good.
Tyler Perry is being sued for alleged sexual assault.
Actor Derek Dixon says Tyler Perry first noticed him in 2019 when he was part of event staff at a Perry party, and says he was later offered to audition for the studio exec and producer.
Tyler Perry's The Oval.
He'd eventually get a role on the political drama The Oval. Dixon's lawsuit says Perry soon began sending unwanted sexual text messages, and the suit includes screenshots of several of them. The lawsuit says Perry eventually sexually assaulted Dixon on multiple occasions, and he's suing for $260 million. Perry's attorney calls the allegations false. Matt Piper, CBS News.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, we have clear skies, 81 degrees, humidity 88%, 2.77. Winds are east, south-southeast. By the way, that temperature is 72 since it just refreshed. Anyway, winds are south-southeast at 3, and pressure is 3011. Again, it's sunny and 72 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Wednesday morning. The Robbins Board of Commissioners unanimously adopted the town's fiscal year 25-26 budget at their most recent meeting, approving a spending plan that lowers the property tax rate while investing in infrastructure, town employees, and public safety. The portion of the meeting regarding the proposed budget was led by Robbins Town Manager Clint Mack, who provided a presentation and spoke on the changes coming for the town. As he said, as we continue to navigate the dynamic economic landscape here in Moore County, Robbins remains vigilant in addressing both opportunities and challenges. That's according to Mack. Despite inflation rates, the ebb and flow of the market conditions, the cost and uncertainty due to national level trade policies, we maintain a conservative approach to revenue forecasting, anticipating increased growth in population and ever important utility customers. Mack was also happy to announce a property tax cut of 1 cent. Per the official budget presentation, the proposed operating budget amounts to $2,010,000 from the general fund at a reduced tax rate of 69 cents per hundred, a value of $863,000 from the enterprise fund, which maintains current utility rates. Regarding the tax cut, Mack noted that the real property and local sales tax revenue exceeding annual projections. Says, I am confident that the upward trend of growth will continue through incoming business and residents. Despite the lower rate, the budget increased compensation for town employees. All full-time workers will receive a 3% cost of living adjustment, and several positions, including police officers and utility workers, will receive market-based raises. And the Pinehurst Southern Pines Area Convention and Bureau's Visitors Bureau, or known as the CBB, has announced plans for the third annual Peach Week celebration in Moore County. Peach Week will run from July 18th through the 27th and feature an array of special events highlighted by a restaurant week where people can vote for their favorite peach experience in a number of categories with a chance to win a $250 gift card. Nearly 40 restaurants, specialty outlets, and food trucks are taking part in the Peach Week promotion. Participating Peach Week restaurants, especially outlets and food trucks, will be offering one or more of 6 peach-inspired categories, including breakfast, appetizer, salad, main entree, dessert, beer, wine, and beverage. Attendees can vote for their favorite peach creation throughout the promotion by scanning the voting panel QR code found on all Peach Week flyers. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning from the Sand Hills Sentinel. And, of course, you can always go to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It's 7:19. Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
Stay in the game with the Clark Chevrolet Cadillac Sports Report. Family owned and operated for over half a century, they do it all. Sales, service, parts, collision repair, and they never charge a dock fee. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, Clark Chevrolet Cadillac, fueling your passion for sports.
NCN Sports, I'm Tony Rixby. For a second straight year, the Florida Panthers are the Stanley Cup champions. Erica Herskowitz has the story.
The Panthers iced the Oilers in Game 6, 5-1 to win the series 4-2.
Last year was greatness. This time it's historic. The Florida Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
The call courtesy of the Panthers radio network. Sam Reinhart scored 4 goals. Sergei Bobrovsky turned aside 28 shots, and Sam Bennett was awarded the Conn Smythe Trophy as the MVP of the postseason after leading all players with 15 goals. Erica Herskowitz for CBS News.
And our congratulations to former Hurricanes coach Paul Maurice, the coach of the Panthers. In the AHL, the 2025 Calder Cup Final shifted to Abbotsford Center for game number 3 with that series tied 1-1. After 2 tightly contested overtime wins, the Abbotsford Canucks exploded offensively. They took a commanding 6-1 win over the Charlotte Checkers last night, and with that, a 2-1 series lead. Checkers coach Giordi Kinnear.
Obviously, they want to play a certain way. We want to play a certain way. I thought they were able to stick to it and settle into their game. We kind of got away from it, but 1-1 hockey game after 2 periods, and again, don't like the turnover, but those are going to happen. You got to be able to respond, and again, it's 3-1. It's a tough climb after that.
At the College World Series in Omaha, LSU beat UCLA 9-5 in the completion of a game that had been weather-shorted from the day before. Louisville, a winner over Oregon State, eliminating the Beavers 7-6. Meanwhile, Arkansas turned back UCLA in the final game of the day, 7-3. Coastal Carolina will take on Louisville today. Durham Bulls starter Joe Rock tossing 6 shutout innings. The Bulls beat the Omaha Storm Chasers 7-1. Carolina Mudcats with a win over the Columbia Fireflies 3-2. You're listening to NCN Sports.
As public power customers, we experience fewer outages and faster restoration than customers of other electric providers. But the benefits of having a locally owned electric system go far beyond unbeaten reliability. Our local public power employees support our community, providing electric hookups for events, installing and maintaining ballpark lights, holiday lights, traffic lights, street lights, and more. Local people working together to meet local needs. That's the value of public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
Did you know Medicare fraud is costing us $68 billion a year? The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medical Patrol Program's goal is to reduce Medicare fraud, waste, and abuse. If you suspect any billing or Medicare fraud issues, we're here to help. Contact SMP today at ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
New leadership for professional golf. Here's Gethin Kubal.
The PGA Tour has a new CEO, and Commissioner Jay Monahan is leaving after 10 years.
My view is I come in with a pretty clean sheet of paper.
The Tour has announced top NFL executive Brian Rolapp as CEO of the Tour and the commercial PGA Tour Enterprises.
I think the fans want to see the best golfers competing against each other.
Monahan says he will concentrate on his board duties until leaving when his contract ends next year.
In Major League Baseball yesterday, the Baltimore Orioles with a 5-1 win over the Tampa Bay Rays. Angels shut out the Yankees 4-0. Atlanta Braves turned back the New York Mets 5-4. Colorado Rockies with a 10-6 win over the Washington Nationals. Tigers 7-3 over the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Diamondbacks fell to the Blue Jays 5-4. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
Silence! Lay down!
Do you have somewhere to be? I've traveled all across the fabric of space-time.
97.3 FM and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva.
We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental.
We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned.
The hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind.
Or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that.
We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better. Except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
The wait is over. A season of brilliant colors, Carolina blue skies, and lush landscapes is here. Rely on the Olmsted Village Hardware team to help create lavish outdoor living spaces. Manager Joe and staff are ready with tips and products that fuel your ambitions. Bountiful gardens, bursting flower beds, and comfortable furnishings. We're stocked up and fired up 7 days a week in convenient Olmsted Village Shopping Center. Abundant vegetable gardens start with our seed selections, and you'll linger over a lineup of flowers, shrubs, and trees. Forget the box stores. Inside our doors, choose garden carts, wheelbarrows, and irrigation supplies. And best-in-class grills by Blackstone, Charbroil, and Weber. Next door, Olmsted Patio is revived. Our showroom displays premium furnishings, umbrellas, and fire pits. Olmsted Patio is open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Plan to drop in soon.
Char Bar 7 in Southern Pines offers a nice mix of upscale and casual. Whether you're in a suit, golf attire, or jeans, you'll feel right at home. Our menu offers a wide variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads and sandwiches, but Char Bar 7 is most known for our perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. So if you're looking for a great place to relax, eat some food, and maybe watch some golf, we invite you to visit Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
Low price guarantee. Price match policy. We will not be undersold. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. Announcing, we now have a commercial sales division to help our commercial builders, realtors, property managers, and rental landlords. Ask my husband Joe for details. Please shop your local veteran-owned Appliances and More, featuring Care Aloha in the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Cooper Ford, the only locally owned Ford store in Moore County, announces Ford's From America, For America sales event. Now through the end of June, every eligible new Ford will be priced at employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay, while supplies last. Come in today and see why so many have made the short drive to beautiful Carthage and experience the difference your hometown dealer can make. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
Don't miss Taking Aim, presented by the Marketplace Restaurant and Catering, every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. with your hosts David Hensley and Steve Woodward. Listen to them expose hypocrisy, deception, and woke agendas in government and education at the federal, state, and local levels. Join David and Steve as they call on conservatives to stand up in the bold new era of MAGA dominance under Donald Trump 2.0. Listen to Taking Aim Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on WEEB.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the complete line of LS tractors. Right now, get 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractor models. That's 10 years interest-free financing. So come see the LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E at Hardy's Equipment. These versions of everyone's favorite 35-plus horsepower tractor now has a lift capacity of 2,000 pounds or more. Plus, they have more standard features and operator comfort, like an air conditioning system and roof configuration that provides additional headspace for increased visibility. Hurry to Hardy's Equipment and don't miss 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractors, because this offer ends soon. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it. Join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See Hardy's Equipment for complete details, 4809 Vast Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back. One local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is Steve Woodward, and I'm teeing off. 1 year ago, or was it yesterday, Pinehurst welcomed the world's premier golf competitors and thousands of spectators for the 124th U.S. Open. It was a resoundingly well-coordinated event, and the organization behind the Open, the United States Golf Association, was duly credited with a job well done. This only weeks after the USGA opened its new Pinehurst headquarters and Golf Hall of Fame. Recently, locals observed a LGBTQ rainbow pride flag unfurled above USGA House adjacent to the Pinehurst Resort. More reviling, it shares a flagpole with our sacred stars and stripes. The woke left insists June is Pride Month. Apparently, the USGA agrees, although promoting gay initiatives is not found in the USGA's stated mission to unify, showcase, govern, and advance the game of golf. The USGA's relocation and construction of its new buildings was subsidized by $18 million in state funding, your money, with millions more pledged. Tax breaks offered by Moore County and Pinehurst officials closed the deal. So here's the question. Why must we put up with the USGA's revolting pride flag? It should come down today. I'm Steve Woodward, teed off, not backing off.
Already a very warm start to our Wednesday morning. Temperatures in the 70s very early on, with highs today in the low to mid 90s. The heat index peaking between 100 and 106. Stay cool, stay hydrated. We'll be in the mid to upper 70s overnight. Then very similar heat, breezy at times Thursday. And the chance for some strong to severe thunderstorms arriving late afternoon into the evening. Chances much lower Friday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Who wants to go?
Where you going?
To go fishing.
Why?
It is National Go Fishing Day today.
Yes, people fish because the fish are biting.
Fish biting good?
No, not so good.
I packed my rod and reel.
Time to bait the hook.
You want to go fish?
Go fish? Let's go fishing.
Yes! Fish, 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 fish.
Happy National Go Fishing Day.
Showtime!
Is more than the typical kind of thing. Felt the Jones in my bones when you were touching me. Oh, didn't wanna take it slow. And the day's going crazy, I can barely think. You're replaying in my brain, find it hard to sleep. Oh, waiting for my phone to blow. Now I'm here in a sticky situation. Got a little trouble, yep, and now I'm pacing. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, now it's been an hour. Don't wanna think too hard, but I'm sour. Oh, I can't seem to let you go. See, I've been waiting all day for you to call me baby. So let's get up, let's get on it. Don't you leave me broken hearted tonight. Come on. That's right. Honest, baby, I'll do anything you want to. So can we finish what we started? Don't you leave me broken hearted tonight. Come on, that's right. Cheerio. What's the time? Such a crime, not a single word. Sipping on that Patron just to calm my nerves. Oh, popping bottles by the phone. Oh yeah. Had me up, had me down, turned me inside out. That's enough, call me up, baby, I'm in doubt. Oh, and I don't even think you know. No.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with Stephen Woodward this morning. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, LeaderMan. Good morning, everybody, on this wistful Wednesday in the Sandhills.
Don't forget, of course, we're being heard around the world, and we're also being seen around the world today. All is working right. By going to our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or weeb990.com. Now, if you're going just there to listen, upper right-hand corner of every page has an icon that says on the air, listen live. Click that once you're listening that quick. If you're going there to see the webcam of us doing the morning show, I'm the better looking of the two. But anyway, you just go to our website, and on the home page, once you sign it, go in there. Right there at the very top it says, what does it say? Watch live and replay video of Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click that link, and that should be all you have to do. So this is still beta testing now, so you'll have to bear with us to make sure that it's working properly, and we'll let you know when we're through with the beta testing. But can't guarantee perfection this morning, but it might be. We'll see.
Not to mention our
so many damn settings.
Well, that's what the youngsters are for. Not to mention that all of our programming is archived at the website.
Yeah.
Programs such as Taking Aim, which airs every Saturday at 11 a.m.
Yeah. I have to get with you about charging rent.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
My accountants are working overtime to keep up.
All right. Yeah, a lot of stuff is there, and we're going to restart the morning show up there. So bear with us. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area. Well, it's going to be probably the best day since we've had in a while. Sunny today, itty bitty chance of a shower. Just look for a high of 93. The dew points will probably get you, but hey, it's better than it has been the last few days. Mostly clear tonight, 75 for low. Muggies come back tomorrow, 40% chance of showers. Look for a high of 93. Oh boy, can't wait for that one. Showers tomorrow night, more of the same with a low of 70. Friday, just a slight chance of shower. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 89 for a high. Just a 20% chance of getting wet. Friday night, still a slight chance of showers, low of 69. Over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, sunny both days with highs in the low 90s. Right now, around the Sand Hills, winds are south-southeast at 3. Pressure is 30-11. Dew point 70. That's barely tolerable. It's almost an embarrassment. Humidity 95%. Is sunny. 72 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right. That's Carmen.
Okay. The good news is that golfers don't look at weather forecasts. And
well, they do when they got about 14 lightning sticks in their bag.
Well, sure, but I mean, generally, and why do I say that? Because each morning as I drive here to the station, I pass by the beautiful sun-bathed fairways of Pinehurst number 2, and I can report that already they're marching down the fairways this morning with caddies trailing behind.
And just minus about $600 in their pocket.
And couldn't be happier to be here. So
what do they charge to play it now?
I don't really know.
Somewhere around $500.
Yeah, I think so, or north of that. And
oh yeah, I shell out $500.
You got to tip your caddies, but it's an experience. It's a.
I know, so they can always say I played that course.
It's a thing, yeah.
Because they play the U.S. Open on it every 6 years.
That's right. Well, it'll be here before you know it. Actually, the next Open is coming up in just 4 years.
31.
29.
29. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll be there for that. Well, big time.
Lord willing.
We had a discussion last night, he and I, and he says he'll be there for me.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's good news.
I'm going to show just how long a body can last. As long as you don't abuse it to death when you're here, like running 5 miles a day.
Oh, no.
Those joints give out.
Look out for that exercise now. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't say not do exercise. I said you just don't run semi-marathons every day.
No, I'm with you on that.
My doctor is really into it. I mean, a short day for him is 5 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And on weekends, it's more in a 10, 12-mile range. He says the marathons for the marathons because it tears your body down a lot. But he loves it, can do it. I say, more power to you, Doc. Just don't be dropping dead when I need you now.
There you go.
All right, what was, I know what it was.
Breaking news?
No, I was looking for a note to tease my brain with. I think I did it yesterday, though.
This just in.
Yeah, we did it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
About Howard Kurtz having a tizzy over at Fox about reporters, quote-unquote reporters, being shot with rubber bullets.
Oh, yeah, that's
over
right.
there in L.A.
Yeah, forget about that.
And as I said yesterday, they don't have carte blanche to go anywhere they want. Police tell you to vacate, you vacate.
That's
or
right.
get behind the guy with the rubber bullet gun, not in front, and act like you're immune to being shot because, you got a whole big crowd out there charging them and throwing bottles and bricks and everything else. And, you stand in the way, you're going to get popped.
You were correct. And the same applies to these grandstanding politicians. It was actually quite amusing yesterday to watch a here's a guy who's actually running in the Democrat primary for mayor of New York City.
And running a close second, I might point out.
Brad Lander is his name. So he's in this federal building in Manhattan yesterday trying to make a stink about individuals being brought in under suspicion that they are illegal immigrants.
Worrying more about the illegals' rights
Yeah.
than an American's rights.
So-
Always put the foreigners' rights ahead of an American. Yeah, that makes sense to me. But you know what? California will vote for it. They've already done it with Gavin Newsom.
Newscomb, yeah.
And
he's off the rails.
until they get, they're the ones that vote for Joe Biden and vote all this crap in. I mean, if you couldn't see how bad Joe Biden was in the 4 years, you surely saw it. But most of them will say, well, I don't want Trump. Well, guess what? You want Joe Biden at the command right now, or you want Trump? I think I'd rather have Trump's judgment because he's not going to let some
it is consistently
goofball
underrated.
terrorists take us on.
It is consistently underrated, the judgment of the president, the sitting president. But anyway, this
well,
clown...
they're too busy hating on him. You can't really get to know him.
Right. It defies description.
It's like at the parade, the U.S. Army anniversary parade.
250th anniversary.
Yeah, and they had that thing planned like 5 years ago, long before Donald Trump became president again. And yet they say, oh, he's just having this parade to stroke his ego. Well, no, he kind of tagged on to the parade, which was already planned and was already going to be taking place before he took office, saying that, maybe we'll throw a parade for the Army.
Yeah, and I didn't watch the whole thing, but the portions of it that I did watch, it was not some flashy display of, military might. It was just a very well orchestrated, well choreographed salute to
kind of an overdone recruiting film.
And that too. And by the way, the recruiting has not
They've
been
met
more
their quota.
robust ever than it is right now. I mean, they are recruiting it. They're blowing through all their recruiting goals.
Well, they met the yearly goal 4 months ago.
Yeah, 4 months into the year. That's correct.
Yeah.
Anyway, this clown, the comptroller of New York, ended up in handcuffs yesterday, trying to disrupt proceedings in the federal building.
He gets outside and acts like, you saw it. I was just trying to give Jose over there a little comfort.
Well,
and I was holding his hand, wanting to see the warrant.
I don't know what he thought he was doing. Just no different than the U.S. Senator last week who disrupted a press conference in Los Angeles. And nobody knew who he was, which is part of his problem. I guess that's why he was
Still
there.
don't.
And he was removed from the proceedings as
But you
well.
see him on the Senate floor talking
Weeping,
about it.
yeah.
Well, they put me on
choking back tears.
Put me on my chest.
Unbelievable.
Me. I went, grow up.
Unbelievable.
You weenie. All right. Let's see what we got.
His name is Padilla, by the way, in case you want to look it up.
Well, since I don't vote, where's he at? Where's he out of?
California.
California figures.
Yeah.
Was it a state legislator?
No, he's a U.S. Senator.
That's right. I saw him on the floor.
That makes it all the more unforgivable, the behavior. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Just shows you what's in California. You know, before Gavin Newsom took office, California's population went up every year since conception.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as Gavin Newsom came in and people seeing what they voted in, I don't understand it at all, how you could do that to yourself. Well, the population has dropped every year.
There's the mass exodus. You better believe it.
Florida Panthers dominated Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Finals last night. Yeah, Stephen was up watching this thing, really getting into it.
I watched it into the mid-second period, I think.
Well, they defeated the Edmonton Oilers 5-1.
Yeah.
Here was the final call of the ball game.
The fans rise.
Hockey game.
Here in Sunrise, Florida.
Back to back for the Cats.
The Panthers begin to celebrate. Panther perfection. The Florida Panthers win their second consecutive Stanley Cup.
I'm sure the founding fathers of the National Hockey League never imagined that a team based in southeast Florida would someday win consecutive Stanley Cups. But
well, the coach of the Panthers was coaching the Hurricanes
here in Carolina. That's correct. At one point in the
why
past.
we let them go?
I don't know. These things happen in pro sports, but
It's one thing about being a coach of a major league team. It's not a question of whether you get fired. It's a question of when.
When, that's right. Well,
You may not get formally fired, but you get pushed out the door eventually.
Of course, the nature of it has changed so much. Their salaries are so high and their golden parachutes and so forth that, they just roll from one gig to the next mostly.
They look at it, they're going to be unemployed for 4 years, and they build it into their salary.
Yeah.
And then they got a termination clause.
Of course.
I wish I had an agent like that could negotiate good salaries, and like those that come over to Fox will wonder. I know that the newcomers or just getting their career going good may get advanced to a slot, not necessarily on the primetime TV, but I'm talking about a field reporter at the White House or whatever the case may be. But they're going to take whatever the company offers them because they're hungry. They need to get on there with that regular exposure.
Absolutely. Well, anyway, the Panthers are a very interesting team because, they're not in a. I mean, they're in a major regional market, but they actually play in an arena that's in Sunrise, Florida. And you may say to yourself, where in the heck is that? Well, it's a little north of Fort Lauderdale. So their fan base is drawn from Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm.
It's like 5-county stadium.
That whole area. Yeah.
They pick from 5 counties to support the minor league baseball team. Oh, let's see. Liquid Death sold 10 empty cans. That's evidently a person, or I don't know.
No, it's a carbonated beverage.
Okay. Well, Liquid Death sold 10 empty cans of iced tea that were consumed by Ozzy Osbourne. The sales pitch was they contain Ozzy's DNA.
Oh, boy.
They cost $450 each and sold out immediately. Here's the YouTube ad that got posted yesterday.
There will never be another Ozzy Osbourne unless you have his actual DNA. Introducing infinitely recyclable Ozzy by Liquid Death. These cans have each been drunk by Ozzy himself. And each can contains trace DNA from Ozzy's saliva, as well as his handwritten signature. Once technology and federal law permits, you can replicate Ozzy and enjoy him for hundreds of years into the future. Just imagine if you could bring back early 80s Ozzy. He can mow your lawn, perform at kids' birthday parties, or anything you want.
Get it, Ozzy clone. Yeah.
So get your can of infinitely recyclable Ozzy. No, this is not a joke. There's only 10 available. Act now.
Yeah, you can tell if the cloning worked when the Ozzy clone opens its mouth and says, "Sharon!" And you know it worked.
Well, Liquid Death is a really very fascinating carbonated beverage brand.
What's it taste like? A Red Bull?
Well, it's a lot of it is. It's been
Monster.
evolving, but each product has a name that goes that plays along with the whole sort of grim, dark Liquid Death theme. Like they've got one called Squeeze to Death, Root Beer Wrath, Mango Chainsaw, Deathberry Inferno.
I think adding a few words is worth all that extra price you'll pay.
Killer.
Hey, look, I'm drinking Chainsaw here.
Killer Cola, and so on and so forth. So, hey, it's all marketing.
Half a dozen lawn care companies in Kansas joined forces last month to help people out and raise money for charity. They mowed and weed whacked more than 30 yards for free and partnered with the animal rescue charity. On top of that, while mowing one lawn, they found a litter of kitties in some brush, I should say.
Oh, no.
Here is Kaylee Wallentine of the Wichita Animal Action League and the mowers.
There are people out here in the community with companies that want to help and they want to give back, and that they see that these are, humans that are doing the best that they can.
Hey, if people need help, they can always reach out. They can follow us on social media and reach out to see if they need a hand. And we have a lot of friends and customers that are in the area, so I'm sure that we could do it again.
But if it wasn't for SB Mowing and Lawn Buddy, we would have never found these kittens. They had bad URIs and they likely would have died.
Yeah, I have a lawn mowing business. Man, front yard's free always. Backyard, we charge double. So
seems reasonable.
Yeah. Half a dozen companies in Kansas joined forces last month. Stevie, you just read it. All right, time to check in with Late Night Unique Boys and see if they can conjure up one laugh of all of them, which I can already tell you they don't, but here they are.
Taco Bell has unveiled 2 new sauces, the Spicy Ranchero and Avocado Ranch. And for white customers, there's a new Extra Mild.
We head to Japan, where 4 men have been arrested on charges of using curry spices as a weapon in a robbery attempt. The assailants attacked a man by smearing powdered cooking spices of the sort used in curry on the man's face and into his eyes in an attempt to blind and incapacitate him. The victim is recovering after treating his wounds with garlic naan and a little mango chutney. Authorities say he is stable and delicious.
It was announced that Joey Chestnut will compete in Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating competition during a press conference in which his cardiologist resigned.
Okay, as usual, I'm left with an emptiness. My knee has not been slapped.
Well, let's see if my few jokes this morning
and my ribs have not split.
Can top that. Tortoise turned 135 at the Miami Zoo, then returned to Washington, D.C. to resume his job as the senator from Kentucky.
Okay, I get that one.
That's better than theirs already, huh?
Mitch McConnell,
Yeah.
we're planning a vote at midnight.
He does look like a turtle. Tortoise or whatever. 38% of Gen Zers want a space in the office for sex. The other 62% watch enough Grey's Anatomy to know that's what the supply closet is for. Provo, Utah has been named America's best-run city, and Detroit has been named the city most likely to make you run. Americans say that the year 2065 society will have figured out A, space tourism, B, time travel, or C, pass interference. And lastly, a third of the people say romance is dead. The rest see the way Jordan Hudson looks at Bill Belichick's wallet and know it's stronger than ever. Mine were better than theirs, weren't they?
That's right. Jordan is the girlfriend, I guess. Yeah. The young
gold digger.
The young sort of
who likes old age creeping up on her.
Yeah. She's sort of a petite little troublemaker.
Oh, she's a cutie, but I could look at that and say, she ain't got a thing that would come out of her mouth that I'd want to hear. It would just bore me to tears. A new scientific study found that black coffee could potentially lead to a longer life.
Oh, there's a lot of advocacy for coffee these days.
Yeah. Here is a PSA to justify your morning addiction.
If you want to live longer, have better focus, and maybe avoid yelling at that broken printer today, try drinking black coffee. That's right. Studies show that people who drink black coffee have a lower risk of heart disease, diabetes, and becoming a Monday meme. It's just hot water and roasted bean juice. No syrups, no whipped cream, just black coffee. Live longer, scream louder, sip smarter.
Coffee.
Today's show is brought to you by Summer Bodies. Only 1% of the population have them, but we have to see them all day on social media.
That's okay. By the way, in the time we have remaining, I would like to acknowledge the passing of Pinehurst's Brian Lally yesterday. If you know him, you know him. A friend to many, an ambassador of the village of Pinehurst, a golf instructor, a former caddy, a good guy, the unofficial mayor of Pinehurst.
How old was he?
I don't think he was more than in his early 60s, probably.
Too damn young to be dying.
Yeah, but Brian Lally, rest in peace. We love you, brother. We will miss you.
That's kind of like...
known as Wally, by the way.
Ann Burrell, the chef, had spiky platinum hair.
Passed away yesterday at 55.
Yeah, 55 years old. Culinary expert. That's just too young.
Food Network star.
Yeah. But anyway, the Lord has his plan. Sometimes it doesn't jibe with ours.
That is correct.
Currently here in the Sandhills, we're looking at sunny skies, 73 degrees. At Duke Point, it's 71. All your news, sports, and weather starts right now. It's 8 o'clock.
Already a very warm start to our Wednesday morning. Temperatures in the 70s very early on, with highs today in the low to mid 90s. The heat index peaking between 100 and 106. Stay cool, stay hydrated. We'll be in the mid to upper 70s overnight. Then very similar heat, breezy at times Thursday, and the chance for some strong to severe thunderstorms arriving late afternoon into the evening. Chances much lower Friday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump is considering what role the U.S. should play in the destruction of Iran's nuclear weapons program. Mr. Trump has been meeting with his national security team.
For the past couple of months, the president held out hope that negotiations with Iran would lead to a deal on its nuclear program. But now he supports Israel's military strikes against Iran and is calling for the country's unconditional surrender. In several social media posts, he boasted that we now control Iranian airspace, claimed we know the location of Iran's supreme leader, and warned the U.S. would come down hard on anyone who targets American troops. Greg Clugston, the White House.
Israel says overnight its fighter jets hit key elements of Iran's nuclear and missile program, including a centrifuge production facility. The ongoing Israeli airstrikes taking a heavy toll on Iran.
Explosions were heard in Tehran early Wednesday as intense Israeli airstrikes again targeted the capital in a conflict a human rights group says has killed at least 585 people across Iran and wounded over 1,300 others.
Correspondent Charles De Ledesma says Iranian missile and drone strikes have killed at least 24 people in Israel and wounded hundreds of others. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is lifting a curfew in downtown L.A. She imposed the curfew 8 days ago in response to rioting, vandalism, looting and such sparked by the Trump administration's enforcement of federal immigration law. Not a single illegal alien was released into the U.S. last month, according to the New York Post. In May of last year, 62,000 were released into the country under President Biden. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures are up 64 points. NASDAQ futures 64 points higher as well. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
Hi, my name's Neil. I have some advice for you if you've been trying to break free from credit card debt. You can start by doing what I did. Get your bills together and call Trinity Debt Management. Trinity is dedicated to helping people like me become debt-free. When I called, my first experience was a feeling of relief. My counselor was kind, and best of all, she didn't judge me. In just a few minutes, she helped me figure out a plan that consolidated all my bills into one lower monthly payment. This substantially reduced my high interest rates and put me on the road to success. In the end, I saved thousands in interest, and today, my credit card debt is a thing of the past.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Neil. Take it from someone who's been there. Call Trinity and become debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
An attorney who in years past worked for Mexican drug cartels has been elected to a judgeship in Mexico, and the BBC's Will Grant says that is stirring up some controversy.
Silvia Delgado was part of the defense team for Joaquin El Chapo Guzman when he was brought before a judge in Ciudad Juarez in 2017. Her critics say she represents everything that is wrong with voting for judges in Mexico. A leading human rights and transparency organization said she was one of several candidates with alleged links to organized crime on the ballot sheet and could be compromised as a judge. Speaking to the BBC ahead of the vote, she dismissed the idea that she should step down over her previous ties to a drug cartel.
6 of the group of 7 leaders have discussed Russia's war in Ukraine and the Israel-Iran conflict, but they failed to reach major agreements on those and many other top issues by the close of their summit in Alberta, Canada. News and analysis, townhall.com. A lifelong friend of the alleged Minnesota gunman says Vance Bolger was struggling to find work and was wrestling with a darkness inside of him. But David Carlson also says his friend's alleged involvement was as surprising as getting struck by lightning. The Stanley Cup staying put in South Florida.
The Florida Panthers are Stanley Cup champions for a second straight season. Florida secured its second title in franchise history with a 5-1 Game 6 win over the Edmonton Oilers. Sam Reinhart scored 4 goals in the clincher. Sam Bennett won the Conn Smythe Trophy as the playoffs MVP with 15 postseason goals.
We were counted out a lot. We went through adversity, and there's just so many guys just dug in and stepped up when we needed them.
Florida is the NHL's first back-to-back champion since Tampa Bay in 2020 and 21. I'm Gethin Coolball.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land.
If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
Speed Queen washers and dryers are the #1 rated laundry pair in America and are designed to last. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now carry a full assortment of Speed Queen washers and dryers, all coming with 3, 5, and 7-year parts and labor warranties, in stock and ready for pickup or local delivery. Shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More at the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the complete line of LS tractors. Right now, get 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractor models. That's 10 years interest-free financing. So come see the LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E at Hardy's Equipment. These versions of everyone's favorite 35-plus horsepower tractor now has a lift capacity of 2,000 pounds or more. Plus, they have more standard features and operator comfort, like an air conditioning system and roof configuration that provides additional headspace for increased visibility. Hurry to Hardy's Equipment and don't miss 0% financing for 120 months on select LS tractors, because this offer ends soon. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it. Join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See Hardy's Equipment for complete details, 4809 Vast Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com. If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postlewaite have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at relivitremodeling.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. President Trump is calling for Iran's unconditional surrender and met officials in the White House Situation Room. CBS News Middle East correspondent Courtney Keeley says,
this kind of martyrdom and this kind of symbolism is really critical to understand what the Ayatollah is saying. And also, the foreign minister said any U.S. intervention would be a recipe for an all-out war.
Stakeholders from both sides are weighing in on their thoughts on a bill that would remove the permit requirements for concealed carry guns for owners and lower the age of eligibility from 21 to 18. Hyatt gun shop owner Larry Hyatt in Charlotte said he does not think the bill will change some people how they behave.
I don't care what the law is. We're kind of being naive if we think we can pass a law, and that type of person is going to obey it.
The state Senate Health Care Committee is considering a bill banning synthetic hemp products in the state and regulating the sale of Delta-9 products. The bill sponsor, Alamance County Republican Senator Amy Gailey.
This is not a bill that was written by the cannabinoid industry for the benefit of the cannabinoid industry. This bill was written with the public good front and center.
Lake Lure has dropped by nearly 30 feet to undergo some cleanup and rebuild in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Several items have been found that have not been seen in 100 years, including Kenneth Tanner's grandfather's boat taxi. He tells WLOS.
He used that as his personal boat here on Lake Lure. It broke loose from our dock and disappeared. Yes, my father always encouraged me to dive for it and look for it.
The Florida Panthers repeated as Stanley Cup champions, beating the Edmonton Oilers last night. Seth Jones is with the Panthers.
Unbelievable experience. Been here a few months, and the only thing on these guys' mind here is winning the Stanley Cup.
You're listening to NCN News.
Hello, I'm Steve Troxler, North Carolina Commissioner of Agriculture. Farming's tough, but you're not alone. That's why the North Carolina Agri-Medicine Institute offers the North Carolina Farm Helpline, a free 24/7 resource for the agriculture community. Long hours, difficult decisions, and unexpected challenges can add up. Whether you need to talk to a counselor who understands farming or help with finances, legal questions, or farm safety, call 844-325-3276. That's 844-325-3276, the North Carolina Farm Helpline, a free 24/7 resource for the agriculture community. 844-325-3276, because no one should face farm life alone.
A $450 million round of aid for Helene recovery efforts will move forward soon, decoupling the relief bill from what is described as an impasse over the state budget talks. Feeding America recently released its 2025 map, the Meal Gap study on food insecurity. It shows North Carolina had a higher food insecurity rate than the national average. Steve Shiv with Mission Pastor is Celebration Church.
The increase in cost of food, every time you go to a restaurant, you've experienced it every time you go to the grocery store, even the gas station.
A new report says the world is making progress towards secure and sustainable energy.
The World Economic Forum's latest Energy Transition Index has Sweden, Finland, and Denmark leading the way with more clean energy. The forum's Espen Mellum says the U.S. is still a leader, ranked 17th overall.
Thanks really to a very abundant and diverse energy supply at low cost.
But it could be doing better.
Perhaps improving energy efficiency and maybe also modernize some of the electricity grid infrastructure.
The WEF says despite $2 trillion in clean energy investment last year, global emissions still hit a record high. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A sight for sore eyes, smack dab in the middle of Rome.
They've starred in many a movie.
Why don't you take a little time for yourself?
I could do some of the things I've always wanted to. Including 1953's Roman Holiday. This week, Rome's landmark Spanish Steps were the scene of a real-life car caper. City police say a man in a Mercedes drove his minivan straight down the famous Travertine stairs before he got stuck midway. The 80-year-old Italian driver tested negative for alcohol, but couldn't explain why he did what he did. No word on whether he was using satellite navigation. Firefighters had to use a crane to remove the vehicle. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Mike Riley, NCN News.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, we have sunny skies, 74 degrees, humidity 91%, dew point at 71, winds are south-southeast at 2, and pressure at 30-12. It's 8:15 straight up. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Wednesday hump day. The Robbins Board of Commissioners unanimously adopted the town's fiscal year 25-26 budget at their most recent meeting, approving a spending plan that lowers the tax rate while investing in infrastructure, town employees, and public safety. The portion of the meeting regarding the proposed budget was led by Robbins town manager Clint Mack, who provided a presentation and spoke on the changes coming for the town. Mack was also happy to announce a property tax cut of 1 cent. Per the official budget presentation, the proposed operating budget amounts to $2,010,000 from the general fund at a reduced rate of 69 cents per 100 value and $863,500 from the enterprise fund while maintaining current utility rates. Regarding the tax cut, Mack noted, with real property and local sales tax revenues exceeding annual projections, I am confident that the upward trend of growth will continue through incoming business and residents. Therefore, the responsible 1 cent equaling $9,300 tax cut translates to a public message of fiscal stability while remaining prepared for economic infrastructure and by having a healthy fund balance. And the Southern Pines Aberdeen Area Convention and Visitors Bureau has announced plans for the third annual Peach Week celebration in Moore County. Peach Week will run from July 18th through the 27th and feature an array of special events highlighted by a restaurant week where people can vote for their favorite peach experience in a number of categories with the chance to win $250 in gift cards. Nearly 40 restaurants, specialty outlets, and food trucks are taking part in the Peach Week promotion. Participating Peach Week restaurants, specialty outlets, and food trucks will be offering one or more of 6 peach-inspired categories, including breakfast, appetizer, salad, main entree, dessert, beer, wine, and beverage, adult or non-alcohol. Attendees can vote for their favorite peach creation throughout the promotion by scanning the voting panel QR code found on all Peach Week flyers. That's your latest Sand Hills news this morning from the Sand Hills Sentinel. And, of course, you can always go to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It's 8:19. Straight Up Sports is next, right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
Stay in the game with the Clark Chevrolet Cadillac Sports Report. Family owned and operated for over half a century, they do it all. Sales, service, parts, collision repair, and they never charge a dock fee. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, Clark Chevrolet Cadillac, fueling your passion for sports.
NCN Sports, I'm Tony Rixby. For a second straight year, the Florida Panthers are the Stanley Cup champions. Erica Herskowitz has the story.
The Panthers iced the Oilers in Game 6 5-1 to win the series 4-2.
Last year was greatness. This time it's historic. The Florida Panthers are back-to-back Stanley Cup champions.
The call courtesy of the Panthers radio network. Sam Reinhart scored 4 goals. Sergei Bobrovsky turned aside 28 shots, and Sam Bennett was awarded the Conn Smythe Trophy as the MVP of the postseason after leading all players with 15 goals. Erica Herskowitz for CBS News.
And our congratulations to former Hurricanes coach Paul Maurice, the coach of the Panthers. In the AHL, the 2025 Calder Cup final shifted to Abbotsford Center for game number 3 with that series tied 1-1. After 2 tightly contested overtime wins, the Abbotsford Canucks exploded offensively. They took a commanding 6-1 win over the Charlotte Checkers last night, and with that, a 2-1 series lead. Checkers coach Giordi Kinnear.
Obviously, they want to play a certain way. We want to play a certain way. I thought they were able to stick to it and settle into their game. We kind of got away from it, but 1-1 hockey game after 2 periods. And again, don't like the turnover, but those are going to happen. You got to be able to respond. And again, it's 3-1. It's a tough climb after that.
At the College World Series in Omaha, LSU beat UCLA 9-5 in the completion of a game that had been weather-shorted from the day before. Louisville, a winner over Oregon State, eliminating the Beavers 7-6. Meanwhile, Arkansas turned back UCLA in the final game of the day, 7-3. Coastal Carolina will take on Louisville today. Durham Bulls starter Joe Rock tossing 6 shutout innings. The Bulls beat the Omaha Storm Chasers 7-1. Carolina Mudcats with a win over the Columbia Fireflies 3-2. You're listening to NCN Sports.
Healthcare? Why?
Why is it so hard?
Healthcare is broken.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, we get it.
Really?
Really. That's why we're making healthcare better for all, starting with you.
Really?
Really. We're making plans easier to navigate by putting all your benefits, prescriptions, and details on your computer and phone. Convinced?
No, but it's a start.
We'll take it. Blue Cross, North Carolina. Making healthcare better for all, starting with you.
As public power customers, we experience fewer outages and faster restoration than customers of other electric providers. But the benefits of having a locally owned electric system go far beyond unbeaten reliability. Our local public power employees support our community, providing electric hookups for events, installing and maintaining ballpark lights, holiday lights, traffic lights, street lights, and more. Local people working together to meet local needs. That's the value of public power. Learn more at electricities.com.
New leadership for professional golf. Here's Gethin Coolbaugh.
The PGA Tour has a new CEO, and Commissioner Jay Monahan is leaving after 10 years.
My view is I come in with a pretty clean sheet of paper.
The Tour has announced top NFL executive Brian Rolapp as CEO of the Tour and the commercial PGA Tour enterprises.
I think the fans want to see the best golfers competing against each other.
Monahan says he will concentrate on his board duties until leaving when his contract ends next year.
In Major League Baseball yesterday, the Baltimore Orioles with a 5-1 win over the Tampa Bay Rays. Angels shut out the Yankees 4-0. Atlanta Braves turned back the New York Mets 5-4. Colorado Rockies with a 10-6 win over the Washington Nationals. Tigers 7-3 over the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Diamondbacks fell to the Blue Jays 5-4. Tony Rixby, NCN Sports.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air, get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Thinking about updating your kitchen? Now is a great time to do just that with KitchenAid appliances from Keys Appliance Center. Now through June 30th, customize your collection of KitchenAid major appliances and receive up to $3,000 in rebates via prepaid MasterCard. So head on over to the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center and visit with any sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible KitchenAid models. Keys Appliance Center, located in downtown Aberdeen.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. The hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Wilkinson Chevrolet GMC in Sanford has been selling and servicing GMCs in Moore, Lee, Chatham, and Harnett counties for over 70 years. Right now, take up to $8,500 off the new 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty truck, or you can finance the new 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty truck for as low as 3.9% and get up to $7,500 off. Offers like these don't last long, so hurry to Wilkinson Chevrolet GMC, just a short drive from anywhere in the Sandhills. This offer ends June 30th or while supplies last. To schedule your test drive, call 919-775-3421 or visit wilkinsoncars.com. We are professional grade.
Price plus tax, tag, and $4.99 admin fee. Not available with lease and some other offers. Valid on stock number 25057. Must finance with GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Dealer installed accessories extra. See dealer for complete details.
Do you want to earn a higher return on your savings without worry? Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union is here to help. You can lock in an incredible 4.60% APY with our 12-month CD, starting with just $25,000. And your investment is federally insured up to $250,000. Now that's a fast and reliable way to build your savings. Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union. Safe, secure, smart. Visit myfortlibertyfcu.org or any branch to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. Rates are subject to change. Terms apply.
The wait is over. A season of brilliant colors, Carolina blue skies, and lush landscapes is here. Rely on the Olmsted Village Hardware team to help create lavish outdoor living spaces. Manager Joe and staff are ready with tips and products that fuel your ambitions. Bountiful gardens, bursting flower beds, and comfortable furnishings. We're stocked up and fired up 7 days a week in convenient Olmsted Village Shopping Center. Abundant vegetable gardens start with our seed selections, and you'll linger over a lineup of flowers, shrubs, and trees. Forget the box stores. Inside our doors, choose garden carts, wheelbarrows, and irrigation supplies, and best-in-class grills by Blackstone, Charbroil, and Weber. Next door, Olmsted Patio is revived. Our showroom displays premium furnishings, umbrellas, and fire pits. Olmsted Patio is open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Plan to drop in soon.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is proud to announce they are now a certified sport coating installer. If your tennis or pickleball court has cracks, fading lines, or slippery surfaces and has seen better days, let them refinish it with a new durable playing surface that will weather the test of time. With over 30 years of experience, call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for a free estimate at 910-673-1318. That's 910-673-1318.
On the line with me right now is Mike Hess. Mike, you had some pain that you wanted to get rid of. Tell us about that.
About 8 weeks ago, I hurt my back pulling some posts out of the ground. Within a few days after that, I had sciatic nerve going down my leg all the way into my foot. I could not walk. I couldn't even use crutches. It hurt so bad. Bad thing about it, I was out of town for a week. I came back in town. My first appointment was with Dr. Wright. She treated me with what she calls ultra-shock wave therapy. I got treated once a week for 4 weeks. My pain level threshold right now, it's been 7 weeks total, and I am probably 99% pain-free. I feel great. I'm able to walk, able to work.
Are you happy you did it?
Absolutely.
Say goodbye to pain. Visit Pinecone Medical Center at 30 Parker Lane in Pinehurst, or call them at 910-420-1911 or on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
7 days a week, we're on the job. John Cole's Plumbing Professionals. Fast, friendly, quality service. You know we can do it all. Don't just call a plumber. Call a professional. John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
This is Steve Woodward, and I'm teeing off. Artificial intelligence is everywhere. Now there is evidence that it can occupy our thoughts and influence our emotions. Citing a New York Times report, journalist Alex Berenson writes that AI engines like ChatGPT have linguistic abilities that exploit vulnerable people in ways we are only beginning to discover. AI enabling laziness certainly is a concern, but it's trivial compared to individuals harboring fears or apprehensions suddenly veering off aboard emotional roller coasters. Berenson identifies a woman, Allison, 28, who began using ChatGPT last March. By late April, he writes, she was convinced it held the secrets to the universe. Allison's husband scoffed when she said she was capable of interdimensional communication. Allison filed for divorce. Intended or not, AI engines are talented storytellers. They're especially good at telling users what they want to hear. Eliza Yudkowsky, an author who warns of coming superhuman AI, tells The Times that creators of AI engines do not fully understand why they behave as they do. What does a human slowly going insane look like to a corporation? Mr. Yudkowsky asks. It looks like an additional monthly user. I'm Steve Woodward, intelligently teed off.
Already a very warm start to our Wednesday morning. Temperatures in the 70s very early on, with highs today in the low to mid 90s. The heat index peaking between 100 and 106. Stay cool, stay hydrated. We'll be in the mid to upper 70s overnight. Then very similar heat, breezy at times Thursday, and the chance for some strong to severe thunderstorms arriving late afternoon into the evening. Chances much lower Friday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Who wants to go?
Where you going? To go fishing.
Why?
It is National Go Fishing Day today.
Yes, people fish because the fish are biting.
Fish biting good? No, not so good.
I packed my rod and reel.
Time to bait the hook.
You want to go fish?
Go fish? Let's go fishing. Yes, fish, 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 fish.
Happy National Go Fishing Day.
Showtime!
Turn it up some. All right, boys. This is her favorite song, you know that, right? So if we play it good and loud, she might get up and dance again. Oh, she put her beard down. Here she comes, here she comes. Left, right, left. Hustlers shooting 8 ball, throwing darts at the wall, feeling damn near 10 feet tall. Here she comes, Lord help us all. OTW's girlfriend done slapped him out his chair. Poor old boy, it ain't his fault. It's so hard not to stare at that honky-tonk, but donky-donk. Keeping perfect rhythm, make you wanna swing along. Got it going on like Donkey Kong. And ooh, shut my mouth, slap your grandma. There ought to be a law, get the sheriff on the phone. Lord have mercy, how she even get them bridges on? That honky-tonk, but donky-donk. Now, honey, you can't blame her for what her mama gave her. It ain't right to hate her for working that mighty bigger. Bench us down at 2, but we're hanging out till 3. We hate to see her go, but love to watch her leave with that honky-tonk, but donky-donk. Keeping perfect rhythm, make you wanna swing along. Got it going on like Donkey Kong. And ooh, shut my mouth, slap your grandma. There ought to be a law, get the sheriff on the phone. Lord have mercy, how'd she even get them britches on with that honky-tonk, but donky-donk.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with Stephen Woodward. Good morning, Stephen.
Good morning, LeaderMan. Good morning, everybody, on this wild Wednesday in the Sandhills.
Don't forget, of course, we're being heard around the world on a live audio stream. You get to that by going to our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Upper right-hand corner of every page has an icon that says On the Air Listen Live. Click that once, you should be listening that quick. Now, we're beta testing our live video stream that's currently going on. How do you get to that? Again, you go to our website where and you look up there at the top of the page where, let me see, it says watch live and replay video of Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click that. You should be watching that quick. We'll see as the beta testing continues. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. I must have got an album cut of this thing because I never heard this version of this song. The question is why they changed it without my okay.
Really?
Anyway, look for sunny today, 93 for a high, clear tonight, 75 tomorrow. Slight chance of showers and thunderstorms, high of 93. Friday, still a chance of getting wet, a high of 89. Saturday, 92, and Sunday, 93. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are south-southeast at 2, pressure 3012, dew point 71, and climbing. It's sunny and 74 degrees here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
Think you fell in love, boy, you better keep your distance. You can look, but you can't touch that honky-tonk, but donk-a-donk.
Yeah, I don't like that version at all. Some live version.
I'm trying to figure out, sort of what the whole theme of that song or lyric is. It's just
they
seems to be all over the place.
It's a band playing at it someplace, and they say a girl looks good in white in her jeans.
Oh, I see.
They're kind of singing up to it.
Well, that could challenge the family nature of this program. That kind of music, but
no.
Hide the children.
Nothing wrong with appreciating nature.
Yes, indeed. I feel like we're on Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom or something.
Yeah.
There's a dated reference for you.
Where are we, Stevie? Let's go.
Where are we?
Here.
The eternal question.
Yeah.
Where are we?
That's what I want right there. Okay. This one trait can make you happier for the rest of your life. It's hard to just flip a switch and do this, but if you can manage it, it might make you happy forever. A new study in the Netherlands found there's one trait that makes us happier no matter how old we are. It's true whether you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, or even 80s or the 90s. So we can cover Stephen.
Yeah.
All of you have to do is learn to trust people more.
Oh.
They found if you're having a trusting attitude, makes us feel happier and more satisfied with life, and it gets easier and easier the more you do it. It's like a feedback loop. The study shows that trusting people make us happier, and being happy makes us want to trust people more. Or as they put it, trust and well-being mutually reinforce each other over time. They said it holds true across all age groups, but makes the biggest difference from kids, teens, and seniors. The type of trust does matter, though. Trusting the person you're closest to makes the biggest difference, followed by trusting humanity in general. Institutional trust is when you have trust in things like government, banks, and healthcare industry. They found that doesn't make a big difference. Good, because nobody trusts any of those things. You trust your government?
Not really.
No.
Certain individuals I certainly do. I refer to the what is written on every single piece of currency in my wallet, which says, "In God we trust."
Yeah.
But as long as there are Democrats and the corrupt media, building trust will be very challenging for any person who's got a developed brain, I would think.
All right. All right, we'll do this. Everybody be happy with it. I think we did that already. Did that. Hey, Post Malone just met Jelly Roll's mom.
Okay.
For the first time, and it was a sweet moment. I mean, what did they do? Talk about their
tattoos?
The kids. Well, Post case, his on and Jelly Roll's face tattoos, see which one's more comforting. I don't get people tattoo their face. I really don't.
I don't get it anywhere.
Jelly Roll's the type that just puts no restrictions on himself. He wants a face tattoo, he gets a face tattoo. He wants that pecan pie over there, the big one, he'll eat it. Not care.
Any conversation that involves Jelly Roll, generally, I would prefer to.
Well, name matches
to limit that.
His body, because he is one big Jelly Roll. Garth Brooks' daughter can't be made happy. Bobby Jones talked with Garth Brooks' youngest daughter, Eileen Colleen, recently, and she said she needs to make people aware of something at her live shows. Come on.
I'm just asking more so the industry to help me out, to not put me in that box to people that I'm not going to fit in that box. They're not going to like me in there. You know what I mean? I don't represent him at all. So it's just always been really tough when it's like Garth Brooks' daughter, Allie Colleen, doing this. Now all of a sudden everyone thinks Friends in Low Places is going to be in my set. And it's not.
Made your daddy famous.
So she doesn't appreciate her father's celebrity, which obviously has opened goodness knows how many doors for her. That's always nice, these ingrateful punks.
You know, all these singers.
Ingrates.
I've always said singers, they always want royalty payments.
Sure.
If their music's used. And I always compare it to and they want to get paid every time it's used. And I always compare it to artists who create a painting.
Mm-hmm.
And you hang it in your living room to enjoy. What's the difference? One's a song you enjoy, one's a painting you enjoy. But the artist doesn't get royalties. None.
That's true.
Well, there's something wrong with that picture, and I think that all people who own venues that allow a star to play there and build up his worth and reputation ought to get a piece of his action for the rest of his life, because it's that exposure at the early stages that gets them their jobs.
It's true.
And their record deals and everything else. Like I had Garth Brooks at our nightclub in Raleigh.
Really?
Yes, I did.
Did anybody know?
Back then, he was $3,500 a night.
Did anybody know who he was, or was he kind of
He
an
was just
unknown?
coming out of Nashville, and that's the thing. We recognized the talent. We put him up there. He did well. People loved him, but this was like a month before Friends in Low Places came out, and which is basically his song that put him on the chart. But the fact that I gave him a place to play and build his career, shouldn't I get a clip of that? After I paid him his $3,500. I think I should. If he's going to get a clip every time I spin that record,
yeah,
I want a clip.
It's an interesting theory. I think there's just basically sort of a collectivism, a socialism that drives the entertainment industry, and
I'm not in favor of all these royalties. I mean,
once that takes hold, it's hard to undo it.
If I buy the record and I pay you for it, I shouldn't have to pay you every time it spins around the turntable. And that's what they're trying to get to. They do a scientific way of figuring up royalties from radio stations, but still, should be, I buy it, it's mine. I can play it all I want. But no, the artist wants you to pay after 10 plays. They want you to start paying them more royalty. I don't get it. They're working on ways to put it in the program so that song shuts off until they get another clip from you.
That's interesting.
Well,
Big Brother, huh?
Forget that. Happy birthday to a man who literally counted off the career of the Beatles on their first album and is still rocking today, Sir Paul McCartney. How old do you think he is?
I'm going to put him at about 80.
83.
83.
Here's just a small sample the music he's given us throughout his career.
1, 2, 3. I saw her standing there. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. Was a day tripper, paperback writer. Hey Jude, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Get back to where you once belonged. Back in the USSR. It was 20 years ago today. Sergeant Pepper taught the band to play. Say, live and let die. For the band on the run. Maybe I'm a man. Maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something. Say it's your birthday. What's my birthday too,
Okay.
Wow, that is quite a body of work.
Yeah.
I actually recognized...
I never was a big Beatles fan. I liked the first two songs, and after that, I faded quick.
But it is a tribute to the how deeply ingrained that those lyrics and those songs are in our culture. That myself, being not a big music guy, I recognized every single one of those automatically. So
well, they got played to death on the radio. And back then, you didn't have CD players and portable music. You listened to the radio. And if they played it, you got to hear it. If they didn't play it, you didn't hear it, unless you went and bought the record. Some things you need to know today so you don't sound stupid. 16-time Nathan's hot dog eating contest winner, Joey Chestnut, has reportedly struck a deal with Major League Eating to return to the July 4th Nathan's hot dog eating competition after being banned last year.
Oh, great. What great news.
Kelsey Grammer's family is growing again. The Frasier star, 70, and he's only 70? And his wife, Katie Walsh, 46, are expecting their fourth baby together, his eighth child.
Wow.
Well, all I can say is he can afford them. You can afford them, have all you want. So when you have the child and expect a check from the taxpayer, that I have a real issue with. But it's not the baby's fault, so we got to support the baby. Well, not till we hang up that bastard that impregnated that girl and beat him to death and get every dime out of him every month.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Because they say it proudly. They'll say, how many baby daddies are you? In other words, how many babies do you have?
Yeah.
I got 17 baby mamas. That means 17 kids. And
not that he's keeping track or anything.
Yeah, he doesn't care. And he gets away with it. Bittersweet moment for fans of novelty music and radio history. Barry Dr. Demento Hansen, the iconic host of the Dr. Demento Show, announced his retirement at age 84, closing a 55-year chapter of broadcasting that began in 1970. R. Kelly was rushed to the hospital yesterday after a drug overdose. He claims that prison officials gave him a near-lethal dosage of drugs. So that's how they get you out of there. Televangelist Jimmy Swaggart has been hospitalized after suffering a heart attack. He's 90 years old. Oh, please forgive me. I had a prostitute in my hotel room.
You had to bring it up.
Study of nearly 400,000 home care recipients found that lonely older adults had an 18 to 23% lower risk of dying within a year compared to non-lonely peers. The latest stats show that 13.14 million attended 2,300 No Kings protests nationwide. So that's basically saying we got 13.414% of the population that just doesn't get it.
Well, or they're just mentally ill.
Yeah.
More likely. In fact, the pilot couldn't resist running a photo that includes one young lady brandishing a sign that has profanity on it.
Yeah.
It's just in Spanish, so I guess they think that makes it all right.
I guess. Yeah. A federal jury in Colorado has found MyPillow founder Mike Lindell guilty of defaming a former employee for a leading boating equipment company after the 2020 presidential election. He's been ordered to pay $2.3 million in damages. I guess the price of MyPillow just went up.
Totally bogus ruling there, by the way. But on a number of other counts, he was found not guilty. So it's kind of a mixed bag, and he's going to appeal the fine anyway. So as well, he should.
Grey's Anatomy star. You said what about the fine?
Lindell is going to appeal.
Oh, okay. Grey's Anatomy star Eric Dane has shared that his ALS diagnosis has left him experiencing paralysis in his right arm, and he's afraid he's only a couple of months away from losing the use of his. Couple of months away from losing use of his left arm. Scientists, well, I don't care about that one. One of the doctors who supplied Matthew Perry with ketamine in the Friends actor's final days in 2023 is set to plead guilty to multiple counts of distributing the anesthetic and could face up to 40 years in prison. Mm-hmm. Glenn Close and Billy Porter have been cast in the upcoming Hunger Games prequel movie, Sunrise on the Reaping, that will hit theaters in November of next year. A reminder that tomorrow is Juneteenth federal holiday. What a waste. Let's see. What are we going to waste money on this year? I know. Juneteenth.
Yeah.
What's to celebrate? I don't know.
It's a manufactured observance that does nothing more than I think create division in communities rather than unity.
Yeah.
And it came out of nowhere. I mean, most of my life, no one ever mentioned such a thing. But
legislators passed it because they didn't want to tick off anybody.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Nice job, guys.
So no mail or Wall Street. Banks are closed in some libraries.
Yeah, even the Wall Street Journal is not publishing tomorrow, which is just totally ridiculous.
Well, they've already got your subscription
legitimizing
money.
This thing. And I noticed there are some festivities planned locally, and one of the sponsors is one of our very well-known local banks, and I don't get that. But I won't say their name. But
Costco is working on standalone gas stations. The first one in California opening in the spring next year. The father of University of South Carolina quarterback Lenore Sellers says that his son was offered a 2-year, $8 million NIL offer from another school, which he declined. Well, yeah, this bit about paying, college kids to play football.
Mm-hmm.
That's just going to make it so the big checkbook wins the big tournaments.
It's going to spiral out of control, and it's going to do irreparable damage. And
I can see where it's gone to the extreme on the other end, where if a father comes to town and his son plays football, and you take him out to dinner, no problem with that. But they say there is a problem if you invite along his roommate and fellow college football player.
Yeah.
Then that's giving him money which he can't have, so he can't go on the dinner.
But why did the kid turn down the $8 million? Is he holding out for more money? Is that? I
don't know.
There's got to be a motive.
Maybe he didn't like the coach, didn't like the team or a situation,
I'm
or
guessing
the
that
losing record or whatever.
Yeah, I would guess that he's expecting higher, more lucrative offers to come from other schools. They're all becoming like their own little, self-agents, I guess you might say.
Disgraced New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez checked into prison yesterday to begin serving his 11-year sentence for a corrupt scheme that earned him the moniker Gold Bar Bob.
Yeah.
Well, where's Joe Biden's prison sentence? Man stole, and they got the paper trail showing that he and Hunter and James and the whole Biden clan stole money from taxpayers.
Well, there's a special rotisserie for him in a very, very warm.
It just isn't right, though, that these guys go to Washington and Joe Biden raked in $51 million that way. It shouldn't be. No. And his son given a pardon shouldn't be. Should serve every day of everything. Well, there weren't enough days left for him to serve what he owes society.
Well, there's a special sauna wing in hell waiting for Joe and family.
Well, it doesn't satisfy me now. Here I am struggling to work my butt off, and they're raking in $51 million over there. And plus they're giving out government contracts to their donors.
And compromising national security, because the money's coming from
that too,
from countries that are not necessarily our allies,
yeah.
most of all China.
Well, they go to these big donors and say,
China.
All right, I'm going to give you a big government contract. More than covered the donation, and you slip me some more under the table. Well, who's paying that? You and I are. We know it happened. We got proof it happened. So why are they walking free? Why do politicians go in, average Joe, average income, take Bernie Sanders, for example. First time he popped up there as a presidential candidate, he had to file the financial reports, and he had a net worth of $350,000, and that was in his house.
Well, my wife did very well with real estate.
Yeah. He got her a job as a dean of a college in bankrupt debt.
Yeah.
And
what a fairy tale.
Now he's a multi-millionaire, has 4 houses, and he's just ripping us off. And he's worried about the rich dude. Give me a break. So it goes for this Wednesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9, for a Thumping Thursday. Until then, support the advertisers you hear on WEEB, because they are the backbone of our economy here in Moore County. Your money will stay here, roll over, and create jobs for all of us. And if you want to know how you can be successful, well, you have to have an effective advertising plan. Ours is the most effective form of advertising there is, bar none. We'll prove it to you. Give us a call here at WEEB and find out. All right, that's it for me, the LeaderMan. I and the Nick and Colt the dogs will all see you at the dog park this afternoon at 2.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
So, what have we learned? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man.
Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst,
News
Aberdeen.
this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Iran's supreme leader has been hiding out since the start of the conflict with Israel, is rejecting President Trump's call for Iran's unconditional surrender. In making that demand, Mr. Trump adds, the U.S. knows where Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is hiding, but has no plans to kill him, at least not for now. Reportedly, nothing has been ruled out as the president meets with his national security team discussing the U.S. response. This is day 6 of the conflict as Israel and Iran continue trading missile fire. Defense Secretary Hegseth may face questions about the volatile Mideast when he returns to Capitol Hill today.
The questions may be dominated by the escalation of airstrikes between Iran and Israel that threaten a potentially devastating regional war. But he's still expected to face sharp questions about his tenure, his opposition to women in combat, and efforts to shift funding from troop housing to border security. The U.S. has shifted significant numbers of refueling tanker and fighter aircraft to be able to respond if needed to the Middle East conflict, such as possible evacuations or airstrikes. Hegseth said this week that was done to protect U.S. personnel and air bases. Bernie Bennett in Washington.
All those boarded up storefronts in parts of downtown Los Angeles. LA business owner Matthew Glazer says it's anything but welcoming for customers.
I think as long as that is kind of where we are as a status quo, like people aren't going to come back because they're going to drive down the street and think, either not open for business or not safe to, patronize these places.
Mayor Karen Bass has lifted the nighttime curfew in downtown Los Angeles. Violent weather overnight across the Great Plains. The destructive storms that pummeled parts of Kansas and Oklahoma are moving to the east, and the East Coast is bracing for unsettled weather later in the week, along with extreme heat and humidity. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 13 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
NCI News, I'm Mike Riley. Schools and non-essential businesses across Israel remain shuttered today as residents take to bomb shelters from the trading of missile barrages between Iran and Israel. Tamara Weiss is a resident of Ramat Shad.
I feel scared and overwhelmed, especially because I live in the densely populated area that Iran is seeming to target.
Some state lawmakers say if people are going to keep setting off aerial fireworks anyway, North Carolina might as well make them legal. But firefighter Don Johnson told a panel yesterday,
we would prefer that you show your patriotism by safely attending those professional fireworks displays that a lot of towns and counties put on.
House Bill 442 would ban shrimp trawling within a half mile of North Carolina's shore. Fisherman Caton Daniels tells WCTI he goes out nearly every day trying to bring in enough to support his family.
I've invested everything I have into this boat, and when it's gone, once they close it, it's useless.
The Federal Reserve is expected to hold its interest rate steady at a meeting today, maintaining the same cautious posture that it assumed throughout the first half of 2025. Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady.
They're dealing with a lot of conflicting economic data. They're trying to see the future. They're dealing with pressure. Economists saying, well, we don't want to lower interest rates and then have to turn around and increase interest rates in a couple of months.
Teachers from across Johnston County are voicing concerns over the district's recently approved cell phone policy, disallowing the use of cell phones for students and teachers during instructional time. Jennifer Medlin taught at the district for 18 years.
They're saying we can use them when we don't have kids in the room. For personal use, that's totally valid, but it is our proclamation that professional use of phones should be allowed.
You're listening to NCN News.
Have you ever considered a career as a public power line worker? Public power line workers use a variety of specialized skills to build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system. As a public power line worker, you can expect a career that allows you to work close to home, a safety record superior to other energy providers, and training and apprenticeship opportunities. Learn more about public power and careers in public power at electricities.com.
Every parent wants their child to grow up healthy and strong, especially if they have a special medical need. And when my son Maddox was born with a rare neurological disorder, private insurance wouldn't cover his care. But Medicaid stepped in, and now Maddox can go to school and have a future of his own. My name is Ashley, and I'm speaking up to protect NC Medicaid.
Learn more at ncchild.org/speakup. That's ncchild.org/speakup.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is proud to announce they are now a certified sport coating installer. If your tennis or pickleball court has cracks, fading lines, or slippery surfaces and has seen better days, let them refinish it with a new durable playing surface that will weather the test of time. With over 30 years of experience, call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for a free estimate at 910-673-1318. That's 910-673-1318.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services. Call 910-673-1318 for your free estimate.
Can we get rid of this Ayatollah t-shirt? Khomeini died years ago.
But Marge, it works on any Ayatollah. Ayatollah Nakbada, Ayatollah Zahedi. Even as we speak, Ayatollah Razmara and his cadre of fanatics are consolidating their power.
I don't care who's consolidating their power.
She doesn't care who's consolidating their power. Well, we should get back to the Simpsons and ask them what they think about, the possibility, at least, of President Trump dropping bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities. The topic of some discussion in our nation's capital overnight. You know, the scuttlebutt was everywhere that stay tuned last night. President Trump is going to drop bombs. B-2 bombers are going to fly out of White Man Air Force Base in Missouri, fly nonstop, refueling in flight repeatedly to drop some 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs onto Fordow and maybe Natanz, but Fordow for sure. These Iranian nuclear facilities. It did not happen yet. There is an aircraft carrier battle group in place. The USS Carl Vinson is the aircraft carrier, surrounded by a phalanx of United States naval ships capable of firing all kinds of missiles, cruise missiles, and all kinds of good stuff. And a lot of back and forth on this. Did you see the Tucker Carlson, I think it would be fair to say, versus Ted Cruz, Senator Ted Cruz? I like them both very much. They had a lively back and forth on the subject, and I will share that with you. And I have some thoughts myself when it comes to the U.S. entering the fray here in the war between Israel and Iran, having to do only with nuclear weapons in the hands of radical Islamic jihadis, the Ayatollahs, fueled and funded by Barack Hussein Obama and the Democrat Party. Lunch Bucket Joe Biden was allegedly vice president at the time, although he may not have known it. And I've got a lot to say about all that war, peace, mayhem, and I've actually been inside of a B-2 bomber and at Whiteman Air Force Base, and I've been up in refueling tankers, refueling airplanes, up in the air when B-2 bombers came up to refuel in flight, and I was down in the bay where beneath the plane, in the belly of the plane, where the men in charge of controlling the boom that refuels the B-2 bombers. I'll get into all that. And this morning I was marveling at a number of Democrat Party things because they provide me with way too much stuff, I've got to say. Lots and lots of crazy stuff. Like in Washington, D.C., where the radical left-wing Democrat mayor is now announcing, we're going to have an expanded juvenile curfew because of what they are referring to as youth violence. Youth violence. That's violence being perpetrated by their kids. You know, the problem is not our guns, it's their sons. And that is the problem. But the left-wing radical mayor in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, Democrat, Muriel Bowser, Bowser. She was one of the singers in Sha Na Na. She was the guy that rolled up the sleeves on the white T-shirt. I think that was her. Mayor Muriel Bowser is proposing an expansion of D.C.'s juvenile curfew to address youth violence during the summer months. You know, they much prefer violence in the spring and the fall and even the wintertime, but not the summer so much. So they might have to start restricting the violence just in the summertime, you know, and then maybe, raise your kids. Oh, sorry, too late for that. So announced her intention to submit an emergency legislation plan to the D.C. City Council filled with mental cases and most of them dwarves suffering from intellectual dwarfism, that would extend the current curfew to include all minors under the age of 18. That is to say, it would include 17-year-olds, but if you're 18 years old, the curfew doesn't apply to you. Everybody under 18, the curfew would apply to them because of all the shootings and the robberies and the theft and the smash and grabs, because Democrats raise criminals. And what was the ratio in Washington, D.C. on Election Day last time around? The Democrats voted 97% or something for Kamala Harris, and before that for Joe Biden, and before that for Mao Zedong, I think it was. So new legislation, all minors under the age of 18. The measure would apply from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., 7 days a week. No days off there. You don't get Tuesday night or Sunday night or anything like that. Through June, July, and August. Here she comes. It's a big curfew. And our mayor, she's out there talking about it, and she's a Democrat, so she knows what she's doing. She knows crime.
We have seen some concerning trends with how our young people are socializing, and those changes in behavior
shooting
also require us to change our posture.
Got to change our posture. And then she suddenly stood up straight. And then amazing. Now, I was marveling at this because in Los Angeles they have an idiot Democrat mayor too, but I'll get to that in a moment before we get to dropping bunker busters on Iranian nuclear facilities. But here's my mayor. I didn't vote for, of course, although I did vote for Marion Barry back when I had the opportunity. He was a lot more fun to vote for, I've got to say. I voted for him every chance I got. He set back statehood by decades all by himself. But he did smoke crack with Hunter Biden in Georgetown. So keep that in mind, because Democrats, they are. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
We know that young people want to be around one another. That's
they want to be
how
around.
Teenagers are.
That's how they are.
It's the nature of teenagers.
Not other
Some
people.
of them are breaking the law, however.
Have you noticed
others
that?
of them
I
are
noticed that.
doing menacing behaviors and activities around the city.
Yeah, because activities around the city. She's talking about, there are like 950 carjackings, I think, in the District of Columbia. Small city, only 700,000 people. Tehran, for example, 9.5 million people. Washington, D.C., about 700,000 people. Mayor Muriel Bowser.
MPD has been flexible and resourced enough to adjust their posture, often weekend by weekend, night by night. But we need and we will work together with our entire community to change the negative behaviors that we're seeing from some of our young people.
Negative behaviors. You're raising a passel of criminals who burn and loot and shoot. And did she say, what was the word that she used? Flexible? She wants to be flexible? Is that
MPD has been flexible.
Flexible. Is that like being black and flexible at the same time? Flexible? You've heard of Blexit. I've heard of Blexit, black people leaving the Democrat Party, exiting the Democrat Party. That's Blexit. So flexible must be black people being flexible.
MPD has been flexible.
I'm reminded of Simone Biles when I think about that. She's flexible, I think. Don't you think? So I heard that, and so now hopefully that will cut down on crime. I heard Virginia Attorney General, the great Jason Mayaras, being interviewed this morning on the WML radio in Washington, D.C., on my friend Larry O'Connor's excellent radio broadcast. And he's talking about how he has been able to reduce the number of homicides very, very significantly in the state by targeting high crime areas with law enforcement. Wow. Why didn't I think of that? And isn't that crazy? And reducing very dramatically the number of fatal drug overdoses in Virginia, the Commonwealth. And the Democrats, they're running a left-wing radical who will lead to, if he were to be elected by idiot Democrats, then the number of homicides would skyrocket under this radical left-wing Democrat, and the number of fatal drug overdoses would skyrocket, and then the Democrats would blame somebody else, and they'd be very angry about it, and they might have to burn down a Jew's house or something like that, because that's who the Democrats are. Now to Los Angeles, California, where the New York Times is very excited. Mayor Karen Bass, another radical left-wing Democrat racist who hates America, and elected by Democrats. Mayor Karen Bass lifts curfew in downtown L.A. It's only downtown. It's not where they live, not where all the rich Democrats live, just downtown L.A. They got a curfew there. And KTLA in Los Angeles, immigration protest curfew. That's what they're calling it there, an immigration protest curfew. Lifted in downtown Los Angeles. Now, I thought this was pretty funny yesterday because Mayor Karen Bass, they announced yesterday afternoon, was going to lift the downtown L.A. curfew that was put in place to quell protest violence. They say protest violence. And you know what? It worked. And she said, wait a minute, we put this curfew in place and the violence has plummeted. Let's get rid of that curfew because we need to restore the violence levels that existed previous to the curfew. Let's make sure that whatever we do leads to more violence, lots more violence. So that's what Democrat Karen Bass is doing there. She's an extremist. She was a member of the House of Representatives, and then she said, I think I'd rather be mayor of L.A. I can, think globally but wreck locally. And that's what the left is doing now, firebombing the world, starting with our country, and then they'll move on because they're the left. The LAist, Mayor Karen Bass, has lifted the curfew for downtown Los Angeles 7 days after it was imposed in response to the violence and vandalism that broke out after demonstrations to protest immigration enforcement sweeps. So law enforcement was enforcing the law, and the Democrat Party decided that mob violence, Visigoth style, was the appropriate response, and so they attacked violently. And they have elected officials attacking law enforcement all over the place. The move comes 1 day after Bass shortened the overnight curfew by 2 hours. That ought to do it. So that's good. And the curfew effect, well, officials said that the curfew was effective in curbing violence and vandalism. And that's why they had to get rid of it. So you say, you know what? Hey, wait, in 7 days, look at this, it's almost overnight. It's been effective curbing violence and vandalism. So the Democrat mayor said, let's get rid of that curfew. It works. We don't do anything that works, not in a positive way. It's been a challenge for bars and restaurants, this writing says, which have had to reduce hours because the curfew, you see. And Savannah Parsons, shift leader at Yaku's Kitchen, told LAist that moving forward, I'm sure we'll be opening till regular hours again. That's good. But what they discovered was that their curfew was very effective in curbing violence and vandalism. And so as soon as they discovered that, they had to put an end to the curfew in order to restore violence and vandalism to Los Angeles, because the Democrat Party is a violent party. And speaking of the violent Democrat Party, it was the Obama-Biden administration that fueled Iran's nuclear weapons program, allowing them under the JCPOS, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of WEEB, and the Democrats, they sat down with Iran and they said, oh, sure, you can spin centrifuges in secret underground facilities that are bomb-proof. You can enrich uranium to a level that is only necessary for the construction of nuclear weapons, which you have already promised to use against Israel and the Jewish people, which you've promised to wipe off the face of the earth from the river to the sea. But the Democrats chant from the river to the sea in the United States now, especially at Ivy League campuses, but not exclusively on Ivy League campuses. And the Democrats there, they should be wearing armbands and goose-stepping everywhere they go, given that they firebombed the Jewish Pennsylvania governor's mansion with the governor inside with his family during Passover, shortly after a Seder dinner. But never mind that. The Democrats, they're not the good guys. Oh, yeah, the Egyptian that Joe Biden and the Democrats waved into the country, and his expired visa was no problem with Joe Biden and the Democrats. And the Egyptian that attacked the Jewish march, the pro-Israel march in Boulder, Colorado, and he set fire to an 88-year-old Holocaust survivor. He did that in Colorado. The news media decided that wasn't a big story. He's due in court today. The Egyptian is due in court today. I assume the Democrats will be outside cheering him like they were yesterday with that murder lady in Massachusetts. like they are outside. When Luigi Mangione ever appears, they love murder, and they love murderers because they're the Democrat Party. Aren't they amazing? Hey, and wait a minute, this curfew worked. It reduced crime and vandalism, so let's get rid of the curfew. All right, now look, I've got a lot to say. President Trump and the stories that he may be on the precipice of entering militarily the war between Israel and Iran, and the rhetoric has dialed up, of course, from the troglodytes and some of President Trump's colorful rhetoric, too. I'm getting texts about this from people that don't normally pay attention to politics and all this Washington stuff, saying, hey, is President Trump really going to drop bombs on Iran and get into this militarily? Didn't he say he wouldn't get us entangled in far-off, never-ending wars? Well, I've got all that coming up, and some thoughts, some opinions, and some sound bites for you. We are at 888-630-9625.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Oh man, Big Wireless is pulling one over on us. It's time to switch to Consumer Cellular. I did, and I'm getting the same fast, reliable, nationwide Big Wireless coverage without the big wireless cost. But it's not just about saving money on my bill. It's about not getting used by the big carriers. Do you even know how much data you use every month? Most people that are 50 and over use less than 8 gigs of data a month. But Big Wireless wants to shove you into an unlimited plan because they need you to cover the costs of younger people who use a lot more data than you do. So yeah, if you're not using all that data, you're being used. I had had enough of that. I went with Consumer Cellular. Consumer Cellular set me up with a phone and a plan, and it was incredibly easy to switch. You call and speak to an actual person, and it only takes about 20 minutes. Just give them a call and make the switch today. Call 1-800-760-0702. That's 1-800-760-0702.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-4499. 800-848-4499. Again, that's 800-848-4499.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. no exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Are you a professional with a background in banking, or do you know someone who is? Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union is looking to hire experienced retail banking professionals for its branch in Southern Pines. We offer competitive salaries and comprehensive benefits, medical, dental, and vision insurance, and a 401k with company match and profit sharing, plus tuition reimbursement, advancement opportunities, and more. Join the Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union team and work in a positive and supportive atmosphere. Go to fortbraggfcu.org/careers to apply today.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Now, Ilhan Omar, I was playing some Ilhan Omar. She's a radical. She's pro-Iran and anti-American. She's an Islamist, and she's closer to being a terrorist than a patriotic American, which makes her perfect for the Democrat House of Representatives. They're breathtaking, these people. And today is Mailbag Day. Today is Mailbag Day here on the Chris Plant Show, which, you know what that means? It's Hump Day in the Clinton household. And Hillary Clinton wakes up once again face down in a pool of her own dried vomit on one of the many large, expensive linoleum kitchen floors she has in their large mansions, whichever multi-million-dollar mansion she wakes up in, face down in a pool of her own dried vomit with an empty 1-gallon cardboard box of cheap New Zealand Chardonnay next to her as the Secret Service shakes their heads, knuckles on their hips. Oh, so sad, what might have been, but never will be. Ha, 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 ha. Hillary Clinton. What a tragic story she is, isn't she? And Bill Clinton, he gets the house to himself because the Energizer might come over, whoever it is now. And the Secret Service knows it, wink and a nod. They're not there to narc him out. They're there to provide protection, you know. But never mind that. And that also means that here on the Chris Plant Show, what does that mean? Means it's Mailbag Day. Mailbag Day. That's right. And I've got, I just give you a little clue on the mailbag. Have you ever been to a Diddy freak-off? Have you ever been to a Diddy, you know, like P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, a freak-off? Ever been? So I just want to scratch the surface on the mailbag because that's one of the questions for today. And I have more right here in my hand because it's Mailbag Day. Mailbag Day. It's not Mailbag Day in Iran, though. It's very different in Iran. And President Trump and the Ayatollah, not the one of rock and rolla, but the other one, having a lively back and forth, a very expressive verbal back and forth. And where do you hear this back and forth, speaking of back and forth, between the great Senator Ted Cruz and the great Tucker Carlson, a back and forth, not on the same side of this. The idea of dropping big bombs on Iranian nuclear facilities, that is coming up.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Spend your afternoons with the Sean Hannity Show. Weekdays 3 to 6 here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. and heard around the world at talk973.com.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit, you'll find a great fit at First Bank.
Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center has updated their menu. Many of their salads, pizzas, and wings are still available, plus several new ones. Now their fresh pizza dough is made with authentic Italian flour from Naples, Italy, the birthplace of pizza. So experience genuine Italian flavor. Brick's is the fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the patio? So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center. Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza is open daily from 11 a.m.
Wilkinson Chevrolet GMC in Sanford has been selling and servicing GMCs in Moore, Lee, Chatham, and Harnett counties for over 70 years. Right now, take up to $8,500 off the new 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty truck, or you can finance the new 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty truck for as low as 3.9% and get up to $7,500 off. Offers like these don't last long, so hurry to Wilkinson Chevrolet GMC, just a short drive from anywhere in the Sandhills. This offer ends June 30th or while supplies last. To schedule your test drive, call 919-775-3421 or visit wilkinsoncars.com. We are professional grade.
Price plus tax, tag, and $4.99 admin fee. Not available with lease in some of their offers. Valid on stock number 25057. Must finance with GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Dealer installed accessories extra. See dealer for complete details.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Low price guarantee. Price match policy. We will not be undersold. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. Announcing, we now have a commercial sales division to help our commercial builders, realtors, property managers, and rental landlords. Ask my husband Joe for details. Please shop your local veteran-owned Appliances and More, featuring Care Aloha in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
right, so dropping bombs on Muslims, Iranians, terrorists, the type. And I've got a lot of that for you, and I want to start sharing because I always collect lots and lots of audio sound bites to share with you, and sometimes I don't get to them all. Michael's rolling his eyes at me because he spends a lot of time collecting these audio sound bites, and then I just start talking, and this goes. All right, let's get to, because these Iranians, let's start with this. They're radical Islamic terrorists, and that from the biggest leader in the country, the Ayatollah Khamenei. Pardon me, you get me on you? Anytime you pronounce the Khamenei, you should maybe put up a shield of some kind, a splash shield like you find at a salad bar, that kind of thing. I wonder if they invented the splash shield at a salad bar, given all the words in Farsi where you have to say khem, like, oh, pardon me. Look out for that. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. So we got that. And now, again, last night I was at Newsmax yesterday afternoon, and we were talking about Iran and what might happen. We were saying yesterday, well, tonight, the bombs could be dropping. And one of the things I said when we were discussing it was, I said, I'm not so sure. I think maybe this is President Trump and the art of the deal, the international art of the deal, or the art of the international deal, whichever you may prefer. And as this President Trump negotiating, he's trying to get Iran to come to the table. And now he's calling on Iran to surrender unconditionally, like Japan in 1945, And President Trump is a no-nonsense guy. He's not kidding. And when he says something, you should take it seriously and take him at his word. Now, at the same time, he might be rattling the saber a bit. And President Trump has his own social media platform called Truth. He wrote on Truth, and this actually was night before last now. He wrote, Iran should have signed the deal. He put the word deal in quotation marks. I told them to sign. Should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, now in all caps, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. Now, that is kind of, I saw that, and I've got to say I laughed when I saw that night before last. I said, well, Tehran is a city of 9.5 million people. If you include the surrounding population, densely populated area, we're talking about 14 million people. That's a lot of people, 14 million people. And the truth is, some people started evacuating. The highways were thick with cars with their headlights on in the dark. And say, oh, look, people are evacuating Tehran. Now, I don't think that we, the United States, are looking at dropping anything in the city of Tehran bomb-wise. Israel is, they've got selected targets in Tehran. President Trump also said that we, the United States, we know exactly where the supreme leader is. That's actually, interestingly, that's my title around the radio station here. And it's a supreme leader. The kind of a little dictatorial, but I like it. And the supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, pardon me again, and said, well, we know where he is, so we could drop a bomb on his kufi, on his turban, and he'd be gone. And Israel knows where he is, too. And Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, spoke to President Trump several days ago now, said, hey, we know where the Ayatollah is. Should we put the zap on him? And President Trump said, no, don't do that. I'm still trying to cut a deal with these clowns. And after we take out Fordow, this nuclear facility, which I am thinking, I don't want to say I'm concerned but I'm thinking that President Trump may have his eye on this Fordow nuclear facility built deep underground, and we have 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs that could be dropped from B-2 stealth bombers that would blow it up real good. I believe each of these B-2 stealth bombers can carry 2 of the giant 30,000-pound bombs, which I believe are made in Florida at an Air Force base there. but that's not important now. And the B-2 bombers would fly nonstop from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, where I have been, not for quite some time, to visit B-2 bombers and to climb into the cockpit of a B-2 bomber. The bomber I got into was the Spirit of Texas. The B-2 bomber is called the Spirit, that's its name. And we've got, I think we built 22 of them, and each of them has the name of a state on them because of politics, largely, and funding. But never mind that. And the B-2 bombers could leave, fly, refuel in flight. And again, I've been up in refueling tankers. I think it was a KC-135, which is a Boeing 707. As B-2, while airborne, B-2 bombers come up and you refuel the B-2 bombers in flight. And then they peel off as you fly along steadily in your KC-135. And that was a fun day at work, I've got to say. And down on the ground in the hangars, the climate-controlled hangars at Whiteman Air Force Base, up to a B-2 bomber, where there are signs around the B-2 bomber that say, deadly force authorized, no trespassing. And if you start running, you're a liberal, and you start running at the B-2 bomber, they'll shoot you and kill you, which, is a reasonable thing to do under the circumstances. But in any case, President Trump said, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame, waste of human life. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. That made me laugh. And then President Trump also tweeted, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He put supreme leader in quotation marks. He's an easy target, but is safe there where he is now because we know where he is. This is psychological warfare designed to freak him out. We're not going to take him out, and then in parentheses, kill with an exclamation mark. At least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I like that. It's like it's an announcement aboard your airplane, like you're on United Airlines. Thank you for your attention to this matter. TSA announcement. And the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. I got to say, yesterday I was driving in Washington, D.C. What time was it? About 5:30. And I was cut off by it was a motorcade, of course, which happens in Washington. But I believe that it was J.D. Vance that drove by in the motorcade. It's almost not quite a presidential motorcade, but it's pretty big. And I believe it was J.D. Vance drove by. I had to stop, and that's okay. And then the motorcade went by, and then I had to go through a red light because it's D.C. and now they'll mail me a ticket. They'll mail me a ticket for that. I got one of those 2 days ago for speeding by the Russian embassy again. I don't want to stay there. Too many Russians, too many communists. But in any case, J.D. Vance, whose motorcade I was stopped in traffic by yesterday, the perils of living in Washington. J.D. Vance tweeted, or on Truth Social, said, I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue, said J.D. Vance. First, POTUS, the President of the United States, has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues, he said, and that's a fact. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. And, of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglements after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy. Now, that's a shot taken at Republicans and Democrats, and fairly so, I've got to say. But J.D. Vance, people are, of course, right to be worried about foreign entanglements, and President Trump has been quite clear about not wanting to become involved in stupid foreign military entanglements that go on forever and ever. In fact, we've got a couple of sound bites. Where are those sound bites, Michael? They're in our soundbite list of sound bites, I think, aren't they, today? And President Trump has said a number of things. Then I want to get to Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz with their back and forth yesterday. But President Trump has been perfectly clear, I think, October 18th of 2020, This is he's running this is when Joe Biden won with communist Chinese interference with printing up tens of thousands of driver's licenses to get people to vote mail-in, using mail-in ballots. And then you may be aware that President Trump in 2020 won the in-person vote in all 50 states. And amazingly, Joe Biden won the mail-in ballot vote in all 50 states. That's kind of coincidental. But during that campaign, October 18th of 2020, President Trump, I thought, made himself pretty clear.
We will keep America out of endless, ridiculous foreign wars of places you've never even heard of. We will maintain America's unrivaled military might, and we will ensure peace through strength.
And then, that seems pretty clear, and the crowd loved it, and I think America loved it, and enough of all that stuff, especially with, the Arab world and the Islamic world. Iran is, of course, not the Arab world. It's Persia. They're not ethnic Arabs. And interesting stuff. Then President Trump, October of last year, when he is running for president for the third time, which doesn't happen every day, but October of last year, President Trump.
When I return to the White House, I will stop the wild and wasteful spending of this administration. I will end the endless wars. They never stop. Again, we had no wars. We had no new wars under your favorite president, President Trump. We had no new wars. They thought I was going to start a war. Let me tell you something. I'm going to stop World War III because we're closer to World War III than we've ever been since the end of World War II.
I'm going to stop World War III. Now that becomes, I had to say, from the Situation Room in the White House to the War Room. I like to call it the War Room, in the Pentagon, beneath the Pentagon, under the Pentagon, the Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting. I'd love to be in on these conversations because the question becomes, how do you stop World War III? By not bombing Iran's nuclear facility or by bombing Iran's nuclear facility? Which course of action is more likely to avert World War III, if you want to call it that? We're kind of in the middle of World War III and have been for 20-something years. And you might even say the Cold War was World War III, and then the Islamic War is World War IV, but that's not important now. President Trump this year in April, with the Italian prime minister, who's a ton of fun, Giorgia Meloni, the one who went and got Joe Biden when he wandered off talking to the paratrooper. And she's like, hey, come over here. There's an international meeting going on. See if you can join us.
I know the Iranian people. They're incredible people. Always have been very smart, very energetic, very successful people. And I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt anybody. I really don't. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's, pretty simple. It's really simple.
But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's simple. It's really simple. I agree with that. I think if Iran has nuclear weapons, very different than even North Korea having nuclear weapons. Radical Islamic jihadi terrorists that blow up any hostages. They're born of a crime in 1979. The religious fanaticism is a death cult, and a death cult with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles, including potentially intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, that would change the geometry of the world. The political and military geometry of the world would change overnight. I just snapped my fingers. It would change like that. All right, let's grab a phone call, Michael, before we get out. I'm going to take you to Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz with a back and forth that was not a happy back and forth on this subject. Let's go to Robert calling from South Carolina. Robert, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Love your show. Long-time listener. First-time caller, I believe. Hey, listen.
Thank you.
So Congress approved the Lend-Lease Act for Ukraine. Why can't we get them to approve that for Israel and just lend them a couple of B-2 bombers? Then we're out of it, right? What do you think?
It's a fun question, except B-2 bombers are a very specialized aircraft. They can't just land anywhere, and you need specific ground maintenance capability, and
Yep.
the pilots. It's a $2 billion airplane, so you don't want to just let any of your pals fly it around and drop bombs. A lot of specialized training. But I like
that, Chris.
I like your thinking, though, and if we could give them the 30,000-pound bunker busters, and if they could drop them from F-15s or something, then done deal. But you can't do that. I do like your Lend-Lease thinking, though.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate what you do.
Well, thank you, buddy. And listen, I know I understand what you're saying. That's a big conversation. I promise you at the Pentagon and at Whiteman Air Force Base, where these guys who would be flying the mission are thinking, well, Israel's doing a good job of bombing the important targets. Why don't we let them take this for us? And then the question becomes, can they? Are they in a position to do that? And again, I'm not in that lane anymore, but I'd have to ask a lot of questions. I don't think that we could train them up and say, take our $2 billion B-2 stealth bomber, and you're going to need 2 of them for this mission, and each of them dropping 2 bunker buster bombs, 30,000-pound bombs, the maximum yield from these conventional bombs. But there's a lot more to say about this. And listen, Robert, I appreciate your question fully. And I want you to listen to Senator Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson, the lively back and forth they had on this subject. And then I've got some ideas of my own.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-4499. 800-848-4499. Again, that's 800-848-4499.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Wilkinson Chevrolet GMC in Sanford has been selling and servicing GMCs in Moore, Lee, Chatham, and Harnett counties for over 70 years. Right now, take up to $8,500 off the new 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty truck Or you can finance the new 2025 GMC Sierra heavy-duty truck for as low as 3.9% and get up to $7,500 off. Offers like these don't last long, so hurry to Wilkinson Chevrolet GMC, just a short drive from anywhere in the Sandhills. This offer ends June 30th or while supplies last. To schedule your test drive, call 919-775-3421 or visit wilkinsoncars.com. We are professional grade.
Price plus tax tag and $4.99 admin fee. Not available with lease and some other offers. Valid on stock number 25057. Must finance with GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Dealer installed accessories extra. See dealer for complete details.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
Since 1997, family-owned Teeples Painting and Janitorial Service has been making businesses and fine homes here in the Sandhills look their best. From roof to carpet cleaning, interior or exterior painting, Teeples does it all. And with warm weather here, it's time to call Teeples and have them clean your windows and pressure wash your home's exterior to restore it to its original non-yellow color. So pick up the phone and call 910-255-0202 to schedule an appointment today. That's Teeples Painting and Janitorial Service, where one call does it all.
All right, I look forward to sharing with you the Tucker Carlson back and forth with Senator Ted Cruz. Two people deserving of respect, and back and forth on bomb Iran, as Senator John McCain once said long ago. In the meantime, in between time, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Fayed. Fayed calling from Tampa, Florida. Fayed, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Because I come originally from Egypt, when you say this guy, Muhammad from Egypt, he's the Egyptian terrorist, it's really not that way. He's not a terrorist because he's an Egyptian. He's a terrorist because he adopted to a culture, to an ideology that nobody knows when it will kick in. It doesn't matter if he's coming from Egypt, from Iran, from even born in the United States. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm nodding. I'm nodding in agreement with you.
Yeah. So this is the problem that the Americans or the whole West suffers from, is you keep hosting people, you don't know when they will turn against you. Themselves, even, they don't know when they will turn against you.
Well, that's true. That's true. Now, this guy, of course, problem. You're from Egypt, Fayed, so you know that the Muslim Brotherhood has been banned in Egypt. But this guy adopted the Muslim Brotherhood ethos, and that's where things went bad, right?
Exactly. He wants. He's a family guy. He has 5 children, a wife. He was working in Kuwait. That hard-working person. But then when the thing triggers into him, this is when the change happens.
Well, that may very well be. I'd say maybe his family should look at being...
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
This hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. What to do about Iran? That's a question facing President Trump. He's been meeting in recent days with his national security team, and from what we can tell, nothing has been ruled in or out. The BBC's Jay Kwan in Washington.
Mr. Trump and his advisors are reported to have discussed the possibility of striking Iran's nuclear sites. U.S. and Israeli media say Mr. Trump followed the meeting with a call to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, but it is not known what was discussed. Yesterday, in a flurry of social media posts, Mr. Trump demanded Iran's unconditional surrender. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, responded with a series of social media messages of his own last night, insisting his country would never compromise with Zionists.
Israel says overnight its fighter jets hit the key elements of Iran's nuclear and missile program, including a centrifuge production facility. How's the U.S. economy doing, and what about the president's job performance?
According to the Harvard Caps Harris poll, about 4 in 10 voters say the economy and the country are on the right track. While that's an improvement, slightly more than half of those surveyed say the U.S. is on the wrong track. 50%, though, say the U.S. economy is strong. President Trump's approval rating is largely steady, but he's underwater, with more Americans disapproving of how he's handling his job. Greg Clugston, the White House.
No change in interest rates expected as the Federal Reserve wraps up its latest policy meeting later today. Unemployment claims fell to 245,000 last week. Claims remain at historically low levels. Stocks are higher on Wall Street this morning. The Dow trading about 82 points higher. The Nasdaq is up 38, and the S&P better by 12 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. A $450 million round of aid for Helene recovery efforts will move forward soon. Senate Leader Phil Berger said on Tuesday, decoupling the relief bill from what he described as an impasse over state budget talks. The state Senate Health Care Committee considered a bill banning synthetic hemp products in the state and regulating the sale of Delta-9 products, including drinks and gummies. The bill's sponsor, Alamance County Senator Amy Gailey.
We want to make sure that what is being sold in our communities has no toxins, no synthetics, and keep these products out of the possession of minors.
Explosions were heard in Tehran early Wednesday as Israeli warplanes pounded Iran's capital overnight into Wednesday. This tourist ran to safety and talks about the situation.
Right now I'm very happy to be in Cyprus and get home safe to my family. In Israel it's very scary. We didn't sleep for nights on end. So we're all very exhausted, and this is a sigh of relief.
This week, over 30 residents from North Carolina's 3rd Congressional District came out to voice their concerns at a constituents' town hall host for Representative Greg Murphy. Murphy, who was invited, was not in attendance at the town hall, saying he had an existing commitment. Robin Torhoris is a Greenville resident and told WITN.
It's important in this very volatile time that we have some unity with our congressmen.
The search for a man reported missing in Holden Beach on Monday evening continued into Tuesday. According to Holden Beach police, 22-year-old Matthew Robert Bauer of High Point was swimming with 2 friends, his sister Sarah Moxley.
He was funny, the life of the party. Always had a good time. He was professional. He was in the business. He was a good brother.
You're listening to NCN News.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
It's okay not to be okay. Feelings of loneliness, anger, and worry are completely normal, and you're not alone. If you need help coping, call, text, or chat the free 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Someone is always there to talk, day or night. Together, we will find the care that works for you. Just call, text, or chat 988 anytime to talk to a trained counselor who will listen, provide support, and connect you to other resources that can help. Let's get through it together. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you one of the 6,000 people whose first Medicare Direct plan is ending December 31st? You should know two things. First, your plan is absolutely fine through the end of this year. Use it with confidence. Second, it's not too early to understand your options. Hi, this is Health Insurance Agent Phyllis Owens. I've helped people here with Medicare plans for over 20 years. We do it all, and we would love to help you. For a no-cost appointment, call our office at 910-494-5922.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
You've been answered questions about whether you are moving closer or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities. Where's your mindset on that?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question. Will you strike the Iranian nuclear component? And what time exactly, sir? Sir, would you strike it? Would you please inform us so we can be there and watch? I mean, you don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
President Trump moments ago on the South Lawn at the White House, surrounded by a phalanx of great American construction personnel who had just installed the new giant flagpoles where the giant American flags will fly. Something that Joe Biden never would have done and Barack Obama never would have done. And then, of course, he saw it as an opportunity to hold another press conference, which he does, if not every day, then practically every day. I think Joe Biden held about 3 press conferences in his entire failed presidency. President Trump, practically every day, he exhausts the news media by answering all of their questions and occasionally mocking them and making fun of them, as the president just did there, and rightly so. Hey, I think it's like a Saturday Night Live skit from long ago. Can you tell us when you're going to start bombing Iran and what your targets will be? What planes will you use? At what altitude will they be flying at? From what direction will they be entering Iranian airspace? Because we of CNN and the New York Times, we're acting as agents for the Ayatollahs. And remarkable things going on. Well, a very, very good Wednesday to you, and welcome back once again. We remain at 888-630-9625, and a lot of back and forth between. Well, it's all the talk, of course, in Washington and beyond. Will President Trump enter the fray, the war between Israel and Iran? It seems that Iran has. Well, they're taking shots at President Trump taking some shots back. Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has apparently, reportedly, talked to President Trump about dropping some gigantic buster bunker bombs on an Iranian nuclear facility known as Fordo. And it can be spelled a couple of different ways, F-O-R-D-O, like a Ford automobile with an O on the end, or F-O-R-D-O-W. The Jerusalem Post goes with F-O-R-D-O-W, and the Associated Press with F-O-R-D-O. So your guess is as good as mine. But this is a Democrat, a Democrat-allowed nuclear facility deep underground, several hundred feet underground, with rock formations between the surface and the underground nuclear facility. If you saw the Tom Cruise movie, Top Gun Maverick, it was about taking out basically this facility. The filmmakers obviously got a briefing on Iran's underground nuclear facilities and on the fact that they still fly F-14 Tomcats all these decades later, too. both elements in that movie Top Fun, which again, my best girl and I saw at the IMAX theater at the Udvar Hazy Air and Space Museum Annex at the Dulles International Airport. And what great flying scenes, what incredible flying scenes, especially for IMAX. Wonderful stuff. F-18 jets, wonderful, wonderful. But that's not important now. That's just a motion picture. The people out of this story is interestingly out of Bangkok for the Associated Press. What to know about bunker buster bombs and Iran's Fordo nuclear facility. And I say if the U.S. decides to support Israel more directly in its attack on Iran, one option for Washington would be to provide the bunker buster bombs believed necessary to significantly damage the Fordo nuclear fuel enrichment plant, built deeply into a mountain, and with the permission of Barack Hussein Obama and John Boltneck Kerry, because they're not on our side, and the deal called the Joint Comprehensive Peace of Beep, the JCPOS. Such a bomb would have to be dropped from an American aircraft, which would have wide-ranging ramifications, including jeopardizing any chance of Iran engaging in Trump's desired talks, right, on its nuclear program. Israeli officials have also suggested that there are other options for it to attack Fordo in central Iran as it seeks to destroy the country's nuclear capabilities that were allowed by Barack Hussein Obama and John Boltneck Kerry under the JCPOS. But aside from a commando attack on the ground or a nuclear strike, and neither one of those seems to be in the cards, I would say, the bunker buster bomb seems the most likely option. Now, the bunker buster is a broad term used to describe bombs that are designed to penetrate deep below the surface before exploding. You know, we have extraordinary capabilities when it comes to the bombs that we're able to make, and maybe we'll get into that a bit. But the Associated Press saying in this case, with the bunker buster for Fordo, it refers to the latest GBU-57AB. Now, GBU is a guided bomb unit, and we have GBU-27, GBU-29, and GBU-31, 2,000-pound bombs. But the GBU, guided bomb unit 57, is a massive ordnance. Penetrator bomb. It's designed to hit rock and whatever you want it to be designed to hit. Listen to this. It is a 30,000-pound precision-guided munition designed to attack deeply buried and hardened bunkers and tunnels, according to the U.S. Air Force. And I promise you that these 30,000-pound versions were designed specifically for these Iranian facilities. I can assure you that is the case. And again, we have 2,000-pound bombs that are penetrators, and GBUs, and 1,000-pound bombs that are penetrators. And sometimes you hit one, and then you got a second immediate follow-on, or a delay and a second follow-on, depending on the targets. And we make bombs. For example, if the Iranians had a building and it was 12 stories high with steel reinforced concrete, and in the basement the Ayatollah had his bunker, and we decided we wanted to kill the Ayatollah, we could drop a bomb from 40,000 feet, a guided bomb unit, GPS guided, that would go in and hit the air conditioner on the roof of that 12-story building. And it starts punching through the floors of that building, and it would count the number of floors that it's punching through, 12, 11, 10, 9, and it would count until it got to the basement, and then it would explode. That's how advanced our munitions are. They're very, very fancy, clever, smart bombs. And we make them at an Air Force base in Florida as a rule, and they're quite cool. But in any case, the 30,000-pound precision-guided bomb designed to attack deeply buried, hardened bunkers and tunnels according to the U.S. Air Force. It's believed to be able to penetrate about 200 feet below the surface before exploding. And the bombs can be dropped one after another, effectively drilling deeper and deeper with each successive blast. And a B-2 stealth bomber can carry 2 of these. I'm a little out of the action these days, but that can carry 2 of these. And if you have 2 B-2 bombers, one in front of the other, not side by side, but coming in one after another, give the first explosions a chance to settle a little bit before you hit it a second time. The bomb carries a conventional warhead, but the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, confirmed that Iran is producing highly enriched uranium, used to be high enriched uranium, at Fordo, raising the possibility that nuclear material could be released into the air, if GBU 57 were to be used to hit the facility. However, Israeli airstrikes at another Iranian nuclear site, Natanz, a well-known, probably a more well-known site, on a centrifuge site where they're enriching uranium that Barack Obama said they could continue to do, knowing that they would use them to build nuclear weapons to bomb the Jews and America. The Democrats under Barack Obama said that would be okay. It should not have been okay. It was the worst nuclear deal in the history of the world, and that's because Barack Obama is not on our side and never has been. So they hit the site at Natanz on a centrifuge site that caused contamination only at the site itself, not the surrounding area, the IAEA has said. But this is an extraordinary situation that we have in front of us. Now, Fordo is Iran's second nuclear enrichment facility after Natanz, both allowed by Barack Obama and Bolton Kerry as they continued to advance their ballistic missile program so they could kill everybody with nuclear weapons. And the Democrats shrugged and said, yeah, that's okay. We'll pretend it's a victory for us. We'll lie, and then the New York Times will lie with us, and CNN will lie for us. So Fordo, the second enrichment facility after Natanz, its main facility at Natanz, it's already been targeted by Israeli airstrikes. The IAEA said on Tuesday, that's yesterday, it believes that the strikes have had direct impacts on the facility's underground centrifuge halls. Why do they have centrifuge halls? Are they very interested in nuclear medicine? Is that what's going on here? You bunch of idiot Democrats. Fordo, the facility, is smaller than Natanz. It's built into the side of a mountain, like in the Top Gun movie, near the city of Qom. Qom, that's Qom, Qom, about 60 miles southwest of Tehran. I said Tehran and clear my throat at the same time. Construction is believed to have been started around 2006. That's 19 years ago, maybe 20 years ago if it's 2005. Became operational in 2009, the same year that Tehran publicly acknowledged its existence. In addition to being estimated to be 260 feet under rock and soil, the site is also reportedly protected by Iranian and Russian surface-to-air missile systems. Those air defenses, however, likely have already been struck by the Israeli campaign. President Trump has said that we now own Iranian airspace. We just own the airspace, and that they cannot defend themselves anymore. President Trump has said, and the Israelis have as good as said, that we know exactly where the Ayatollah is, and we could put the zap on him anytime. Now, President Trump was asked a short time ago at the White House, are you going to negotiate with Iran? And President Trump said, it's very late for negotiations from Iran. Said there's a big difference between now and a week. Oh, you're looking at me because I can tell.
Have the Iranians reached out to you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I said it's very late. You know? I said it's very late to be talking.
Mr. President,
we may meet. It's I don't know. There's a big difference between now and a week ago, right? Big difference.
big difference between now and a week ago, and that's true because of the bombing, the war between Israel and Iran. And President Trump, again, holding his daily press conference. He's held more press conferences in single weeks than Joe Biden held for his entire presidency.
They even suggested they come to the White House. It's a big difference. But they've suggested that they come to the White House.
And then blow up.
That's, courageous, but, it's like not easy for them to do. But they suggest, because I can't go now because of what's going on.
Can't go now because what's going on with the war and everything. There's a lot more, and then I look forward to getting to the Senator Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson exchange on this as well. From handcrafted steaks to family grilling favorites, Omaha Steaks, 5-generation family business, delivers the world's best steak experience for all your 4th of July grilling plans. And right now, during their 4th of July sale, you can save 50%, the entire website at omahasteaks.com. Plus, because we hang out together, you get an extra $45 off with the promo code PLANT at checkout. That's my last name. Growing up in Chicago, I used to look at my neighbors getting their Omaha Steaks delivered, and I said, man, I wish we had Omaha. I never got them done. But now I get Omaha Steaks delivered to my house, and man, we love them. We love the whole package. We were eating last night Omaha Steak stuff. There is nothing quite like the all-American feeling of the 4th of July and the cookout that comes with it. The fan favorite filet mignon has earned the coveted distinction of USDA certified tender, and their all-new smash burgers are just built for your grill. Delicious. They also carry mouth-watering chicken and pork and seafood and delectable desserts and all kinds of great stuff. Get fired up for the 4th of July with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com for 50% off the entire website. Their 4th of July sale, plus another $45 off at checkout with the promo code PLANT, because we are friends. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com, an extra $45 off with the promo code PLANT at checkout. Check out the website for details. There it is. All right, a lot coming up on this topic because it's kind of a big deal. War, Iran, nuclear weapons. Coming up.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
This country was, of course, built on hard work. Whether you're standing long hours, running errands all day, or just doing your part to keep the world turning, you shouldn't have to deal with fatigue. That's where G-Defy shoes come in. Built with patented VersaShock technology, the FTC has authorized G-Defy to tell you that these shoes help to relieve minor occasional pain associated with walking, running, and prolonged standing. G-Defy shoes help to absorb harmful shock, align your body, improve your biomechanics, and return energy to every step. My best girl and I love our G-Defy shoes. They make your arches feel good. Get 30% off your order of $120 or more right now by texting Chris to 91888. Or by heading to gdefy.com and using the code Chris. That's texting Chris to 91888. And with G-Defy's 60-day risk-free trial, you've got nothing to lose. Message and data rates apply.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt?
Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-848-4499. 800-848-4499. Again, that's 800-848-4499.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is proud to announce they are now a certified sport coating installer. If your tennis or pickleball court has cracks, fading lines, or slippery surfaces and has seen better days, let them refinish it with a new durable playing surface that will weather the test of time. With over 30 years of experience, call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for a free estimate at 910-673-1318. That's 910-673-1318.
Mold, mildew, and grime creeps in slowly, taking over and staining your home's exterior. Don't blast it with high pressure and create more damage. Soft wash it with More Clean Pro Wash. We use eco-friendly solutions in low pressure to gently clean your roof, siding, driveway, and more without damage, restoring your home to its former glory. Care you can trust. Contact More Clean Pro Wash for a free estimate at 910-725-9566 or visit morecleanprowash.com for details.
At Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst, our family-owned dealership has been proudly serving yours for over 50 years. We're not just another dealership, we're your neighbors, dedicated to finding you the perfect vehicle at the perfect price, and we never charge a dock fee. Right now, get $6,500 in total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. That's right, get $6,500 total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. Plus, all active duty, retired, and military veterans can take up to an additional $500 off most Chevrolet models. Hurry, these offers end June 30th or while supplies last. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, find Clark Chevrolet Cadillac at 35 Dundee Road in Pinehurst or visit clarkchevroletcadillac.com. Together, let's drive. Price plus tax and tag not available with lease and some other offers. Must trade a 2011 or newer vehicle. Must present military appreciation authorization number. See dealer for complete details.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Another big disappointment for the Democratic Party, who love child genital mutilation, because the United States Supreme Court, in a 6-3 ruling, that is to say 3 left-wing radical judges all voted that you should be able to genitally mutilate children for sexual purposes, because the Democrat Party is very unwell, very, very unwell. But the 6-3, and Michael appears here, 6-3 ruling, but it's not the predictable 6-3 ruling, right? No, it is. It's the predictable 6-3 ruling. And the 6 justices of the United States Supreme Court, they all ruled together against the objection, over the objection of 3 left-wing lunatics. And I still think Ketanji Brown Jackson, who doesn't know what a woman is, that she should have to recuse herself in cases involving gender, since she doesn't know what gender is, right? Isn't that true? Doesn't that seem fair? But kind of big deal, breaking news, a major defeat for trans rights, the Huffington Post writes. The Supreme Court upheld Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for minors. It's just minors again. It's just for children. They're not coal miners. They're underage. And the Democrats All three Democrat nominees, they all had meat cleavers in their hands.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Sometimes you just want to say,
am I a really good DJ?
You're not normally this interesting. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment.
We're Talk 97.3 FM and 990 AM WEEB and heard around the world at talk973.com.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply. With easy access levers for simple adjustments, this space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
Temple Theater continues to celebrate its 100-year history of bringing performing arts and culture to Central North Carolina. Season tickets for the 2025-2026 main stage season are on sale now, with an incredible lineup including Grease, the Addams Family Musical, A Christmas Carol, Side by Side by Sondheim, Parton Me, a Dolly Parton tribute, and a new North Carolina-based musical, Bright Star. The 2025-2026 main stage season promises to be a year filled with timeless classics. Get your season tickets at templeshows.org.
Romans 10:17 tells us, "So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God." Join the Calvary Memorial Church service right here on WEEB at 11 a.m. every Sunday morning and hear the word of God preached.
This is Steve Woodward, and I'm teeing off. Artificial intelligence is everywhere. Now there is evidence that it can occupy our thoughts and influence our emotions. Citing a New York Times report, journalist Alex Berenson writes that AI engines like ChatGPT have linguistic abilities that exploit vulnerable people in ways we are only beginning to discover. AI enabling laziness certainly is a concern, but it's trivial compared to individuals harboring fears or apprehensions suddenly veering off aboard emotional roller coasters. Berenson identifies a woman, Allison, 28, who began using ChatGPT last March. By late April, he writes, she was convinced it held the secrets to the universe. Allison's husband scoffed when she said she was capable of interdimensional communication. Allison filed for divorce. Intended or not, AI engines are talented storytellers. They're especially good at telling users what they want to hear. Eliezer Yudkowsky, an author who warns of coming superhuman AI, tells The Times that creators of AI engines do not fully understand why they behave as they do. What does a human slowly going insane look like to a corporation? Mr. Yudkowsky asks. It looks like an additional monthly user. I'm Steve Woodward, intelligently teed off.
Thinking about updating your kitchen? Now is a great time to do just that with KitchenAid appliances from Keys Appliance Center. Now through June 30th, customize your collection of KitchenAid major appliances and receive up to $3,000 in rebates via prepaid MasterCard. So head on over to the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center and visit with any sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible KitchenAid models. Keys Appliance Center, located in downtown Aberdeen.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under water. 910-944-3140.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
nationalparks.org/foundation.
Provide a definition for the word woman.
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
Yes, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Democrat nominee to the United States Supreme Court, should be required to recuse herself from any business before the Supreme Court having to do with gender, since she does not recognize the biological realities of gender, the science of gender, but never mind that. She did not recuse herself. And Elena Kagan, a little left-wing cartoon character, and Sonia Sotomayor, who is the spitting image of Jake LaMotta late in his career. If you look at their photos side by side, it could confuse facial recognition programming. And then Ketanji Brown Jackson, who we're just listening to there. Joe Biden's pick. Doesn't know what a woman is, should be required to recuse herself. Can I call her her? Can I call Ketanji Brown Jackson her and she? I don't know what her pronouns are. Also, did you see that yesterday she got a $2 million advance for a book that she has not written, because it's good to be a Democrat, and the New York publishing houses run by Democrats say, well, let's give her $2 million. No, not $2 billion, only $2 million, but $2 million as an advance for a book that she has not written yet. It is good to be a Democrat, isn't it? Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan, left-wing radical extremists. I wonder if the other two know what a woman is. But the story is a big one, a 6-3 verdict by the Supreme Court, a 6-3 decision by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court on Wednesday upheld Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors, only for children. These are people that we call children. You're not old enough to rent a car. You're not old enough in some states to go to a tanning salon until you're 18 years old. Most places, I believe, you're not allowed to get a tattoo until you're 18 years old, but the Democrats want to harvest your genitals and put them in a mayonnaise jar and leave them on Funk and Wagnall's front porch starting at noon today. The Democrats, the justices' 6-3 decision in a case from Tennessee effectively, protects from legal challenges many efforts by President Donald Trump's Republican administration and state governments to roll back protections for transgender people. No, only 18, if you're 18 years old, you can chop off your genitals all you want. You can throw it into a bonfire in the middle of a Tesla fire in an intersection in Los Angeles, as Democrats are so fond of doing. But listen to this. Another 26 states, in addition to Tennessee, also have laws similar to the one on the books in Tennessee. And the Democrats are going around challenging. They'll challenge in every state because they've got child sexual obsessions. And they're demented child genital mutilation obsessions, because the Democrat Party has a lot of sexual issues and gender issues, particularly having to do with children. And first graders and kindergartners getting transgender. What do they teach them? Twerking for kindergarten. Transgender guys pretending to be women, twerking for kindergarten and first grade, because the Democrats want to get them early. You know what their favorite college is? Brigham Young. Brigham Young? Yeah, Brigham Young. That was they got that from Michael Jackson, I think, and Neverland. They got the Brigham Young thing. So the decision comes amid a range of other federal and state efforts to regulate the lives of transgender people. No. including which sports competitions they can join. Boy, this is an incredibly corrupt media story here. This person should be fired. It's the Associated Press, Mark Sherman of the Associated Press. He's leaving a lot of words out that would appropriately be included if he were a legitimate journalist. But he's not. He's a left-wing. He might be a transgender. He might be a gender mutilator. Just amazing, these people. Yeah, so here's these outrageous rules. The lives, it's not to regulate the lives of transgender people. Just children who are not allowed to make all kinds of decisions for themselves until they're 18. But the Democrats, they show up with meat cleavers and vacuum cleaners. Why vacuum cleaners? That's kind of weird, don't you think? So to regulate the lives of transgender people, including which sport competitions they can join. You mean whether they can cheat like East Germans during the Cold War at the Olympics. You people are demented. And which bathrooms they can use. They always minimize it by saying bathrooms, but really it's about locker rooms and shower rooms for your 13-year-old daughter. And they want men to go in there. So, hey, who brought the towel rack? Well, that's not a towel rack. Oh, get me out of here. Unbelievable. These people, which bathrooms they can use. In April, President Donald Trump's administration sued Maine for not complying with the government's push to ban transgender athletes in girls' sports. That's Title IX stuff going back decades, generations. And you guys are demented, can I just say? The Republican president also has sought to block federal spending on gender-affirming medical care for those under the age of 19. And when you're 18, maybe you should have a little time to think about it, because it's your genitals, it's your life, it's your future, it's your family tree. Go ahead and climb your family tree and stay there for a while. Instead, promoting talk therapy only to treat young transgender people. You mean they might need to have a little talking to before you start filling them with steroids and chopping their genitals off? What do you think? But the Democrats are so demented. In addition, the Supreme Court has allowed him, meaning Trump, to kick transgender service members out of the military. Well, they're not going to be deployable if they're in the midst of their... and also, the Democrats say, join the military and we'll pay for all of your mental illnesses and all the treatments and your genital mutilation. We'll pay, the taxpayers will pay for all of that, because the Democrat Party wants the U.S. military to be part of a musical theater troupe. You know? One singular sensation every time I cut myself. The just amazing stuff. The Democrat Party. That's how one way to hollow out the military, to gut the military, to make the military ineffective. So the Supreme Court said, yeah, you can kick trannies out of the military because and it's not why we have a military. Even as the court battles continue, says the Associated Press. The president also signed another order to define the sexes as only male and female. Oh, my God. You mean like science? You mean like biology? You mean what every culture has known since dirt was new? Since long before the Romans built an aqueduct? Everybody's known this, and everybody knows it today. But this insane death cult that is the Democrat Party, just amazing. So you can't get a tattoo because you're not old enough. You can't rent a car because you're not old enough. You can't go to a tanning salon because you're not at the age of majority where you can make smart decisions for yourself. But when Democrats come along and grab you by the genitals and drag you into the girls' room when you're a boy and they bring a little, is it a chainsaw or just like a trimmer? What kind of a tool do they use? Amazing stuff. That is, And they're very angry at the Associated Press. So 6-3 ruling on the side of science, on the side of biology, on the side of culture, on the side of civilization, and the Democrats are furious about it. There may be fires burning today. You know, I think the first Democrat to self-immolate was the guy that self-immolated at the Supreme Court on Earth Day, 3 years ago now? And he burned himself to death because he didn't like the idea that people were putting smoke into the air. Huh? Yeah, I know. Yeah. They're not smart. They're crazy. And they're in charge of the Democrat Party and a lot of states in the United States of America. Isn't that amazing? All right, now back to the biggest news of the day, which is bomb Iran or not. Little Beach Boys, little John McCain, Brian Wilson, and the two dead people. We got John McCain and Brian Wilson, the Beach Boys, bomb Iran.
That old Beach Boys song, Bomb Iran. Bomb. Anyway.
All right, now let me get back to President Trump on the south lawn of the White House just a short time ago on the question of Iran and whether the United States of America will engage in military aggression against Iran, and in particular their underground nuclear facility that Barack Obama allowed them to maintain at a place called Fordow.
They had bad intentions. For 40 years they've been saying death to America, death to Israel, death to anybody else that they didn't like.
That's true.
They were bullies. They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens. Look, nothing's finished until it's finished. War is very complex. A lot of bad things can happen. A lot of turns are made. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that we won anything yet. I would say that we sure as hell made a lot of progress.
Sure as hell made a lot of progress. President Trump at the White House just minutes ago, really, and of course, after talking about the new flagpoles, giant flagpoles for the giant American flags and the front and the back of the White House, the north lawn and the south lawn of the White House. Then the questions naturally turned to the rumors that were flying all over Washington yesterday that President Trump was going to bomb the Fordow nuclear facility in Iran last night after it got dark, of course, and it did not happen. But the Israelis will tell you that this entire mission of theirs, it will not be a success if Fordow is not taken out, and that Israel will have a lot of trouble for, mechanical reasons. They don't have the bombs with the weight to punch through 300 feet of rock and dirt to get to the underground. Gee, why would, if they're just interested in medical research, why would they build it 300 feet underground? As the Democrats have been lying to us and telling us, President Trump.
Is there anybody here that said it would be okay to have a hostile, very, zealots really, but to have a hostile country have a nuclear weapon that could destroy 25 miles, but much more than that, could destroy other nations just by the breeze blowing the dust? That dust blows to other nations and they get decimated. This is just not a threat you can have. And we've been threatened by Iran for many years.
That's true from the very beginning. Well, of this regime, 1979, when the Ayatollahs took over and the Shah of Iran was abandoned by Jimmy Carter and the United States of America, which led to this era, which is still ongoing because of Democrat Party Jimmy Carter weakness and not being, strong. It's a peace through strength, war and mayhem through weakness. The Democrats are war and mayhem through weakness. All right, now I want to get to let's go to Tucker Carlson and to Senator Ted Cruz, because this is a big deal. It's soundbite number one. Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz on the question, should Tucker Carlson said, no, we should just let Iran build a nuclear arsenal. It's no business of ours. We'll contain them like we've contained the Soviet Union and China and North Korea. Why would we bomb them and not the rest? And Senator Ted Cruz is like, well, you can't allow radical Islamic jihadi terrorists to have a nuclear arsenal with ever-increasing, ballistic missiles with ever-increasing range.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah. How could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, I looked it up last night.
Because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, this is cute.
It's not even... You don't know anything about Iran, so
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
This is just beginning, and it gets more like that from here. And I want to share this with you in its entirety. This back and forth, which is pretty good stuff. And I've got to say, Tucker Carlson has valid points that he just made there. I'm a big fan of Senator Ted Cruz, very smart man. But I got to say, our Congress, and if we're going to go into a war with Iran, we should have a talk. You know that the big wireless companies, you know who they are, they're pulling one over on all of us. I tell you, it's time to switch to consumer cellular. I switched to consumer cellular. I'm getting the same fast, reliable, nationwide, big wireless coverage, but without the big wireless money, the costs. It's not just about saving money on my bill. It's also about not being used by these giant megacorps, the cell phone companies. Do you even know how much data you use every month? Because most people over the age of 50, for example, use less than 8 gigs of data in a month, but these big wireless companies, they shove you into an unlimited plan, very expensive, because they need you to cover the cost of 20-year-olds that are using data 24 hours a day, even though you're not. Consumer Cellular set me up with a service and an incredibly beautiful phone with a great camera. To listen, it's so easy to switch. All you have to do is speak to an actual person on the phone, based right here in the United States of America, not a bot in some space platform. Real human beings who are incredibly helpful. It only takes about 20 minutes to make the switch. So give them a call and make the switch today. You'll save a lot of money. Be happy you did. Call 1-800-760-0702. That's 1-800-760-0702. Yeah, all right, so I've got more on that coming up. It's kind of a big deal, I've got to say. Senator Cruz, Tucker Carlson, coming up.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
At Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst, our family-owned dealership has been proudly serving yours for over 50 years. We're not just another dealership, we're your neighbors, dedicated to finding you the perfect vehicle at the perfect price, and we never charge a dock fee. Right now, get $6,500 in total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. That's right, get $6,500 total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. Plus, all active duty, retired, and military veterans can take up to an additional $500 off most Chevrolet models. Hurry, these offers end June 30th or while supplies last. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, find Clark Chevrolet Cadillac at 35 Dundee Road in Pinehurst or visit clarkchevroletcadillac.com. Together, let's drive. Price plus tax and tag not available with lease and some of their offers. Must trade a 2011 or newer vehicle. Must present military appreciation authorization number. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
With me now is retired Air Force Colonel Andy Orander. Of course, Andy, you've had some recent pain. Tell us about that as well as what you decided to do about it.
Yeah, I had some issues with my L5 and S1 joint. Walking around like Walter Brennan, a lot of pain. And I went to a chiropractor. It was Dr. Wright at Pinecone, and she did this thing called Pressure Wave, and I highly recommend that to everybody.
Was it easier than you thought, or was it a painful experience?
It was non-painful, non-invasive. It's something I never really knew about.
And did it work, and would you gladly recommend it?
Absolutely, 100% it worked. I'd never heard of it before, and I recommend it to everybody I meet who have any kind of pain, arthritis.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com. This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 and East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
Now, the Democrat Party has turned the state of Minnesota into a loony bin, as you know, and one of their loons is Ilhan Omar, who escaped from Somalia as an 8-year-old. And she hates America and loves the Ayatollahs, and she'd be in favor of dropping nuclear weapons on the United States. She's not with us. She's out there attacking Donald Trump and America while this war is going on between Israel and Iran.
We have a president who has deployed the military who are trained to kill our enemies, not Americans, but our enemies.
The National Guard.
In our streets. It's the same week that we are going to have a military parade. Can you imagine that image that is going to be coming out of our country? I mean, I grew up in a dictatorship.
No, you didn't.
And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that.
Yeah, you left Somalia when you were 8 years old, and your communist, socialist, militaristic father was part of the bad guy group there. Don't lecture me. There ought to be black scorpions crawling over your sun-bleached bones in the windswept sands of Somalia.
To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets without any regard for people's constitutional rights.
Stop rioting.
While our president spending millions of dollars propping himself up like a failed dictator with a military parade, it is really shocking.
You're a moron. She should be kicked out of Congress today. She should literally be expelled from Congress. No, it was the 250th birthday of the United States Army, the greatest army in the history of the world that has liberated and freed hundreds of millions of people around the world. You're welcome, including you and your despicable family, which should have black scorpions crawling over your sun-bleached bones.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The U.S. military has been beefing up its defenses in the Mideast as President Trump decides how to deal with Iran. White House correspondent Greg Clugston says the president has been consulting with his national security team.
U.S. officials say the Air Force is moving refueling tankers to the region to defend American military bases and personnel. If needed, the tankers would support any major air operation, whether it would be for evacuations or a potential strike by U.S. fighter jets.
Iran, which continues to trade blows with Israel, remains defiant, warning the U.S. against any military involvement.
A spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry has issued a warning that an American intervention in the ongoing Israeli strikes targeting his country would spark an all-out war. Esmail Baghaei made the comments in an interview live on Al Jazeera English.
Correspondent Charles de Ledesma, Israel says it hit a centrifuge production center overnight, as well as other Iranian military sites. How effective is the Trump border policy? The New York Post reports that border agents did not release a single illegal alien into the country last month. In May of last year, 62,000 illegals were released into the U.S. under President Biden. Border czar Tom Homan, posting on X last night, writes, in the last 24 hours, the Border Patrol encountered a total of 95 illegal aliens across the entire southern border. Compare that to the Biden administration, which surpassed more than 10,000 per day. An apparent allergic reaction sent Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to the hospital yesterday. She's said to be doing better today. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 263 points, the Nasdaq ahead 126, and the S&P trading 32 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Riley. President Trump spoke to reporters outside the White House moments ago about the Israel-Iran war and was asked what he meant by unconditional surrender.
Very simple, unconditional surrender. That means I've had it. Okay, I've had it, I give up, no more. Then we go blow up all the nuclear stuff.
One political analyst in the mountains says the nationwide No Kings protest this past weekend was one of the largest in American history. Western Carolina University professor Chris Cooper told WLOS.
The idea was, hey, look, this is what we were founded on, was anything other than a monarchy.
In one of the most high-profile cases of the term, the court's conservative majority today upheld a Tennessee law that prohibits minors from using hormones or puberty blockers for gender transition. The court's 3 liberal justices dissented. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
We know that in this case, the issue was whether or not Tennessee's law, which bars certain gender-affirming medical treatment for minors, violates the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. And the court concluded that it did not.
Stakeholders from both sides weighed in on their thoughts on the bill that would remove the permit requirement for concealed carry gun owners and lower the age of eligibility from 21 to 18 years old. Charlotte Mecklenburg Fraternal Order of Police President Daniel Redford.
We always have in the back of our mind that anybody we encounter as officers are armed. Now with this bill, I mean, it just opens that up even more.
House Bill 442 moved on one step closer to become law this week. The bill would ban shrimp trawling within a half mile of the North Carolina shore, and lawmakers say the measure is meant to protect the environment. Fisherman Caton Daniels told WCTI.
It was a little bit disheartening seeing how fast they pushed the bill.
You're listening to NCN News.
If you're on Medicare, scammers may target you to steal your identity. Remember, Medicare will never call you asking for personal details. The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medicare Patrol program is here to protect you from fraud and provides you with knowledge to stay safe. Contact SMP today at ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS, or the U.S. government.
Every parent wants their child to grow up healthy and strong, especially if they have a special medical need. And when my son Maddox was born with a rare neurological disorder, private insurance wouldn't cover his care. But Medicaid stepped in, and now Maddox can go to school and have a future of his own. My name is Ashley, and I'm speaking up to protect NC Medicaid.
Learn more at ncchild.org/speakup. That's ncchild.org/speakup.
Speed Queen washers and dryers are the #1 rated laundry pair in America and are designed to last. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now carry a full assortment of Speed Queen washers and dryers, all coming with 3, 5, and 7-year parts and labor warranties, in stock and ready for pickup or local delivery. Shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More at the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not
okay.
Even, you don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little heated there. Senator Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas, and Tucker Carlson, who everyone knows from Fox News, perhaps most predominantly, and beyond. And I know Tucker Carlson. I like Tucker Carlson very much, and a smart guy, and major media. He's a media empire, wouldn't you say? I'd say so. Ted Cruz, who I like very much, and as I say out loud from time to time, that doesn't mean that I have to agree with him on everything, Senator Ted Cruz, or with Tucker Carlson for that matter. I think in America, I don't think I know anybody with whom I agree on absolutely everything. Or people, friends, and hopefully my best girl, we're going to agree on most things, but probably not everything. It's called independent thinking, after all. But interesting stuff. And I've got to say, I was watching this video yesterday, and I had to start looking things up because, like Ted Cruz, I'm not an authority on the history and the culture of Iran. I know a thing or two, certainly, that I've picked up over the years. But you go look up the population, and some outlets say 85 million. 85 million, that's a lot of people. 85 million people. And some outlets say 92 million people. 92 million people. That's a lot. Now, Iran, anyway, you slice it. Population greater than that of Germany, greater than that of France, greater than that of the United Kingdom. A population larger than Turkey, which is kind of a big one. Interestingly, Vietnam has a larger population. Vietnam has a population of more than 100 million people. And is that South Vietnam or North Vietnam? Who was that idiot Democrat who said, or was it a Supreme Court justice? Idiot Supreme Court said, North, and it was a Democrat member of the House, saying, North Vietnam and South Vietnam are two countries now living harmoniously side by side. So, one on top of the other. And the Democrats don't know a lot about a lot. I found that to be interesting. Now let's get back to Tucker Carlson and to Senator Ted Cruz in this. We'll just call it a lively back and forth. And Tucker Carlson challenged a United States senator and the senator is advocating that the U.S. become involved militarily in dropping bombs on this Fordo Iranian nuclear facility. And Tucker Carlson is taking him to task on this. And as a good member of the media should do, he's an elected official, a senior and respected elected official, Ted Cruz. So what do you know? You want to bomb Iran, you'd be in favor of regime change. Out of the White House today, the media is reporting nobody in the West Wing is talking about regime change. They're just talking about depriving them of the ability to enrich uranium, spin centrifuges, giving them the ability to construct nuclear warheads, which may be mounted upon the top of their ballistic missiles, and on and on. Now let's get back because Tucker Carlson. Well, what's the population? What's the ethnic composition? And I got to say, I looked that up yesterday because what would I know? And it's fairly complex, believe it or not, and it shouldn't be hard to believe. In Iran, the primary ethnic group is Persian. Been there for thousands of years. An extraordinary historic culture and a great history as a rule till the Islamists took over. I mean, going back to war with the Greeks, and they've got quite a history. But never mind that. It's primarily Persian. The second most prevalent ethnic group is Turks. And that's because the Turks invaded everybody for centuries and, beat the hell out of them and stabbed them all to death and enslaved them and stuff. But the Persians, number one ethnic group. The Turks, number two. The Kurds like Kurds and Way. The Kurds, the number three ethnic group. Then you got ethnic groups that you never heard of, like Lurs, Lurs, and the Balochs. The Balochs. Isn't that a slur in Great Britain? The Balochs, where they got the Balochs and the Gilaks. Got all these ethnic groups. The Mazarandanis, the Kashis. Then the Arabs become an ethnic group. Then the Turkmens from Turkmenistan, a neighbor. Not to be confused with the Turks, because the Turkmens, and they also have Turkawomens, but they don't put the Turkawomens in their names. You just have Turkmens. So there are a lot of different ethnic groups, some of which you've never heard of. All right, and that's fair enough. The Talyashis, it could be because these are ancient cultures, ancient civilizations. And Ted Cruz, what am I, an expert on the ethnic groups of, living in Tehran? I don't think so. Also going to get mailbag later in this hour. Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz lively back and forth.
You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who
don't know anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump.
No, you don't.
You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out
I'm
if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
You don't believe they're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied, on behalf of Trump, that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Well, and this is that is a more or less semantic, I've got to say. Certainly, we have provided Israel with a great deal of hardware, the airplanes they fly, the bombs they drop, and on and on. But they're having this back and forth. And Tucker's smiling, Ted Cruz smiling less than Tucker. Tucker's having a kind of good time challenging him. And I got to say, our news media should be challenging. And it's true that it has been widely reported that Iran has, we arrested, two guys in New York that were here to assassinate Donald Trump. They've been plotting to assassinate Donald Trump, not as much as the Democratic Party. Members of the Democratic Party have been attempting to assassinate Donald Trump, but never mind that. And the murder Trump thing is kind of a big deal. And President Trump is still saying If we hit him, we're going to hit this nuclear facility at Fordo, buried deep underground, because Israel can't do it themselves because of certain military limitations, and we might have to do that. Now, Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson.
Does Mossad share all of its intelligence with us?
Oh, probably not, but they share a lot. We don't share all of our intelligence with them, but we share a lot. It's a close alliance.
Do they spy domestically in the United States?
Oh, they probably do, and we do as well. And friends and allies spy on each other. And I assume all of our allies spy on us.
And that's okay with you?
You know what? One of the things about being a conservative is that you're not naive and utopian.
And it is true. The British, everybody wants to know what we know, because we know more than anybody else, because we have trillions of dollars and constellations of satellites in space and underground listening, and beneath the sea, we've got cables that eavesdrop beneath the Atlantic Ocean and beneath the Pacific. We know more than anybody else. And if you're another government that wants to know a lot, rather than spending trillions of dollars yourselves and building constellations of satellites and underwater networks, you spy on us. And that has been going on forever and ever. I spent 10 years, my office in the Pentagon, covering the U.S. military and the U.S. intelligence community, and picked up a thing or two along the way. And that's all true. Everybody spies on us because it's cheaper and it's a more direct line to the intelligence that we have. Easy cheating, not just the Chinese and the Russians, but it's true. NATO allies are 10. We share a lot, but not everything. And they want to be the smartest guy in the room. Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson.
Part of the reason socialism doesn't work is the mantra from each according to his abilities to each according to his needs doesn't work. As a conservative, I assume people act in their rational self-interest.
So it's conservative to pay people to spy on you?
It's conservative to recognize that human beings act in their own self-interest, and every one of our friends spies on us.
I don't think we pay them to spy on us, but it's true that we pay them and then they spy on us. But there's that, and these are all good questions and debates, discussions that should be had in public.
Do you like it? That's my question. I'm not asking whether they have motive to do it. Of course they do. I understand that, and by the way, I'm not mad at them. But you're an American lawmaker, so I just want to know. Hold on, I want to know your attitude. Yeah. You said that your guiding principle, in fact, the only principle, the only criterion.
I said guiding, the overwhelming. I wouldn't say only.
Is it in America's interest? Is it in America's interest for Israel to spy on us, including on the president?
It is in America's interest to be closely allied with Israel because we get huge benefits for it.
Well, and it's civilization versus the death of civilization. The Ayatollahs equal the death of civilization. Radical Islamists equal the death of civilization. This is why we can't just be casual about them securing an arsenal of nuclear warheads when Barack Obama also gave them plane loads of cash to build up their ballistic missile program so they could deliver those nuclear warheads and blow up, well, people like us, because the Democrat Party, they're not on our side. Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson.
I just want to stop on the spying for a second. That it takes place, as you know, and including on the President of the United States and several precedents. And I just want to know if that's okay and why is it okay? Wouldn't an American lawmaker say to a client state, you're not allowed to spy on us? I'm sorry. I know why you want to. I'm not mad at you, but you're not allowed to.
Sure.
And I don't care for it. I don't want to be spied on by you. It's kind of weird not to say that, but you don't seem able to say that.
And nice fun back and forth live. And look, that's all American stuff. And Tucker Carlson didn't trot out big political views or any of that good stuff. But the back and forth was a lot of fun and worth having, that back and forth. And it's true, our lawmakers should be taken to task on these matters, including Ted Cruz, who I like very much and admire very much. Peter Doocy reports for Fox News at the White House, and There are a lot of questions. Do you go after the Ayatollah? Do you just hit the nuclear facility underground at Fordo?
A U.S. official is telling us just in the last few minutes since your interview concluded that President Trump did, in fact, in the last couple of days, nix a plan that the Israelis were putting together to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran.
Now, I keep going back to the WHO and Bob O'Reilly, meet the new boss, same as the old boss, only worse. The Ayatollah is apparently in failing health and kind of gone underground. There were reports yesterday that Stinky, my old pal Stinky Ahmadinejad, I always called him, his name is Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. I always called him Stinky. He's famously stinky. He smells bad. And Ahmadinejad is what I always called him because it's more fun than Ahmadinejad. So Stinky Ahmadinejad, according to reports, was shot in the head yesterday and assassinated, but then there was no more news about that, so it's unclear whether that's true or not. The great one, Mark Levin, talking about this last night.
The Israelis are going to put an end to this forever war, and so will Donald Trump. Then I hear the questions, well, how much does the United States want to get involved? Well, I don't know. They want to have intercontinental ballistic missiles to hit the United States with nuclear warheads. How do we know? They've said so, death to America. And they said that's not a slogan, that's a reality. Really?
And they write on the warheads, death to the great Satan and death to America, of their ballistic missiles before they fire them. And they're building underground, 300 feet underground, spinning centrifuges, enriching uranium, so they can make an arsenal of nuclear warheads, which they've promised to use, and we should take them at their word because they're criminals.
They want intercontinental ballistic missiles. This is plain English. Plain English. They want nuclear warheads, and they're going to hit us with them. Okay. I'm a warmonger because I think that these 7th century primitive barbarians with 21st century technology should be removed so that we can protect our country.
I'll tell you what I think about all this coming up and what I think perhaps President Trump, and I'll include the word perhaps, should do or might do when it comes to Iran and nuclear weapons. Got that coming up. You know that and the mailbag today too. A recent bombshell medical report revealed that the abortion pill is literally 10 times more dangerous than the FDA has told us, with 11% of women, more than 1 out of 10, experiencing serious adverse effects from the abortion pill. Horrifyingly, it's also been reported the abortion pill accounts for more than 60% of abortions in the United States, with an average of more than 1 million babies aborted every year. That means 66,000 American women could be permanently harmed by the abortion pill just this year alone. This is what the Democrats call health care. That's a euphemism. Now, let me tell you what real health care looks like. The good people at the Preborn network of clinics across the country actually helped to save 67,000 human lives, unborn babies, last year alone. Because once a woman sees the baby living inside of her, hears the heartbeat, sees the little fingers moving around, the baby's chance of living a long and happy life actually doubles. One ultrasound is just $28, and $140 helps to rescue 5 unborn babies. Any gift will help, and all your gifts are tax deductible, of course. To donate, all you have to do is dial pound 250, very easy, and when prompted, say the keyword baby. That's pound 250, the keyword is baby, or go to Al Gore's amazing internet to preborn.com/plant. That's me, preborn.com/plant. All right, we've got a lot coming up, and the mailbag. Don't go anywheres.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 50 and tired of your wireless bill getting higher and higher, there are 4 things to consider. 1. How much data are you really using? As we get older, we use less data on our wireless phone, but you're probably still paying for an unlimited plan that was designed for 20-somethings. 2. If you see "Get a phone on us," get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You are paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. 3. Check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number 4, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-1509 or biglou.com.
JB Short Carpet One is your locally owned Benjamin Moore paint retailer. Come in today and discover the quality and durability of Benjamin Moore paint in a variety of sheens and thousands of colors. At JB Short, you'll get one-on-one expert advice for contractors and homeowners alike. No matter how big or small the job is, trust Benjamin Moore paint and your local Benjamin Moore retailer, JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
Cooper Ford, the only locally owned Ford store in Moore County, announces Ford's From America, For America sales event. Now through the end of June, every eligible new Ford will be priced at employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay while supplies last. Come in today and see why so many have made the short drive to beautiful Carthage and experience the difference your hometown dealer can make. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. All right, let's grab a phone call before we get back to, war, peace, nuclear weapons, and the mailbag. Let's go to Sammy, calling from Gaithersburg, Maryland. Just dropped off. Sammy just dropped off right on cue. Isn't that always the way? Let's go to Sean, calling from Winchester, Virginia. Sean, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
How are you, sir?
I'm great, Sean. What do you say?
Oh, yeah, I was wondering why I didn't hear anything about Nostradamus' predictions about a man. I saw a movie, and it was narrated by Orson Welles.
Mm-hmm.
And he said there was a man in outer Persia, which is Iran, who would launch a war against the West on a higher scale. And the first city destroyed, he gave the latitude and longitude, and it was New York City.
Huh.
Have you heard that?
That Nostradamus guy, he made all kinds of predictions that have been subjected to various interpretations, and certainly Orson Welles. I do remember this film. I haven't seen a blink of it in years and years. But I don't put too much stock in Nostradamus and his predictions, but they're fun. And the Persians have been waging war against, the Greeks and everybody else for thousands of years. So none of it would surprise me, certainly, and we should be taking it seriously.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door, and Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
This is Brad LaDronca. You've heard my voice for years. I want to tell you about a business that's helped me. I was suffering with bad neck and shoulder pain and nothing helped. I was nervous about chiropractic care due to the cracking and twisting most doctors use until I met Dr. Burks at Connect Chiropractic. He uses techniques that offer effective treatment without popping and twisting. He even helped me with a golf injury to my ribs that would have kept me off the course for over 8 weeks. Call Dr. Burks at Connect Chiropractic 910-222-3839 and get back to a healthier you.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built, screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
At Cardinal Buildings, we understand your need for extra storage, a workshop, or even a cozy backyard retreat. We'll help you choose the perfect shed or building design, size, and features to fit your unique needs. Right now, receive an additional 15% off our already low prices. Plus, at Cardinal Buildings, browse our great selection of previously owned buildings. You can visit Cardinal Buildings at 364 White Hill Road, just north of the Moore County line on 15501, or call them at 919-708-7070.
Char Bar 7 is the ultimate spot for food and to relax with friends in their upscale yet casual dining environment. Come out every Tuesday night for trivia and every Thursday night for live music from local artists. Indulge in their perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. Char Bar 7 also offers a variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads, and sandwiches. If you want to just kick back and eat some food, we invite you to Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
What if there was an investment strategy, a product, where your retirement money and investment portfolio could go up with the market, lock in your gains, and when the market goes down, you don't lose anything. Never lose a penny. What if that investment strategy actually existed? Good news, it does. Claim your free investor's guide today. Call 800-557-4933. Again, 800-557-4933.
Is your car due for an oil change? Then head over to Coastal Oil 10-Minute Oil Change in Aberdeen, where now through the end of the month, all oil changes up to 5 quarts and a spin-on filter are only $42. Coastal Oil features quality Haviland motor oil for your car, and while you're getting your oil change, they will give your car an 18-point service check to keep you safe and on the road. They are so quick and efficient, you don't need an appointment or have to get out of your car. The moment your hood goes up, it's only 10 minutes until you're ready to roll. Coastal Oil in Aberdeen is located on Dogwood Drive behind the Speedway gas station across from the Town and Country Shopping Center. This weather report is brought to you by Coastal Oil 10-Minute Oil Change, located behind the Speedway gas station across from the Town and Country Shopping Center in Aberdeen. Need an oil change? Got 10 minutes? You don't need an appointment. Go to Coastal 10-Minute Oil Change.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Thank you for making us a part of your day. We're Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB, and heard around the world at talk973.com.
All right, and it is now mailbag time. Because Wednesday, hump day in the Clinton household, mailbag day on the humble Chris Plant radio broadcast. And I started earlier because a friend of mine who lives on the Space Coast in Florida, my friend Tom, we went to high school together and we're still great friends. And he sent in, he texted me this morning a mailbag question. Have you ever been to a Diddy freak-off? Have you ever been to a Diddy freak-off? Well, you know, P. Diddy, prison, Diddy. The P is now for prison. It's little did we know that P. Diddy would evolve over time, but it's prison Diddy, P. Diddy, and his freak-offs where you don't even want to talk about what was going on there. Much too unpleasant for polite company. But my answer is to Tom on the Space Coast. No, I have not been to a P. Diddy freak-off. If I had been invited to a P. Diddy freak-off or more than one P. Diddy freak-off, I think I would be there for documentary purposes more than anything because I represent civilization and P. Diddy does not. Speaking of which, another Democrat, R. Kelly, in prison for sexually abusing in myriad ways underage, I guess mostly women, but these people are psychos. Yesterday, R. Kelly was hospitalized after allegedly overdosing in prison, and he blames the prison officials, say that they gave him too much of his favorite medications, and he blames them because what's he going to do, take responsibility, personal responsibility? At this late stage of the game, I guess not. The disgraced R&B singer currently serving a 30-year prison sentence because of Democrat Party behavior. They're not well. These people not well at all. All right, now let's get to the other mailbag questions because these are important mailbag questions. Now, the first question. This is fun from Hansky. It's H-A-H-N, ski, Hansky 86. And Hansky says, Chris, I got Final Jeopardy tonight with who is George Wallace? Who is George Wallace? The Democrat Alabama governor, right, who was a segregationist racist, who stood in the schoolhouse door at University of Alabama, and military had to be sent in to move him out of the way and all that stuff, and that's good. So Hansky says, Chris, I got Final Jeopardy tonight with who is George Wallace? thanks to listening to your show. All the other contestants were incorrect. Thank you for teaching us history. My question is, do you have a dump button? And I love this. Do you have this? Because he just wanted to comment on that. And then his question is, do you have a dump button for when Mike the Lib and others go on incoherent rants? Do I have a dump button for Mike the Lib, who's back now, is out of hibernation? And Mike the Lib, do you have a dump button for when Mike the Lib and other, like-minded individuals go on incoherent rants? And I got to say, Hansky, we do have a dump button. And every now and then it has to be whipped out. But the truth is, only for cursing. And we used it about 2 weeks ago. A nice lady was just talking along Swedish Police, a very nice person, and she accidentally cursed, because we curse more as a culture now, and it's much more casual. And the nice woman cursed and said a word that's not allowed, one of George Carlin's 7 words. And Michael and I, there's a little bit of a delay, and Michael reaches over and there's a button. And he can, if he's really smooth that day, he can actually hit it and hold it for just long enough to eliminate that word and then come back. And the lady kept talking because she didn't even realize that she had cursed. And I don't think I even mentioned it to her either. She kept going. So we do have a dump button if somebody starts cursing or doing things you're not allowed to do on terrestrial radio, on real radio. You can dump out of it. But we try not to use it. And I've never used the dump button for political reasons because Democrats go on an incoherent rant. I welcome Democrats calling into the show, lefties, libs, dimwits, lunatics, calling into the show so that I may ask them queries. They like queries better than questions, don't they? I think they do. You know how they are. They're like that. And as for the Final Jeopardy question, Michael Piercy has the magic ability to go and retrieve these. And this was last night on Jeopardy, at least in the Washington area.
The 1960s are the setting for Final Jeopardy today. Let's reveal the clue. Boing. Following the Baptist church bombing in 1963, Martin Luther King telegrammed him that the blood of 4 girls is on your hands. 30 seconds. Good luck.
Telegram Tim that the blood of the 4 girls is on your hands. On your hands. And the answer?
Champ Sarah Cox wrote down for Final Jeopardy a response of J. Edgar Hoover. I'm afraid it's not Hoover.
Not Hoover.
Stephanie Meyer was in second place.
Could
the response
be, though.
Was JFK, and it's also not President Kennedy. Dan Hopkins in the middle had a pretty big lead, but was he correct here? His response?
Dan Hopkins
also had Kennedy. No, those terrible bombings were in Birmingham, Alabama.
Big lead.
King was writing to George Wallace, the segregationist governor of Alabama.
So nobody got it on Jeopardy, but Hansky got it because we talk about American history and the civil rights movement. And George Wallace was a Democrat, by the way, just by the way, all Democrats. Great stuff. And question, do you have a dump button? Yes, we do have a dump button, but not for Mike the Lib, not for politics, just for cursing and things like that. We do free speech. That's what we do here. We're on the American side of being American. Not like Democrats. NPR, they don't take calls from people. They don't. Next question. Thank you, Hansky, and congratulations on Jeopardy. That wasn't the easiest one in the world. The telegram, it's not the letter from a Birmingham jail. It's a telegram. It's a different thing altogether. Barry Tolbert with our next mailbag question. Hey, Chris, do you remember when Bill Clinton called in a SWAT team to have little Elian Gonzalez removed and deported back to Cuba? Democrats were happy about that. Sounds like maybe they're hypocrites. What do you think? Well, Barry, I've got to say, we know they're hypocrites. We know that were it not for double standards, liberals would have no standards at all, right? So we definitely know that. And I remember Illegal Alien. I always called him Illegal Alien, even when he was here. I'm an alien. I'm an illegal alien. I'm an illegal alien being deported back to Castro's Cuba because of Bill Clinton and Janet Reno. Yeah, and actually they were staying in my neighborhood in Washington, D.C. at that time. illegal alien Gonzalez and the gang of people. And then Bill Clinton sent in these armed stormtroopers with rifles and helmets and body armor and flashlights on their helmets. And they grabbed a crying, screaming, "Oh, no, let me go, illegal alien. I'm illegal alien." And they grabbed him violently and pulled him away. And they sent him back because the Democrats love communism and communist Cuba, communist North Korea, communist China. The Democrats are all in bed with them. They really love Putin, which is why they accuse every Republican, "Oh, you're colluding with Russia." Never happened. Never happened once. Ridiculous. But the Biden family took in money from all the bad guys all over the place. So, yeah, it sounds like maybe they're hypocrites. What do I think? I know that they're hypocrites, and they love Fidel Castro. Remember, Barack Obama went down to Cuba and sucked up to the Castros and posed with the building-sized mural of Che Guevara, who was a murderer and a racist and belonged in a penitentiary, and we got all that stuff going on, and so we got that. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, and illegal alien was staying in my neighborhood. I think they moved him just before he was nabbed. He was nabbed someplace else, not in my neighborhood. But they got him, yeah, and then he became a hero. Illegal alien has been used by the communists in Cuba as a shill, as a frontman. His parents escaped communist Cuba, and the Democrats said, "What? There's nothing to escape. They have free health care." That's what Michael Moore would tell you, right? So he got that. Yes, I remember it well. And yeah, and that's true. They were happy to deport that guy whose family escaped communism. But if you, and it was legal, it was within the law. They were on a boat and they came toward the United States. And we rescued them at sea because they were fleeing tyranny. And now they leave countries where we go on vacation with our families, and the Democrats think that they've escaped North Korea. Now they're from Mexico. You know, we go on long family vacations there. Is that a hellhole? Should we? Right? Honduras. Really? Honduras? I've got friends from Honduras. I was talking to two friends from Honduras night before last, out with friends, having a couple of beers. But that's another thing altogether.
I understand the hypocrisy you talk about, and I'm probably guilty of it.
Delete, probably. Mika. And our last and final mailbag question for the day from Xavier Lozano. Xavier Lozano. Might go by Javier, but it's an X. I'm going to go with Xavier. I like Xavier, Xavier Cugat and all that. Xavier Lozano, who is parenthetically says, "I'm a liberal." He says, "I'm a liberal." And that's great. Xavier Lozano says, "Listened to a portion of your show today, Chris. It has been 8+ years since Obama has been sitting president. Why insist to bring up his name?" I would say why insist on bringing up his name, but that's just a grammatical difference. "As far as I remember, Iran was in a deal and not building bombs until now. Who was in charge when we got out of that deal?" Well, here's the thing, Senor Lozano. The reality is that it was the worst deal ever. That Barack Obama sent them the world's leading sponsors of terror. They blow up Jewish community centers in Buenos Aires. They take hostages. They torture. They kill. They hang people for being gay, which all Democrats want to hang with gay people, but they don't want to hang gay people. See, that's a different thing. And the reality is they started cheating immediately. Honestly, I'm going to go with Xavier. Xavier, and with all due respect, keyword due, with all due respect, the reality is that the Iranians started cheating immediately on the deal. They began enriching uranium to illegal levels, essentially immediately. And in fact, in 2016, the brilliant Elliot Abrams wrote a great piece for the Council on Foreign Relations, which I think is mostly dominated by lefties, but certainly not Elliot Abrams. He's not a lefty. Iran is cheating on the nuclear deal. Council on Foreign Relations from July 11th, 2016. Now, President Trump had just come down the escalator. He was running for president. Well, I guess he had come down the escalator the year before. But he was running for president. He was not president yet. And you know what that means? That means Barack Obama was president, and they're already cheating the enrichment limits that had been put on. And let me ask you this, Xavier. If they're just interested in the peaceful use of nuclear power or of medical research, then why did they build the facility 300 feet underground in a bomb-proof shelter under hundreds of feet of rock? And the answer is because they're building nuclear weapons, and they're the world's leading state sponsors of terrorism. They're hostage-taking murderers, torturers. They are radical Islamic troglodytes from a medieval hell. They slithered out of cracks in the earth from a prehistoric primordial hell. And you, you Democrats, say, oh, it's fine if they have an arsenal of nuclear weapons. I mean, sure, they bomb, they rain death down on Israel because they're genocidal anti-Semites and got to blast it over Iran to get to Israel and elsewhere, Jordan and Syria. And even the Jordanians and the Syrians are against Iran getting nuclear weapons. The Saudis are against Iran getting nuclear weapons. The UAE, the Kuwaitis, the Qataris, they're all against Iran getting nuclear weapons. I'm against Iran getting nuclear weapons. And I believe that if President Trump decides that we, the United States of America, and only we, the United States of America, can take out the Fordo nuclear plant, then I've got to say, I'm going to leave the decision to President Trump. It's his anyway. It's not mine. But if he decides 2 B-2 bombers will do the trick with perhaps 4 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs, and I'm not in on all the classified briefings and so on, and if Israel says we can't do it ourselves, but you guys can do it with 2 sorties, well, plus refueling and maybe some fighter jets in the air just in case. If we can do it with 4 bombs and then fly back home, and if we really do own the airspace, as President Trump has said, over Iran right now, and we could do it with extremely low risk, and it would set them back 20 years. They've been building this underground facility for at least 19 years. I got briefings on Iran's nuclear facilities more than 20 years ago at the Pentagon and from the CIA, and they haven't gotten any better. But, and to say who was in charge when we got out of the deal, President Trump was in charge when we got out of the deal. The JCPOA is a horrible, terrible deal that allowed the terrorists to enrich uranium, spin centrifuges, building nuclear warheads, and expanding the reach of their ballistic missiles while Barack Obama sent them plane loads of cash, of euros, pallets of euros wrapped in shrink wrap, because Barack Obama was never on our side. This deal was always an idiot's deal, a fool's deal. It always led to nuclear weapons and ICBMs. And Barack Obama is an idiot. And John Boltneck Kerry, an idiot. But he needs to fly private. Never mind the climate thing, because he's very, very important. But Xavier Lozano, I thank you for the question. I do, and keep listening, because I think you'll learn a lot. Eventually, you'll agree with me on everything. Barack, this is, foreign policy decisions have consequences that are long-lasting. This is a classic example. We may have to drop bombs now because of really bad decisions that Barack Obama made then. And Xavier, I'm right about this.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
This country was, of course, built on hard work. Whether you're standing long hours, running errands all day, or just doing your part to keep the world turning, you shouldn't have to deal with fatigue. That's where G-Defy shoes come in. Built with patented VersaShock technology, the FTC has authorized G-Defy to tell you that These shoes help to relieve minor occasional pain associated with walking, running, and prolonged standing. G-Defy shoes help to absorb harmful shock, align your body, improve your biomechanics, and return energy to every step. My best girl and I love our G-Defy shoes. They make your arches feel good. Get 30% off your order of $120 or more right now by texting Chris to 91888 or by heading to gdefy.com and using the code Chris. That's texting Chris to 91888. And with G-Defy's 60-day risk-free trial, you've got nothing to lose. Message and data rates apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 and East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
Mold, mildew, and grime creeps in slowly, taking over and staining your home's exterior. Don't blast it with high pressure and create more damage. Soft wash it with More Clean Pro Wash. We use eco-friendly solutions in low pressure to gently clean your roof, siding, driveway, and more without damage, restoring your home to its former glory. Care you can trust. Contact More Clean Pro Wash for a free estimate at 910-725-9566 or visit morecleanprowash.com for details.
At Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst, our family-owned dealership has been proudly serving yours for over 50 years. We're not just another dealership, we're your neighbors, dedicated to finding you the perfect vehicle at the perfect price, and we never charge a dock fee. Right now, get $6,500 in total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. That's right, get $6,500 total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. Plus, all active duty, retired, and military veterans can take up to an additional $500 off most Chevrolet models. Hurry, these offers end June 30th or while supplies last. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, find Clark Chevrolet Cadillac at 35 Dundee Road in Pinehurst or visit clarkchevroletcadillac.com. Together, let's drive. Price plus tax and tag not available with lease in some of their offers. Must trade a 2011 or newer vehicle. Must present military appreciation authorization number. See dealer for complete details.
As seen on the Tar Heel Traveler, J.R. Moore & Son is an original country store with something for everyone. Locally owned since 1935, J.R. Moore & Son has general hardware, plumbing, and gardening supplies. They also offer a large selection of clothing and footwear from brands like Aerat, Carhartt, Wolverine, Wrangler, and more. Open Monday through Saturday, you can visit J.R. Moore & Son at 865 Thrift Road in Gulf and enjoy what this local historic business has to offer today.
You may or may not remember we had a president named Barack Hussein Obama, and he on April 5th of 2015. That's 10 years ago. Here's Barack Obama saying, hey, there's nothing to worry about here for 10 years.
Iran will no longer enrich uranium at its Fordo facility.
Lie.
Iran will not enrich uranium with its advanced centrifuges for at least the next 10 years.
Lie.
The vast majority of Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium will be neutralized.
Lie. None of that happened. Barack Obama lied and lied and lied. They've been spinning centrifuge and enriching uranium at the Fordo facility, at the Natanz facility. They didn't give up there. It's all been a lie, absolute lie. And by the way, the American people, we really love President Trump saying there will be no nuclear. Listen to Harry Enton on CNN with the polling numbers.
And overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I mean, look at this. 79% of adults agree on that. They agree with Donald Trump. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. 83% of Republicans, 79% of independents, 79% of Democrats. When you get 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans agreeing on anything, you know that that position is the very clear majority in this country. And so the American public is with Donald Trump. They definitely oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons.
79% of Democrats say they oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons. 79% of independents. 83% of Republicans. We have more common sense than they do. And I'm just gonna keep it short. If and when President Trump decides that two B-2 bombers, that we own the airspace, we control, the Iranians don't control the airspace over their own country because of all the hard work Israel's been doing. If Israel can't take out Fordo and we can, then we must. And then move on, go back to Whiteman and...
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. Iran's supreme leader has rejected U.S. calls for surrender amid Israeli strikes against its nuclear facilities and military hierarchy. He warns that any military involvement by the Americans would cause irreparable damage in retaliation. BBC correspondent Saivish Ardalan says Ayatollah Ali Khamenei had a twofold message.
Iran will withstand against an imposed war the same way it will withstand against an imposed peace. And the second line was about U.S. involvement. Should the U.S. get involved, there will be irreparable damage. Not necessarily to the U.S., the wording is irreparable damage. So it could be Iran's reaction anywhere in the region.
On another battlefront, Russia attacked multiple cities across Ukraine. During a meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney at the G7 summit, Ukrainian President Zelensky says the Russian attack on Kyiv was terrifying.
Our families had very difficult night. One of the biggest attacks from the very beginning of this war, 440 Shaheeds, Iranian drones, and 32 missiles.
The death toll from the attack at 28. Also at townhall.com, L.A. Mayor Karen Bass has lifted a curfew for downtown Los Angeles. Her announcement comes after she first imposed that curfew June the 10th in response to clashes with police and vandalism amid protest against President Trump's immigration crackdown in the city. Local business owner Matthew Glazer says he thinks it may be some time before people return to downtown.
I think it's going to take a while to convince people that downtown's okay again. And that's, is that a couple weeks? Is that a month? Is that months? Who knows?
And the Supreme Court has upheld Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors. More at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. President Trump spoke to reporters outside the White House at a flagpole-raising event and used the opportunity to criticize Federal Reserve Board Chairman Jerome Powell for not lowering interest rates.
Maybe I should go to the Fed. Am I allowed to appoint myself, Doug? I don't know. Am I allowed to appoint myself at the Fed? I do a much better job than these people.
The North Carolina Senate wants to ban some hemp products and prohibit the sale of certain THC drinks and gummies to anyone who is younger than 21. A proposal that could set up a fight with the House, which has passed a more limited measure. State Attorney General Jeff Jackson.
I think a lot of people are under the impression that it is already against the law for a 10-year-old to walk into one of these vape shops and buy something that's THC infused or a Delta 8 or a Delta 9. And the truth of the matter is, in North Carolina, it is not currently against the law.
State lawmakers say if people are going to keep setting off these aerial fireworks anyway, North Carolina might as well make them legal. Robin Shannon told lawmakers her son Michael was killed when a faulty firework exploded at a family reunion in Kentucky.
If we pass this bill, we will have increased injuries, deaths, medical bills, wildfires.
West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey held a press conference this morning to provide an update on the state's response to the flash flooding over the weekend.
I've had some discussions with the White House and with FEMA, and we're working hard. We're going to proceed diligently the same way the state always has.
Lake Lure has dropped by nearly 30 feet due to ongoing cleanup and rebuilding in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Several items have been found that have not been seen in 100 years, including Kenneth Tanner's grandfather's boat taxi. He told WLOS.
It just makes me aware of the long history of this lake and my family's connection to it.
You're listening to NCN News.
Here at NC Cyber Academy, screens are a good thing. At our K-12 tuition-free virtual charter school, your child can find a flexible and personalized education that lets them take a brain break when they need it, but also provides structured one-on-one time with our amazing teachers. But we also power down our laptops for in-person activities with fellow students to build community. Visit myncca.com to learn how we can set your child up for success in the classroom, at college, and in their careers.
Why choose a family physician? Because they provide healthcare expertise for the entire family, care for acute and chronic disease, treat all ages, and most importantly, keep you healthy. In fact, adults with a family physician have lower healthcare costs, better health outcomes, and are hospitalized less frequently. Family physicians, your trusted healthcare advisor for you and your family for life. Brought to you by the NC Academy of Family Physicians.
Medicare Part A, Part B, Plan G. Oh, me. Do you have Medicare questions? This is Insurance Agent Phyllis Owens, and I've done Medicare insurance plans full-time here for over 20 years. It's what I do and all I do. Call our office for an appointment at 910-494-5922. There's no cost, no pressure, no obligation, no kidding. 910-494-5922.
Already a warm start to our Wednesday morning with temperatures in the 70s across the board. We're mostly sunny to partly cloudy with very slim storm chances today and highs in the low to mid 90s. Overnight, we're partly cloudy, temperatures well into the 70s. By Thursday, we're back at it with high temperatures in the low to mid 90s and the chance there for some late day and evening showers and storms. Some of those could wind up being strong to severe. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Today's Eric Erickson program is brought to you by Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care. Experience award-winning service and unbeatable offers. Visit us at pinehursttoyota.com and pinehursthyundaiονline.com.
Hello, America. It is Eric Erickson here. Welcome. We've got some big news out of the top of the show we've got to get to. I hope you get the show notes because it's there. I just finished writing the synopsis. We'll have it in your inbox here in just a minute so you understand the Scrimeti decision has come down. Welcome. The phone number, 877-973-7425. If you text DATA to 33777, follow that link, and you'll be able to get the show notes. Scrimeti has been decided. I was getting a little nervous about the Scrimeti decision because it should have come out sooner than now, given that it was argued in December. Typically, cases come out in batches based on when they were argued, and Scrimeti was argued December 4th of last year, decided now today by the United States Supreme Court, a 6-3 decision. Scrimeti is actually a groundbreaking case, United States versus Scrimeti. It was argued by the Biden administration and the Trump administration that they wanted to get it done as quickly as possible, so the Trump administration could not come in and change the argument in the case. Here's the fact pattern of Scrimeti. In 2023, Tennessee, I'm reading from the actual language of the court decision, Tennessee joined the growing number of states restricting sex transition treatments for minors by enacting the Prohibition on Medical Procedures Performed on Minors Related to Sexual Identity Act, SB 1. That was a mouthful. SB 1 prohibits healthcare providers from prescribing, administering, or dispensing puberty blockers or hormones to any minor for the purpose of, 1, enabling the minor to identify with or live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's biological sex, or 2, treating purported discomfort or distress from a discordance between the minor's biological sex and asserted identity. At the same time, the Tennessee legislation permits a healthcare provider to administer puberty blockers or hormones to treat a minor's congenital defect, precocious puberty, disease, or physical injury. 3 transgender minors, their parents, and a doctor challenged SB 1 under the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. The district court partially enjoined the legislation, finding that transgender individuals constitute a quasi-suspect class, that SB 1 discriminates on the basis of sex and transgender status, and that SB 1 was unlikely to survive intermediate scrutiny. Intermediate scrutiny means that there has to be more than just a rational basis for the legislation. There's got to be more. There's got to be a heightened justification for the legislation. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals reversed. Said the law didn't trigger heightened scrutiny and satisfied rational basis, and the court reviewed whether SB 1 violates the Equal Protection Clause. Now, the court, to some degree, has punted the decision. Chief Justice Roberts wrote for the court, and let me give you the breakdown here because this kind of gives you a sense of what's happening. John Roberts wrote the opinion of the court. Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, and Sam Alito joined as to parts 1 and 2B. Clarence Thomas filed a concurring opinion. Amy Coney Barrett filed a concurring opinion in which Clarence Thomas joined. Justice Alito filed an opinion concurring in part and concurring in judgment. Sotomayor, Jackson, and Kagan all dissented. What does this mean? This is gobbledygook, except what we're essentially getting at is that the court has decided to not decide whether or not a transgender person is a protected class. They decided to punt on that issue. Who is the foremost voice on the Supreme Court for saying that transgender people are not a protected class? And I need to explain what a protected class is. A protected class is based on the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. And the immutable characteristics of a person become a protected class. So someone's race, ethnicity, and sex, and the Supreme Court has ruled sexual orientation, those are protected classes. So it can't change that you're black. If you're a woman, pay attention here, biologically, if you're a woman, you can't change that you're now a man. So one of the arguments made in this case was that actually a woman born a man is actually a woman and has to use surgery to conform herself to what she was supposed to be. You got that? It's rather confusing here, but it's important you understand that. What was being argued by the trans class of people here is that because they are born transgender, surgeries have to be used to conform them to who they actually are. Now, that is definitionally not immutable, but they're twisting the wording. Remember, with postmodernism and Marxists, they twist the word, so immutability means something other than an unchanging characteristic now. Well, the Supreme Court's basically what John Roberts says, we don't even have to get to that point. I'll just read you his conclusion. It's not a long decision from the Supreme Court today. And the decision from John Roberts actually does make some sense. He concludes this way. We cite this report on transgenderism and the National Health Service, England's response, not for guidance they might provide on the ultimate question of United States law, but to demonstrate the open questions regarding basic factual issues before medical authorities and other regulatory bodies. Such uncertainty affords little basis for judicial responses in absolute terms, and the calculus of effects, the manner in which a particular law reverberates in society, is a legislative and not a judicial responsibility. This case carries with it the weight of fierce scientific and policy debates about the safety, efficacy, and propriety of medical treatments in an evolving field. The voices in these debates raise sincere concerns. The implications for all are profound. The Equal Protection Clause does not resolve these disagreements, nor does it afford us license to decide them as we see best. Our role is not to judge the wisdom, fairness, or logic of the law before us, but only to ensure that it does not violate the equal protection guarantee of the 14th Amendment. Having concluded it does not, we leave questions regarding its policy to the people, their elected representatives, and the democratic process. In other words, John Roberts is skipping the issue of whether or not trans people are a protected class, and deciding that this issue on minors is irrelevant. Now, what about Bostock? Bostock is the famous case that says that trans employees get protection under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Roberts writes, Bostock versus Clayton County does not alter our analysis. In Bostock, we held that an employer who fires an employee for being gay or transgender violates Title VII's prohibition on discharging an individual because of their sex. We reasoned that Title VII's because of test incorporates the traditional but for causation standard, which directs us to change one thing at a time and see if the outcome changes. If it does, we found a but for cause. Applying that test, we held that for an employer to discriminate against employees for being homosexual or transgender, the employer must intentionally discriminate against individual men and women in part because of their sex. In such a case, the employer has penalized a member of one sex for a trait or action that it tolerates in members of the other. The plaintiffs urge us to apply Bostock's reasoning to this case. In their view, Tennessee's law violates the Equal Protection Clause because it prohibits a minor whose biological sex is female from receiving testosterone to live as a male, but allows a minor whose biological sex is male to receive testosterone for the same purposes. Applying Bostock, they argue that Tennessee's law discriminates on the basis of sex because it penalizes members of one sex for traits and actions it tolerates in another. We have not yet considered whether Bostock's reasoning reaches beyond Title VII, and we need not do so here. For reasons we've already explained, changing a minor's sex or transgender status does not alter the application of the law. If a transgender boy seeks testosterone to treat his gender dysphoria, the law prevents a healthcare provider from administering it to him. If you change his biological sex from female to male, the law would still not permit him the hormones he seeks because he would lack a qualifying diagnosis for the testosterone. In other words, this is a clever wordplay from John Roberts saying we don't want to talk about Bostock. We don't want to talk about it. What we're going to find, what the court found, is that it is perfectly lawful for state legislatures to intervene, and it's better for state legislatures to intervene in matters of child health than it is for the courts to intervene. What's notable is not John Roberts' decision so much as Amy Coney Barrett's concurrence. A concurrence comes when a justice of the court agrees with the decision of the court but wants to amplify or highlight something that the justice believes the court missed or could have done better at or could have added to. And Amy Coney Barrett writes a very forceful concurrence, and all you Amy Coney Barrett haters out there are going to need to contend with this. Justice Barrett, with whom Justice Thomas joins, because the court concludes that Tennessee Senate Bill 1 does not classify on the basis of transgender status, it does not resolve whether transgender status constitutes a suspect class. I write separately to explain why, in my view, it does not. Classifications based on race, sex, and alienage are considered suspect classes. Laws are presumed to be constitutionally valid so long as it bears a rational relationship to some legitimate act. There are a few exceptions, classifications based on race, sex, and alienage. Racial and ethnic classifications receive strict scrutiny to survive a constitutional challenge. They must be narrowly tailored to serve a compelling governmental interest. And laws distinguishing between men and women receive intermediate scrutiny to survive a constitutional challenge. They must be substantially related to achieving an important government objective. Beyond these categories, the set has remained virtually closed. Indeed, the court has not recognized any new constitutionally protected classes in over 4 decades and instead has repeatedly declined to do so. So in urging us to recognize transgender status as a suspect classification, plaintiffs face a high bar. And Amy Coney Barrett concludes a transgender person is not a suspect class deserving of extra equal protection scrutiny. In fact, she says, transgenderism is not immutable. It actually goes against the word immutability. It is something that must be changed. The Equal Protection Clause does not demand heightened judicial scrutiny of laws that classify based on transgender status. Rational basis review applies, which means that courts must give legislatures flexibility to make policy in this area. I would not recognize a new suspect class absent a demonstrated history of legal discrimination, not presumed discrimination, but actual legal discrimination. Justice Thomas agrees with her. Justice Alito filed a concurrence going even further, saying, hey, we should go on and decide this today and say transgender people are not a protected class. So you have Alito, you got Thomas, you've got Barrett. Now remember, Kavanaugh is in this camp as well, and he signaled as much in the Bostock case. That leaves Roberts and Gorsuch. Gorsuch wrote Bostock, and it was pretty clear during the hearing on Scrimeti that Gorsuch was second-guessing himself on Bostock. What Roberts did is he threaded the needle out of respect for Gorsuch's Bostock decision, saying, hey, we don't have to get to equal protection here. We can affirm Tennessee without going there. He probably would have had Kavanaugh on their side. They probably could have done it, but he did not feel the need to get there. And to some people, this is suggesting maybe Gorsuch wasn't ready to walk back Bostock. Roberts found a very clever way to avoid walking back that case that gave transgender people civil rights claims for discrimination only a few years ago, while also denying transgender people protected class status. It's a very big decision today in the United States Supreme Court. What it says, essentially, 6-3 from the U.S. Supreme Court, is that states can regulate issues of transgenderism and medical access for transgender care, and the courts have to stay out of the way.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
When Dr. Ben Carson, Larry Elder, and John Rich decided to start a pro-America online bank called Old Glory Bank, people scoffed. Aren't all banks pro-America? In the last 4 years, we learned who big banks really are. Big banks share customers' data with the government. Big banks debank Americans because they don't like their politics, but not Old Glory Bank. From the beginning, we created Old Glory Bank to be a fortress for privacy, security, and liberty. This is why Old Glory Bank is one of the fastest growing banks with more than 50,000 customers across all 50 states in just 2 years. We answered the call. Join fellow patriots by owning a piece of the bank that was pro-America when pro-America wasn't cool. Freely tradable shares of Old Glory Bank stock are now available. For details, go to own.oldglorybank.com. Investments involve risk, are not FDIC insured, and are not guaranteed. See our offering circular.
It's Eric Erickson. On July 1st, the new Basel III banking rules go into full effect, and they could reshape global finance overnight. For decades, gold has been treated as a second-class collateral, allowing banks to flood the market with paper gold leveraged 100 to 1. That ends now. Under the new rules, only physical, fully allocated gold will qualify as Tier 1 collateral on par with cash. Paper gold must now be backed by at least 85% real metal. Central banks aren't waiting. They've been quietly stockpiling physical gold for months. They see what's coming. On July 6th and 7th, the BRIC nations gather and are working to ditch the U.S. dollar and settle trade with gold. So what should you do? Act now. Call my friends at Swiss America, a trusted leader in precious metals for over 40 years. Find out how to protect your savings with real physical gold before the rules take effect. Call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646. Make sure to mention Eric when you call Swiss America. Message and data rates may apply.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
The wait is over. A season of brilliant colors, Carolina blue skies, and lush landscapes is here. Rely on the Olmsted Village Hardware team to help create lavish outdoor living spaces. Manager Joe and staff are ready with tips and products that fuel your ambitions. Bountiful gardens, bursting flower beds, and comfortable furnishings. We're stocked up and fired up 7 days a week in convenient Olmsted Village Shopping Center. Abundant vegetable gardens start with our seed selections, and you'll linger over a lineup of flowers, shrubs, and trees. Forget the box stores. Inside our doors, choose garden carts, wheelbarrows, and irrigation supplies, and best-in-class grills by Blackstone, Charbroil, and Weber. Next door, Olmsted Patio is revived. Our showroom displays premium furnishings, umbrellas, and fire pits. Olmsted Patio is open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Plan to drop in soon.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
Mold, mildew, and grime creeps in slowly, taking over and staining your home's exterior. Don't blast it with high pressure and create more damage. Soft wash it with More Clean Pro Wash. We use eco-friendly solutions in low pressure to gently clean your roof, siding, driveway, and more without damage, restoring your home to its former glory. Care you can trust. Contact More Clean Pro Wash for a free estimate at 910-725-9566 or visit morecleanprowash.com for details.
Want to be on the show? Come on, be on the show. Call Eric now at 877-973-7425.
Yes, you can call in 877-973-7425. Glad to have you with me. I need to congratulate Ron DeSantis, listener Ron DeSantis down in Florida. I need to congratulate you for being the winner. You have now overseen more Stanley Cup wins than the last several Canadian prime ministers combined, which is a remarkable feat. That's right. The Florida Panthers won. My son He's been corrupted by my employee. They were rooting for the Canadians last night because they're Tampa Bay Lightning fans, and they were trounced by the Americans, the Florida Panthers, as God intended to happen to the Canadians, and the Florida Panthers won. Ron DeSantis has now, as governor, overseen more Stanley Cup wins than like 3 prime ministers in a row in Canada. What is it? Then, in fact, Justin Trudeau, as Prime Minister of Canada, has won 0 Stanley Cups. And now the new guy, what's his name? He's got 0 Stanley Cups. Ron DeSantis is getting all the Stanley Cups from him. And how is it, friends, in all honesty, just take the little needling of Canada out of this. How is it that they're not winning Stanley Cups? How is it, and it's not even Canada, how is it that Florida is winning Stanley Cups? There is no ICE in Florida except immigration officers. And somehow Florida is able to, the Tampa Lightning have won, the Panthers have won repeatedly. How is it that Floridians are winning ice hockey? I don't understand that. God's got a sense of humor, though. I'm sure he has something to do with it. On July 1st, the new Basel III banking rules go into effect, and they could reshape global finance overnight. For decades, gold has been treated as second-class collateral. It allows banks to flood the market with what they call paper gold. It's leveraged 100-1, but that's going to end under Basel III. Under the new rules, only physical, fully allocated gold will qualify as Tier 1 collateral. Tier 1 collateral is equivalent to cash. Paper gold's now going to be backed by at least 85% real metal, but that's still not 100%. Central banks aren't waiting. They've been quietly stockpiling physical gold for a month. They see what's coming, and it's why gold prices are going up. On July 6th and 7th, the BRIC nations gathering, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and 40 other nations are working to ditch the U.S. dollar and settle trades with gold, so they're all buying gold. So what should you do? Act now. Call my friends at Swiss America, trusted leader in precious metals for over 40 years. Find out how to protect your savings with real physical gold before Basel III take effect. Call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646. Just tell them Eric Erickson sent you. 800-289-2646. Message and data rates may apply.
Thank you for making us a part of your day. We're Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard around the world at talk973.com.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
Temple Theater continues to celebrate its 100-year history of bringing performing arts and culture to Central North Carolina. Season tickets for the 2025-2026 main stage season are on sale now, with an incredible lineup including Grease, the Addams Family Musical, A Christmas Carol, Side by Side by Sondheim, Pardon Me, a Dolly Parton tribute, and a new North Carolina-based musical, Bright Star. The 2025-2026 main stage season promises to be a year filled with timeless classics. Get your season tickets at templeshows.org.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is proud to announce they are now a certified sport coating installer.
If your tennis or pickleball court has cracks, fading lines, or slippery surfaces and has seen better days, let them refinish it with a new durable playing surface that will weather the test of time. With over 30 years of experience, call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for a free estimate at 910-673-1318. That's 910-673-1318.
Hey, it's Luke Black, proud owner of The Marketplace. Since 1980, we've been your neighborhood sandwich shop. We're open Monday through Saturday for breakfast and lunch. If you're craving a fresh sandwich, salad, soup, or a hot cup of local roasted coffee, we've got it all made fresh daily. The Marketplace can cater your next event from small office lunches to full wedding parties. You can rent our space for private gatherings after hours. You can find The Marketplace at 246 Olmsted Boulevard in Pinehurst. It's not just a sandwich, it's an experience.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car, so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Hi, this is Katherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
Summer heat is here today. It is going to be very hot this afternoon. Mostly sunny today. High temperatures climbing to the mid-90s. The heat index up to about 105 today. It's mostly clear and very warm overnight tonight. Temperatures will stay in the upper 70s. And then showers and storms become likely Thursday afternoon and evening. Some could be severe with highs back in the mid-90s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, because the truth is what matters. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States. Happening right now as I speak. Missiles have taken off from Iran, headed towards Israel. Another barrage of ballistic missiles will be impacting Israel here within the next few minutes. It is, I have to say, it is actually a wild part of this job on a day like this to be sitting here and seeing the alerts come in that missiles are live and in the air from Iran, or Israel is bombarding. It's another day in paradise here on the radio, I guess. We'll get to the lay of the land there, the Tucker Carlson situation and the like at the top of the next hour. I actually want to spend time here now on the border. I'm not going to play you too much of this, but I want you to hear this audio. Pete Hegseth was testifying before the United States Congress today, and MSNBC was carrying his remarks live until he started to talk about how secure the border is.
This was mentioned by the chairman. We are working to achieve 100% operational control of the border. Illegal crossings have decreased 99.9%, and it was just reported today that CBP released 0 illegals into the U.S. last month, down from 62,000 released into the interior.
Secretary of Defense Hegseth talking about the Pentagon's budget there on.
We can't highlight Joe Biden. We can't highlight the show. We were told for 4 years under Joe Biden that it would take an act of Congress to secure the border, that Joe Biden couldn't do it alone. And Donald Trump, during that entire time, said this is a matter of will, not a matter of Congress. In May of 2024, 62,000 illegal aliens were released into the United States. In May of 2024, 62,000 illegal aliens were released by the Biden administration into the United States. In May of 2025, 0. From 62,000 to 0. The only thing that has changed is the presidential administration. That's it. The only thing that has changed. Joe Biden said it would take an act of Congress. The Democrats insisted Congress must be involved. And Donald Trump said it's just a matter of will. It's a matter of using existing law. And by the way, he's using existing law. Even the most progressive court judges haven't been able to stop him from using existing law to secure the border. And the Democrats are on the losing side of the issue. Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, she now wants to use state taxpayer dollars to pay for lawyers for illegal aliens
that are walking out of this courthouse, taken away from their families. They don't have the attention. They don't have the lawyers. And that's why the state of New York is providing $50 million to cover legal services for people who are finding themselves in this situation.
$50 million from the state of New York will be used to fund legal representation for illegal aliens on the verge of deportation. New York, are you okay with that? You guys in Buffalo? Y'all all right with that? Y'all okay up there in New York City? Are you okay with the state of New York spending $50 million of your dollars? $50 million of your dollars. Watertown, New York, what could you use for $50 million? Or what could you buy for Watertown, New York with $50 million in state money? You guys in Buffalo? What about y'all? Surely you could do something for your city with $50 million in taxpayer money in New York, and instead the governor of New York is going to take that money from Watertown, take that money from Buffalo, take that money from everywhere else in New York, and give it to illegal aliens for lawyers to avoid deportation. And by the way, you can't stop them from being deported. The money's going to go to waste. You're going to fund lawyers. This is all a racket because, the lawyers are then going to give political contributions to the Democrats in New York. And yes, I am on the radio in Watertown and Buffalo. And more to come. This is wild, though. These are the priorities of the Democrats. They're on the side of the illegal aliens against common sense, against the taxpayers. And time again they are. Tom Homan has done a fantastic job. There was a big hullabaloo at the end of last week. Donald Trump said that they're going to take it easy on the service industry, particularly on farms and restaurants. They understand that farmers and restaurateurs, they need low-wage employees, and they were worried about illegal aliens being deported and not being able to pick the crops for the Democrats. And over the weekend, Trump came out and said, you know what, never mind, treat every illegal alien equally. Treat every illegal alien equally. Round them up. It makes sense. Y'all, we do have programs by which we can allow individuals into the country to pick crops for cheap and then go home. Seasonal migrant work. We can do it for restaurants. We can do these things. And it's possible. It is legal. We have existing programs, but nobody wants to process the paperwork. Nobody wants to process the paperwork. They should process the paperwork. We should be doing this. We should be requiring that the illegal aliens come in through the temporary migrant worker program. And frankly, we shouldn't make them have to deal with the minimum wage. Just come in, work for cheap, and go home. That'll solve everyone's problem, except the Democrats need this canard that the minimum wage is necessary. They don't actually want to pay these people minimum wage. They actually want to get these people money under the table and then send them on their way. So they're your problem and my problem, and they take taxpayer resources off Medicare, Medicaid in particular. They use Medicaid. We've got Congress right now. The United States Senate is working on reforms for Medicaid. They want to make sure able-bodied people work. They want to cut the amount of money that states that expanded Medicaid under Obamacare get. Some Senate Republicans actually are trying to sabotage it from reforming Obamacare. And illegal immigrants are driving up the costs. I mean, this is part of the problem that we don't talk about enough. People on the right, they talk about the crime issues related to illegal immigrants. Fentanyl, by the way, is down. You know, the Washington Post had a story 2 weeks ago. We didn't really spend a lot of time of it on the show because it came out on the weekend. And the Washington Post was like, we don't know why. We have no idea. Experts say it's complicated, but the amount of fentanyl being trafficked in the United States is at an all-time low. They have no idea why. They have no idea. They can't figure it out. Seriously, you can't figure it out? The number of people crossing the border in May of this year is 0 compared to 62,000 last year. Now, there are gotaways probably. It's true. There are probably people coming through mountainous and canyon passes that we don't know about. It's true. They might just be coming in. And we don't know where they are. And we don't know who they are. But we also know for certain that it's far less than it was under Joe Biden and under Barack Obama. It's far less. It's guaranteed to be less. It took a president to do it. It didn't take Congress to act. Congress didn't need to act. Congress didn't have to be there. Congress didn't have to pass a law. The only thing that needed to happen was the will of a president to get it done. And that president is Donald Trump. Donald Trump said if he got elected, he would close the border. And Joe Biden laughed at him. Joe Biden literally on the campaign trail laughed and said Donald Trump, despite having been president, doesn't understand the presidency because it's going to take Congress to do it. And Joe Biden assured us all, if I become president again, excuse me, I have a speech impediment. I will work with Congress to get a law passed, but I, as president, can't secure the border on my own. If I would, trust me, I would do it. That's what Joe Biden said. He probably doesn't remember saying it. He said it. Donald Trump came in. Joe Biden said he didn't have the power, said he couldn't do it. Said there was no way for it to be done. And the border crossings are 0. Now, what is the Democrats' next angle on this? It's to say, well, it's going to hurt the economy. And essentially, the Democrats want slaves. I mean, the Democrats have been wanting slaves since before the Civil War. I mean, we fought a war in this country to take cheap labor away from the Democrats, and now they found a way to get it back through illegal immigration. And they're upset that the Republicans are yet again taking their serfs from them. The Democrats require cheap labor to take care of their grandmother, because God forbid they have to spend any money taking care of their grandmother. I mean, most of what the Democrats have done is they've created a social service program in this country and a taxpayer-funded social safety net so that they themselves can abdicate their responsibility. They're like the runaway dad, except for their grandparents and their parents and their kids. No, government's Uncle Sam's man boob is going to take care of them, not me. That's the Democratic strategy. You know, Uncle Sam's man boob is going to take care of everybody. And who's going to take care of the Democrats? The serfs. No longer slaves. It's the serfs. Wait a second. A buddy of mine who works with the DEA is listening right now, and he just texted me. Drugs are getting harder to get. Now some dealers are ripping people off by selling a kilo of rice as meth. Are you kidding me? Dealers are ripping off people selling rice as meth. Drugs are getting harder to get because Donald Trump closed the border. My drug dealer just arrived at my office. I actually got a text message from my drug dealer saying drugs are here. Yes, I have a drug dealer who brings me drugs. They're in my office right now. It's called caffeine. My kid has brought me coffee. I need coffee. It's just very funny that I get these two messages, one from a guy who works for the DEA and one from my daughter. My daughter's text message says drugs are here, and then my buddy Phil texts, drugs are getting harder to get. Not if you have my kid bringing you coffee to the office. But Joe Biden said none of this could be done. Joe Biden said it couldn't be done. The Democrats said it couldn't be done. The media told you it couldn't be done. How can you believe CNN or MSNBC on anything when they insisted Joe Biden was right and the border couldn't be secured and last month border crossings were zero? I understand you don't want to believe anything anymore. There is truth, and we've got to ascertain the truth. But I also understand people's deep skepticism of the media that continue to back up Joe Biden repeatedly, and now border crossings are zero, and the media amplified Joe Biden that it couldn't be done. There's no way it could be done. And yet it was done by Donald Trump, who just said, secure the border. And by the way, I saw today, there's an organized effort to pressure the Dodgers to take a stand for illegal immigrants. I've seen one of the reporters, air quotes, reporters for the Bulwark, said mass deportations in Los Angeles, and the Dodgers have said nothing. You know what Donald Trump's popularity is in the Hispanic community? Literally, I'm not making this up. In the polling average, Donald Trump has more support in the Hispanic community than the white community right now. Number one issue for them, illegal immigration, because the illegal immigrants take their jobs first. Why do you think the Dodgers are quiet? Donald Trump's deportations of illegal aliens in the Hispanic community, contrary to what you see on TV, is actually really popular. Because the illegal immigrants take the jobs of immigrants first, and they understand that. And in the process, the illegal immigrants bring crime to their cities, and they understand that. It's the good white progressives at the Huffington Post and the Bulwark who don't seem to understand that. Now, you also understand that at some point your technology starts to fade and you need upgrades, and Vision Computer can take care of your upgrades for you. If you go to visioncomputers.com or call them at 404-COMPUTE, Vision Computer can build you new computers. Not only does Vision build you new computers, but they then service them, and you get, just go check them out yourself. Google Vision Computers. You'll see thousands and thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews because their customer service is hands down the best. We have one of their computers in our house. Literally, if my son emails them at 11 p.m., he gets a call back within 5 minutes. And they figure out whatever his problem is with the computer. And 9 times out of 10, it's he doesn't know how to do something. And I'm kind of Windows 11 illiterate, and they take care of him. And if they can't navigate him through, they can remote in and fix it. They can do this for you as well. They don't do it for me because I'm Eric Erickson. They do it for me because I'm a customer of Vision Computers. Every customer of Vision Computers gets the Eric Erickson treatment. So you go to 404-COMPUTE. Or you call them at 404-COMPUTER, you go to visioncomputers.com, tell them Eric sent you, you're going to save even more money. They're going to give you a great discount. And if you just want their tech support, you can get just the tech support for $199 a year. It's remarkable service, remarkable quality, remarkable builds. They spend time with you, and they build you your machine, not the one-size-fits-all machine. Visioncomputers.com or 404-COMPUTE. Now listen, I mentioned Watertown and Buffalo, New York, where I'm on the radio now. They can help you too. Vision Computers is in Atlanta, but they work with people in all 50 states. Don't be afraid to reach out to them and chat. 404-COMPUTER, visioncomputers.com.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Since the 1800s, Hillsdale College has been advancing education across America free. And they can do it for you as well at ericforhillsdale.com. You can subscribe to their podcast network where you get incredible insights on a regular basis from Dr. Larry Arnn, other great faculty and guests with Hillsdale College. It's always insightful and no cost to you. Likewise, you can go to ericforhillsdale.com and you can sign up for Imprimis. I've been getting it since law school. Comes to my mailbox. I've never paid a penny for it. It is show prep for my mind, and for you, it will be as well. And then you can also get great courses from Hillsdale College that you can do at your own pace. Learn more about the Constitution. I went to law school. I studied con law, and I learned more from Dr. Larry Arnn in Hillsdale College than I thought I knew. It was fantastic. ericforhillsdale.com. Subscribe to the podcast network with your favorite podcast app. Get Imprimis and get the free courses, all available to you. ericforhillsdale.com and Hillsdale College. It's the start of a new year, new you, new time, new technology. You keeping up with the times? My goodness, Vision Computers wants to help you, your company, your home, your kids keep up with technology. Now listen, college applications are dropping, kids are getting admitted, your kid's going to need technology. Vision Computers can help you. Your business headed into this year, got new technology, you need new graphics cards, you need new computers. Vision Computers can build them. Laptops, desktops, they'll take care of you. Not only that, they'll service your computers. You'll get a phone number that you can call if you have any question about how your computer operates. If something doesn't work, you think, or you need to figure out something, they can help you faster than a Google search. All you need to do is go to visioncomputers.com, visioncomputers.com, or call them 404-COMPUTE anywhere nationwide. Call Vision Computers at 404-COMPUTE. Tell them I sent you. You'll save even more money. Do business with visioncomputers.com. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. You'll never lose sleep over your computer again.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
With me in the studio is Sue Maxwell, who is a patient at Pinecone Medical Center, where Dr. Sharon Wright practices chiropractic medicine. Now, Sue, you went there with pain. What kind of pain was it, and what did you do about it?
Yes, I had arthritis in my cervical spine, and I had pain that radiated out through my shoulder, down my arm. I went to see Dr. Wright, and she did the pressure wave therapy on me. Through treatments and everything, I actually eliminated the pain in my spine and in my shoulder.
So did the pressure wave work as advertised?
Oh, my goodness, it did. Yes, I am pain-free.
And would you recommend it to your friends?
Absolutely, and I have. I have told many friends.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
Educating America nightly from his hidden bunker. It's Mark Levin, weeknights 6 to 9, here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
He may not tell you what you want to hear, but he tells you what you need to hear. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. This hour of the program is brought to you by First Liberty Building and Loan. We got a lot of new people listening to the program. We've grown now over 70 stations nationwide, hoping to get to 100 this year. Let me reset with you, First Liberty. They were our original advertiser. Normally I do this in about 15 seconds. Let me just reset for you. The Frost family are longtime friends of mine. They live in Noonan, Georgia, and they have since the 1990s run First Liberty Building and Loan, and they help businesses grow. And they do deals like if you're doing franchises. So let's just say you're buying a restaurant franchise and you need access to the capital. Those are the sorts of deals First Liberty does. They also do heavy equipment loans. If you've got good credit, they can move very quickly to get you $75,000 for heavy equipment for your business. If you're buying on a business partner or a competitor or buying the franchise, you need $250,000 or more. First Liberty helps you. Now, they help people in every single one of the states in the United States. I'm hoping they do a tax write-off trip to help their businesses in Hawaii. Nonetheless, every state, every business, you can use First Liberty Building and Loan. They've been doing this since the 90s. It's the exact same people, has been since the 90s. So there's not high turnover because the Frosts run a tight ship, and they're great people to work with. So if you're in the business of business and you want to grow, reach out to First Liberty Building and Loan, firstlibertyga.com. They're headquartered in Georgia, not Wall Street. They treat everybody like a small business. Doesn't matter how big your business is. They want you to be able to grow. FirstLibertyGA.com is the website. You can get all their contact info. They have a program. See if you're a good fit for them. See if they're a good fit for you. But if you're in the business of business and your business needs access to capital, First Liberty, I recommend them. Tell the Frost family I said hi. FirstLibertyGA.com. The court today, the Supreme Court, resolved the Scrimeti case and a number of EPA cases. What it did not resolve was nationwide injunctions. We're still waiting for that case, which should be coming any day. And this comes now as another judge has issued another nationwide injunction, this time telling the Trump administration, you can't require biological sex on passports, which is nonsensical. I'm sure the court will be answering this case very soon. When we come back, Tucker Carlson had a meltdown with Ted Cruz. Let me explain to you what's going on with this segment of the MAGA movement I happen to know.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Supplemental Security Income Program.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. President Trump has stepped up his rhetoric against Iran after pursuing a diplomatic solution. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
For the past couple of months, the president held out hope that negotiations with Iran would lead to a deal on its nuclear program. But now he supports Israel's military strikes against Iran and is calling for the country's unconditional surrender. In several social media posts, he boasted that we now control Iranian airspace, claimed we know the location of Iran's supreme leader, and warned the U.S. would come down hard on anyone who targets American troops. Greg Clugston, the White House.
Meanwhile, Israel strikes Tehran for 6 days as Iranian casualties rise. Correspondent Charles de Ledesma.
Iran has not published regular death tolls during the conflict and has minimized casualties in the past. Its last update, issued on Monday, put the death toll at 224 people killed and just over 1,000 others wounded. Iran has retaliated against Israel's airstrike campaign by launching some 400 missiles and hundreds of drones at the country. So far, at least 24 people have been killed in Israel. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Also at townhall.com, a judge being asked to clear the way for local governments and individual victims to vote on OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma's plan to settle thousands of lawsuits over the toll of opioids. This deal would be among the largest in a wave of opioid settlements. It calls for members of the Sackler family who own the company to give up ownership and to contribute up to $7 billion over time. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits dipped to 245,000 last week. That's down 5,000 from the week before. On Wall Street, stocks are higher. The Dow up 109 points, the Nasdaq adding 90. More at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Haley. President Trump spoke to reporters outside the White House today about the Israel-Iran war and said this about Iran.
They were schoolyard bullies. And now they're not bullies anymore, but we'll see what happens.
Meanwhile, the subject of immigration, he repeated what he said last week about deportation.
Now, look, we have to take care of our farmers. We have to take care of people that run leisure, hotels. I mean, we have to take care of them. But most importantly, we have to get the criminals out of our country.
The state Senate Health Care Committee considered a bill banning synthetic hemp products in the state and regulating the sale of Delta-9 products, including drinks and gummies. Attorney General Jeff Jackson spoke in favor of the bill.
One of the major themes in terms of feedback that I've gotten from law enforcement and from families over the last 6 months has been about this issue. And it usually happens when a family learns that it is truly the Wild West.
The search for a man reported missing in Holden Beach on Monday evening continued into Tuesday and today. According to Holden Beach police, 22-year-old Matthew Robert Bauer of High Point was swimming with two friends near the Logwood Folly Inlet at the east end of Holden Beach. Southport resident Joan Lockwood said the waterway near the inlet is dangerously deceiving.
When the tide is low, then it's sandy. It's pretty far across, and anybody would think, oh, I could swim that. But even good swimmers would have a very difficult time.
We're into summer almost, and it's hot, but there's also sufficient rainfall so far. State Assistant Climatologist Corey Davis.
But it's really only been so far this week that we've had more typical summer-like temperatures, lots of upper 80s in a few areas right along the coast, have seen some low 90s as well.
You're listening to NCN News.
Healthcare? Why?
Why is it so hard?
Healthcare is broken.
At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina, we get it.
Really?
Really. That's why we're making healthcare better for all, starting with you.
Really?
Really. We're making plans easier to navigate by putting all your benefits, prescriptions, and details on your computer and phone. Convinced?
No, but it's a start.
We'll take it. Blue Cross, North Carolina. Making healthcare better for all, starting with you.
Every parent wants their child to grow up healthy and strong, especially if they have a special medical need. And when my son Maddox was born with a rare neurological disorder, private insurance wouldn't cover his care. But Medicaid stepped in, and now Maddox can go to school and have a future of his own. My name is Ashley, and I'm speaking up to protect NC Medicaid.
Learn more at ncchild.org/speakup. That's ncchild.org/speakup.
Do you help a parent or someone else with complex Medicare insurance decisions? You are a hero, and I think you deserve a medal. But could you use some help? Hi, this is Phyllis Owens. I've done Medicare insurance plans for over 20 years here in Moore and surrounding counties. For professional guidance at no cost to you, call our office at 910-494-5922. That's 910-494-5922.
It's going to be a very hot day out there today. Mostly sunny skies. High temperatures will likely climb into the mid-90s. The heat index up to about 105 in some spots. It's mostly clear and very warm tonight. Temperatures stay in the upper 70s. And then showers and storms become likely Thursday. Some of those could turn severe. It's hot again with high temperatures back in the mid-90s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
This hour, the Eric Erickson Show is brought to you by Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst. Find them at 35 Dundee Road or online at clarkchevroletcadillac.com.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here across the United States of America. Delighted to have you with me. The phone number is 877-973-7425 should you wish to be on the program. Now, I want to let's do a little bit of storytelling here, but let me just set this up for you. I'm on radio. My job is to keep you entertained. It's not to save the world. It's not to change your mind. It's not to advocate for legislation. My job is to keep you company, to keep you entertained. And that is my primary job on radio. But I view my job as part of keeping you entertained and telling you stories and painting broader pictures for you what's going on in the world. My job is actually to tell you the truth, to tell you the news of the day. Right now, missiles are in the air from Iran. Iran's supreme leader announced that the battle begins. That's what he's telling Israel today, that today is really Iran striking back. Now that they've got their ducks in a row after the decapitation of their leadership, they intend to fight aggressively. Chinese air cargo ships landed last night in Tehran. It is believed that they were sending resupplies of weaponry for Iran to use. That may be what's happening right now. We will see. But while that is happening, there is growing discontent within parts of MAGA over the issue of Donald Trump and his engagement in the situation of the Middle East and Israel and Iraq and what exactly is going on and who exactly is in charge and what exactly is the mission. There's a lot of anger. Tucker Carlson played gotcha with Ted Cruz last night. Listen to part of this.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
It was Tucker Carlson intended it to be an ICDE question. He intended it to be a gotcha question. It's what members of the left-wing media do. Go back to the year 2000. That was George W. Bush versus Al Gore. George W. Bush versus Al Gore in 2000. In one of the presidential debates, they asked George W. Bush who the president of Pakistan was, and he didn't know the answer. And then they asked him the president of Swaziland, and I think I think it was him. And he pointed out it's actually a king, but he didn't know the name of the person. The reporter didn't know it was a king. But it was a gotcha question. They never asked Al Gore. They didn't want to ask Al Gore. They wanted to ask George W. Bush because it was a discrediting question. Do you want to be a world leader? You don't know the names of all the world leaders of the 190-plus countries on planet Earth? Same thing here. Someone sent out a cartoon this morning of Tucker Carlson asking Luke Skywalker, what's the population of the Death Star? It's kind of the same way, folks. It's a discrediting question. Oh, you don't know anything about the country. No, here's what you need to know. You don't need to know how many people live in Iran. The question is, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? But Tucker Carlson is in charge of a vanity project of Tucker Carlson and others of the progressive right to stop Donald Trump from doing what Donald Trump is doing. And what it comes down to is a tale as old as time, to quote Beauty and the Beast. Go back to Adam and Eve, the Tower of Babel, Frankenstein, Pinocchio, so much more. Stories of the creature deciding that it is the creator. If you go to Genesis 1, there's a word used when God says God created the heavens and the earth, and God created the animals, and God created the plants, and God created the heavens, and God created man. It's bara. Bara. God baras. And it is a word that only applies to God. God divinely creates. He creates in a way that we can't create. So when the people decided to build the Tower of Babel, the word use is not bara. And occasionally in literature themes and literary themes and religion and stuff, you have stories of the created being deciding it's actually God now. And that's what's happening here with Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson and Jack Posobiec and Candace Owens and the other very loud voices who do not want to engage with Iran is they think they created Donald Trump, as opposed to Donald Trump really created them, rebuilt platforms for them, made them into something. Steve Bannon rode Donald Trump's coattails. Tucker Carlson has ridden Donald Trump's coattails. These others have ridden Donald Trump's coattails, but they've decided that they're actually the power behind the throne. And one of the things that they have concocted is a mythology and a narrative. And let me give you this. If you read my piece this morning, you know where I'm going, and that is the Iraq War and Afghanistan. There's a reason that Vietnam lingers in the minds of the boomer class in this country. In Vietnam, 358,279 American men were killed or wounded, 58,279 killed, and 300,000 wounded. And young men grew up, and as they got closer to the age of 18, they lived in fear of getting drafted and going to Vietnam. Iraq and Afghanistan had no draft. In fact, in the grand scheme of things, very few Americans were impacted personally by the battle in Iraq and Afghanistan. 58,279 people died in Vietnam. 6,600 died combined in Iraq and Afghanistan. 2,461 in Afghanistan, just over 4,200 in Iraq. Massively different from Vietnam. 300,000 people were wounded in Vietnam. 20,000 were wounded in Afghanistan. Massive, massive disparity. But for some, it became a defining thing for them. Tucker Carlson, of course, felt like he was lied to and played over weapons of mass destruction. Talked to my friends in the military who've been in Syria. They say, we know where Iraq's weapons of mass destruction went. They went to Syria. That's what the Syrians have been using on their people the last couple of decades. It's not that Iraq didn't have weapons of mass destruction. It's that they got them out of the country before we invaded, so we couldn't find them. Whether you believe that or not, it is a mythology to think that Iraq and Afghanistan are this country's new Vietnam, because we were actually winning until Joe Biden pulled us out of Afghanistan. Very few Americans, we're down to like single digits beneath 5 over the last number of years, were dying in Afghanistan, yet 2,000 Afghanis a year were dying because we had transitioned the country. It's not the same thing, but these people built up the mythology and they built up the narrative that we can't have a police, we can't police the world. There can be no more forever wars. This wasn't a forever war. Very few Americans were getting killed in Iraq and Afghanistan. Very few total did compared to Vietnam. It wasn't a forever war. It was our political leadership that made some terrible mistakes over there. They could have been much better mistakes. We could have had the surge earlier. We could have done things differently. The troops themselves were not at fault. But this mythology that's come out of it has come as well from a side note of anti-Semitism. Why? Because it was Paul Wolfowitz and people like that who wanted to engage, and they were Jews. And so these people built up a mythology of America can't be the world's policeman. We can't have forever wars. Iraq and Afghanistan are the new Vietnam. Anytime you go to the Middle East, it becomes another Vietnam. We've got to stay out of the Middle East. Everything in the Middle East is a forever war, and there can be no more wars, and we can't do nation building. Nobody's proposing nation building. In fact, what does Donald Trump himself say? What does Trump say? This is Donald Trump this morning on the White House lawn.
Some of the people on the base don't want a long-term war. They're afraid that we're going to get into a long-term war.
We're not looking for a long-term war. We're looking. I only want one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Right. That's it. I'm not looking long-term, short-term. And I've been saying that for 20 years. I've been saying it as a civilian who got a lot of publicity. People would cover it. Very simply, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It's not a question of anything else. And if you did, you wouldn't have much of a country, because they would use it on us and they'd use it on other people, and there'd be a terror all over the world.
He doesn't want a long-term war. He just wants them not to have a nuclear weapon. That's it. No nuclear weapon. He's not looking for nation building. But these people are, we're nation building. We're nation building. Tulsi Gabbard apparently has been releasing some cryptic videos on social media the president saw. There's a big story in Politico. The president is tired of Tulsi Gabbard, doesn't think she adds anything to the conversation, and believes she's been disloyal for these little cryptic suggestions on social media that the neocon warmongers are influencing the president. In other words, the Jews. president's had enough of it. He's had enough of Tucker Carlson, called him Kooky Carlson. So people can hear what he thinks. Here's what's going on here. Tulsi Gabbard, Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, and the rest of them, they think they created Donald Trump, and Donald Trump recognizes he made them. Carlson would be no one but for Donald Trump. Donald Trump was his own man when he rode that escalator and declared his presidency in 2015. And right now, the division in MAGA is a division between the creator and the people who thought they created the creator. This is a Tower of Babel moment, dividing MAGA between the people who are authentically supporters of Donald Trump and the people who are supporters of their own agenda and treated Donald Trump as if he was the totem of their agenda. And their agenda was simply this, that America should retreat from the world. They have built up a mythology that people believe about Iraq and Afghanistan to convince people we should not be on the world stage. They do not want to be leaders of the world. They want to hand the world over to China and Russia. And they understand that once China and Russia are in control, the return on investment of getting America back in a leadership position will be too great that we'll give up. They want no American leadership in the world. They believe the idea of America running the world is a bad thing. They believe that the Western world being dominated by the United States is a bad thing. They hate American leadership in the world. And they believe they found a kindred spirit in Donald Trump. They believe they could elevate him. Donald Trump's always been pro-America. Donald Trump wants to lead the world. Donald Trump recognizes America's leadership in the world. Donald Trump has been very consistent, as he said for 20 years, that it would be bad for America if Iran had a nuclear weapon because Iran is pledged to destroy the United States of America and Israel. Iran believes that it can bring about the apocalypse with a nuclear weapon, which it believes is a rational thing to do because the apocalypse is good for it. Iran believes if it can bring about the apocalypse, it wins. Now, I've read to the end of the Bible. I know that's not true, but the Iranians are convinced it is. So all of these people believe that Donald Trump was a totem for their ideas, and it turns out he's his own man with his own ideas. And they're angry about it. They don't like it, so now they're seeking to discredit his agenda. And inside the administration, there are people working to sabotage Donald Trump's efforts right now because they, too, are convinced American leadership in the world is a bad thing. And Trump has had enough of it. And so we're seeing this. And you know the bottom line here, this is the sad thing, is that these people, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, the Candace Owens of the world, they would rather Iran get a nuclear weapon than for their ideological opponents, the neocons, to be right. They would rather Iran get a nuclear weapon than for them to be seen as not controlling Donald Trump because they've monetized. You know, all those stories about how often Donald Trump talks to Tucker Carlson, those leaks don't come from Donald Trump, they come from Tucker Carlson. All the people who go to Mar-a-Lago and they put it on their Instagram feed that they were there, they've got pictures of themselves with the president, they're seeding the idea that they are influential, that they're in the president's ear, that they can shape public opinion, and suddenly they're being exposed as impotent, as Donald Trump doesn't actually need them. Donald Trump doesn't need them. He's term limited. He's got a legacy to build now. And if Iran got a nuclear weapon, that would be a devastating end to Donald Trump's legacy, and he understands that. It's sad that these people are more interested in making sure their ideological opponents lose an argument than making sure Iran doesn't get a weapon of mass destruction. And so they will turn on Donald Trump now because he's not giving them what they want, which is victory in an argument that if they won would reduce American influence in the world and raise up an army of our enemies against us. And they're fine with that because it gives them more clout long term. Donald Trump asserting himself as the leader of MAGA undermines their efforts. They convinced themselves they were pulling the strings. And it turns out they were the puppet all along. And they don't like to realize that it's Donald Trump who's been pulling the strings, not them.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
I'm a big fan of the Eden Pure Thunderstorm, and right now you can get 3 of them, saving $200 by going to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code ERIC3, ERICK3. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is an air purifier, so it traps the dust, it traps the pollen, but where it really shines, the way I use it, odor eliminator. I've got a friend of mine who he and his wife bought a small old lake house. The people they bought it from had died. They had smoked in the house for years, and they bought the Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack and wiped out the smoke odors in the house. I've used it in rental cars where people have smoked in it. I know friends who, with dirty diapers, they use it to wipe out the dirty diaper odor or the litter box odor. You name it, it works. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 and save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3. You'll wipe out odors. You'll clean the air. You won't be disappointed. It really works. You can plug it up with a USB cord in a car or even directly into the wall. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code ERIC3. It's Eric Erickson here. As we approach the 3-year milestone since Roe v. Wade was overturned, I want to highlight Americans United for Life for you. For the past 50 years, AUL's been a major player in shaping pro-life legislation in the U.S., and they've been involved in literally every pro-life case presented to the Supreme Court. But the work's far from over. The Biden administration loosened rules on the abortion pill, which now makes the abortion clinic at home. It explains why abortions have reached a decade high, and women and children are paying the price. Like Denise, who has 2 children, she's been unsure on how to manage the other. She's being pushed towards an abortion, and if she does, she doesn't realize that she stands an 11% chance of suffering a severe medical reaction to the abortion pill. Your contribution raises awareness and is crucial to helping AUL safeguard pro-life legislation and protect women like Denise. We're looking for 50 supporters to contribute $50, but any donation helps and it's tax deductible. Donate today to Americans United for Life at www.aul.org/Eric. That's aul.org/ERICK.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
At Aloha Safari Park, you can experience the thrill of the savannah from the comfort of your own vehicle. Cruise through their drive-through park and encounter majestic animals like zebras, water buffaloes, bears, wolves, and more. And don't forget to come inside once your ride is over to explore all the other animals Aloha Safari Park has. Plus, get your chance to feed the animals like giraffes. Open Wednesday through Monday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Let your wild adventure begin at Aloha Safari Park, 159 Minnie Lane in Cameron.
Did you know that hurricanes can release the energy equivalent of 10,000 nuclear bombs? That's quite a storm. When nature shows its power, you can rely on the power of Carolina Power and Generators to keep your home safe and comfortable. Their reliable generators are designed to withstand the fiercest of storms, ensuring that you never miss a beat. With automatic start and seamless power transition, you can keep your lights on, your fridge running, and your family secure. With 0% financing options available and $1,000 off your generator installation, there's never been a better time to secure your dependable power. And now Carolina Power and Generators is excited to announce that they've joined forces with Carolina Air, your hometown heroes. Together, they're uniting comfort and energy to bring you even more reliable solutions. Be prepared for hurricane season with Carolina Power and Generators, where reliability meets peace of mind. Visit them online at generacnc.com or call 910-241-4677 today, because when storms come knocking, Carolina Power and Generators has your back.
You may not agree with him, but he tells you the truth. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Hello there. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, if you text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777, you can get the show notes, the podcast, the live stream, all that other stuff. Missiles have been in the air, a couple misses in Israel. I gotta find you this clip. Let me play you this audio. This is Whoopi Goldberg and Alyssa Farah on The View this morning. This is kind of wild to me.
And it's slow.
But let's just remember, too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights.
Listen, here's the thing. Let's not do that, because if we start with that, we have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car.
Where the Iranian regime is today in 2025 is nothing compared to the United States.
Hanging black people. So
it is not even the same. I couldn't step foot during this.
Wait. That's not what you mean to say. It is the same.
No, it's not. The year 2025 in the United States is nothing like if I step foot wearing this outfit in Tehran and killed for
I'm sorry.
I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
I'm telling you,
I literally said it was up to the Iranian people.
Yes, it is up to them. And that's why I am saying that it is the same. Murdering someone for their difference is not good, whoever does it. It's not good.
She can't acknowledge that as much as there are bad people in this country who do bad things, it's state policy in Iran. Whoopi Goldberg is actually arguing that Iran in 2025 and the United States in 2025 are the same. This is how broken these people on The View are. Alyssa Farah is actually from Iran and understands the situation there. Wow. Y'all, I got to tell you about my friends at Old Glory Bank. I got such an encouraging email from the CEO of Old Glory Bank today and how well the bank is doing. And I'm delighted to be a part of it through getting you guys there. They've crossed over $200 million in customer deposits. Just a couple weeks ago, they're already at $215 million in customer deposits, which is fantastic. They have increased the amount of business accounts they have. In less than 2 years, they're just exploding, and I'm delighted for their success, and you can be a part of it by going to oldglorybank.com/Eric. Y'all, they really are that good of a bank. I love telling people about Old Glory Bank. I recommend them to everybody. It's just that they're a great bank. I've got a checking account and a savings account with them. You can too. Your business can too. And they're conservatives. They're going to protect your business. They're going to protect your rights to bank with them. oldglorybank.com/Eric. Just go check them out today. oldglorybank.com/Eric. I love them. You will too. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, terms and conditions apply.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local
local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Rick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center has updated their menu. Many of their salads, pizzas, and wings are still available, plus several new ones. Now their fresh pizza dough is made with authentic Italian flour from Naples, Italy, the birthplace of pizza. So experience genuine Italian flavor. Rick's is the fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the patio? So jump into the fire at Rick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center. Rick's Wood-Fired Pizza is open daily from 11 a.m.
Home is more than just a place. It's where memories are made, where comfort is found, where Dad feels safest.
Listen, Dad, you need some help. I get it. This is your home. It's full of memories. Let me get you some help so that you can stay right here in this home you love.
At Griswold, we specialize in referring compassionate caregivers who understand the importance of home. When your dad needs a little help staying in his home, call me, Robert Bonville, at Griswold Care Parent of Pinehurst, 910-420-2360, or go online to griswoldcare.com/Pinehurst.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
At Cardinal Buildings, we understand your need for extra storage, a workshop, or even a cozy backyard retreat. We'll help you choose the perfect shed or building design, size, and features to fit your unique needs. Right now, receive an additional 15% off our already low prices. Plus, at Cardinal Buildings, browse our great selection of previously owned buildings. You can visit Cardinal Buildings at 364 White Hill Road, just north of the Moore County line on 15501, or call them at 919-708-7070.
Cooper Ford, the only locally owned Ford store in Moore County, announces Ford's From America, For America sales event. Now through the end of June, every eligible new Ford will be priced at employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay, while supplies last. Come in today and see why so many have made the short drive to beautiful Carthage and experience the difference your hometown dealer can make. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
Romans 10:17 tells us, "So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God." Join the Calvary Memorial Church service right here on WEEB at 11 a.m. every Sunday morning and hear the Word of God preached.
This Weather Center report brought to you by JB Short Carpet 1, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Summer heat is here today. It is going to be very hot this afternoon. Mostly sunny today. High temperatures climb into the mid-90s. The heat index up to about 105 today. It's mostly clear and very warm overnight tonight. Temperatures will stay in the upper 70s. And then showers and storms become likely Thursday afternoon and evening. Some could be severe with highs back in the mid-90s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Smart, fearless, and occasionally funny. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here. We're watching this situation in Israel right now. Rockets heard above Tel Aviv. A third U.S. aircraft carrier has been deployed close to Israel. And the Chinese have been sending 747 cargo freighters to Iran. Interestingly enough, according to the Associated Press, what's happening is they're getting very close to the Iranian border and turning off transponders so that they can't be seen on radar systems as they go below radar and get into Iran. They're probably bringing in nefarious things. Hours after JNS, and JNS is a news service. What does the J stand for? Is it? Oh gosh, I had it pulled up, and then the Jewish News Service. Yep, they disclosed that Colonel Nathan McCormick, the Levant and Egypt branch chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has long posted anti-Israel statements on a semi-anonymous public social media account. He has been removed. So Nathan McCormick is a Biden administration holdover of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's the Levant and Egypt branch chief at the Joint Chiefs of Staff's J5 Planning Directorate. And he is a well-known anti-Semite, according to members of the media. The information on the Twitter account does not reflect the position of the Joint Chiefs or the Department of Defense. The individual is being returned to his service while the matter is being investigated. Returning to service means he will no longer be on the Joint Staff while the matter is being investigated. We went through and looked at the hyperlinks and the content, so we were able to see the content, and we're essentially assigning an investigative officer to look into the matter. Our global alliances and partnerships are vital to our national security. The Pentagon official told JNS about the probe shortly after the social media account was disabled. Among the posts of this guy, Nathan McCormick, which have been archived, are references to, quote, Netanyahu and his judo supremacist cronies, to Washington having overwhelmingly enabled Israel's bad behavior, and to pro-Israel activists in the United States prioritizing support for Israel over our actual foreign interests. A Defense Department contractor who's interacted with McCormick described the postings as dangerous. This is the kind of bitter oversharing I'd expect from someone who doesn't know better, but at his level and under his name and likeness, it's mind-boggling that this guy would do this. This is the chief Israel planner, just so you understand. Colonel Nathan McCormick is the branch chief at the Joint Chiefs of Staff for planning in the Israel matters. That JNS learned that McCormick, according to his LinkedIn account, he's held the role since June of 2024, put there by Joe Biden, bashed Israel as a death cult that is America's worst ally. He's written hundreds of posts since the October 7th attack on Israel. The Western states go to great lengths to avoid criticism of Israel, much out of Holocaust guilt, he wrote. Israel's actions over decades have prompted the accusations of ethnic cleansing and genocide. Netanyahu and his judo supremacist cronies are determined to prolong the conflict for their own goals, either to remain in power or to annex the land. I've lately been considering whether we might be Israel's proxy and not realize it yet. Our worst ally, he called them. We get literally nothing out of the partnership other than the enmity of millions of people in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia. The U.S. has not been an honest broker. We have overwhelmingly enabled Israel's bad behavior. In one post, replying to the idea of Gazans potentially finding refuge outside the Gaza Strip, McCormick wrote, Israel wants to expel them and cleanse Eretz Israel of ethnic Palestinians. On October 11th, 5 days after Hamas's terror attack, McCormick wrote that, quote, Israel has an absolute right to respond militarily and civilians might legally be caught in the crossfire, but that Israel's responses always, not hyperbole, disproportionately target Palestinian civilians. Despite some attempts to anonymize his account, McCormick has repeatedly revealed his name and job title on the platform and has posted photos of himself that match his LinkedIn profile that include his uniform name tag. How so? What data? This is literally what I do at work every day, he wrote to someone in May. I'm the Joint Staff J5 Israel Branch Chief. His LinkedIn profile indicates he's responsible for Egypt and the wider Levant. On October 3rd, 2024, he posted a photo of a Meritorious Service Medal certificate issued to Lieutenant Colonel Nathan E. McCormick on June 1st, 2022. He's since been promoted to full colonel. Other posts include descriptions of his conversations with generals in the Israeli Defense Force, briefings from Israel's coordinator for humanitarian aid into Gaza, and aborted plans to send emails over the Pentagon's secret Internet Protocol router network for sharing classified information. A Department of Defense contractor who interacted with him said his postings are dangerous. The contractor raised the question whether McCormick's personal politics influence the advice his team is giving to senior leaders. If this is what he's publicly sharing, who knows what he's saying behind closed doors, the contractor said. Who else has seen this? He's an easy mark for foreign intelligence agencies. Publicly expressing such radical views that undermine the president's policy opens the door for bad actors to exploit it. Posting discussions he's having with colleagues and details about conversations with foreign partners. I'm gobsmacked, the contractor said. In August, McCormick, again put there by Joe Biden, wrote on social media that the problems with pro-Israel political activism in the United States is that it prioritizes support for Israel over our actual foreign interests. He called called John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt's 2007 book, The Israel Lobby and U.S. Foreign Policy, which called the Anti-Defamation League, quote, a classical conspiratorial anti-Semitic analysis invoking the canards of Jewish power and Jewish control, a very good book. The argument that the pro-Israel lobby in the United States has shaped U.S. foreign relations to support Israel in ways that are strategically harmful to both the United States and Israel still holds, even though the book was published in 2007. Holy moly, this guy hates Israel. Joe Biden put him in charge, and he's been left there under the cover. And only now, because the Jewish News Service, has he been exposed and been removed from his job at the Pentagon, where he's been advising the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who have been hesitant to help Israel destroy this facility, Fordow, in Iran. That's a hard underground bunker where they've got the majority of their centrifuges. Now, here's the thing. Let's take Fox News out of this. Let's take me out of this. Let's go to Barry McCaffrey. Not exactly pro-Donald Trump. He's on MSNBC. Listen to MSNBC.
I think the Iranians are on the verge of creating 1 to 15 nuclear devices. I don't think this is Netanyahu domestic politics. These people are about to be a nuclear power, and that's a bad outcome for the United States and the Middle East.
That's on MSNBC. This is on CNN. With what's his name, who used to be one of the coordinators over there for the government, who knows what's going on. Just listen to this conversation between Anderson Cooper and Brett McGurk.
I believe Anderson, not speaking for Prime Minister Netanyahu or anyone, but as someone who's dealt with this problem, the Iranian nuclear program has these advanced centrifuges and stockpiles of highly enriched uranium that has no conceivable civilian use. And the IAEA, which is no axe to grind, issued a report last week that found Iran to be in egregious violation of their nonproliferation obligations, and then 19 countries found them in violation of their nonproliferation commitments for the first time in 20 years. When this all broke, Anderson, 5 nights ago, we were talking about Fordow. That was the crux of it. I was immediately concerned. The Israelis cannot do that on their own, and that's where we are. And in Fordow, this underground facility, Iran has 10 cascades of the highly advanced IR-6 centrifuges enriching to 60% uranium. It's a serious, serious problem. I've dealt with it. I am not saying that if I was working on this issue, this might not be where we want to be. We want to try to get a deal, but we are where we are.
To his point, the IAEA has been sympathetic to Iran and really doesn't have an axe to grind. And the IAEA says that Iran has been building up enriched uranium beyond civilian use. There's no reason to build up enriched uranium beyond civilian use unless you're working on a nuclear weapon. It doesn't matter the timeline. There are people who say, well, we've been saying for 30 years they were going to get a nuclear weapon. They've been working on it for that long. It's taken them time to get around sanctions to be able to get it done. And now even the IAEA, which has been the most sympathetic to Iran, says, oh, they're actually really close, guys. Probably need to sanction them. Now, here's the funny thing what's her name? What's her name? The overnight lib at MSNBC. No, not Rachel Maddow. Who's the other one? MSNBC. Chris Hayes. That's it. Chris Hayes. Yes. Here with the Biden's Assistant Secretary of State.
Obviously, when Trump in his first administration got out of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the so-called Iran nuclear deal, he ended diplomacy and set us on a path to this confrontation with Iran. There is no one who wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I'm not even sure the Supreme Leader of Iran wants a nuclear weapon, though he wants to leave his options open. We certainly don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. They are a destabilizing force in the Middle East. But Donald Trump has now decided that we are part of this war. And I think we are all waiting to see whether all the assets that we've sent to the Middle East are now going to take a strike, going to use our massive ordnance penetrator to deal a blow to Fordo, the deep underground enrichment facility, whether in fact this is going to set us on a path where no one has laid out what the end game is, what the end result is. We should not be about regime change, even if Israel is.
Wendy Sherman was the assistant secretary. She worked for Joe Biden. She worked for Barack Obama. She was complicit in the Iran deal that was, by all accounts, widely agreed, even by Democrats in the U.S. Senate, going to help Iran get a nuclear weapon. I mean, you got to remember that it was Democrats in the United States Senate who killed Barack Obama's nuclear deal with Iran. He had to do it as an executive deal. He couldn't do it as a treaty because it didn't have the votes from the Democrats in the Senate, because the Democrats in the Senate said the deal was a bad deal and it would move Iran towards a nuclear weapon. And Democrats are engaged in this level of revision that, oh, not really. Actually, this deal would have kept them from getting a nuke. That, at the time, was completely different understanding. I mean, you've got this wild situation now where you've got even like Barry McCaffrey on MSNBC. You've got the team on Joe Scarborough in the morning saying, we can't allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon. And the IAEA, not exactly hostile to Iran, says that they're close. And again, for all the people who say, but we've been saying that for 30 years, how close do you want them to get before you stop them? David Ignatius, of all people, on MSNBC with Morning Joe.
This is a consequential choice that would change Donald Trump's presidency. You can imagine that you'll just go in with a B-2 and drop this bomb and bluey, there goes the Iranian nuclear program. But the follow-on consequences of that, because that would bring the regime into jeopardy, are enormous. In Iran that becomes anarchic, ungoverned, is a different kind of danger for the region. My fear about a limited military option is that we'd end up with something like Saddam Hussein in Iraq in the 1990s. We waged a limited war in 1991, the first Gulf War, to get the Iraqis out of Kuwait, and then pulled back. President George H.W. Bush thought, let's not get into a deep war there.
Isn't that great? You've got David Ignatius on MSNBC saying, we should do regime change. That's MSNBC. Not a whole lot of people want to keep Iran where it is with a nuclear weapon. It is a distinctly minority opinion. Americans across the aisle have understood Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon, and Donald Trump is yet again on the side of majority opinion. Stop a crazy regime from getting a nuclear weapon, because it's the only crazy regime on planet Earth that thinks it is logical and rational to use one. Now, speaking of logic and rationality, that comes a lot in this country from the conservative movement, and that's what AFP is all about. They'd love to get you on their side for fighting for common sense tax reform. If you go to protectprosperity.com today, you can sign up with Americans for Prosperity, and you can get involved in the process and have your voice heard on the changes in the Senate to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Americans for Prosperity, they keep you informed. They give you the play-by-play, the latest on the changes in the legislation, so that you know and can inform your friends and family. And they give you a one-stop shop at protectprosperity.com to connect to your members of the Senate and get their involvement and get them on your side for this legislation. All you have to do is go to protectprosperity.com today. You sign up at that website. It becomes a one-stop shop. They turn on an activism portal. You can connect to your members of the Senate and the members of the House and get engaged. ProtectProsperity.com is the website. One more time, Protect Prosperity, brought to you by our friends at Americans for Prosperity.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
When Dr. Ben Carson, Larry Elder, and John Rich decided to start a pro-America online bank called Old Glory Bank, people scoffed. Aren't all banks pro-America? In the last 4 years, we learned who big banks really are. Big banks share customers' data with the government. Big banks debank Americans because they don't like their politics. But not Old Glory Bank. From the beginning, we created Old Glory Bank to be a fortress for privacy, security, and liberty. This is why Old Glory Bank is one of the fastest growing banks with more than 50,000 customers across all 50 states in just 2 years. We answered the call. Join fellow patriots by owning a piece of the bank that was pro-America when pro-America wasn't cool. Freely tradable shares of Old Glory Bank stock are now available. For details, go to own.oldglorybank.com. Investments involve risk, are not FDIC insured, and are not guaranteed. See our offering circular.
It's the start of a new year, new you, new time, new technology. You keeping up with the times? My goodness, Vision Computers wants to help you, your company, your home, your kids keep up with technology. Now listen, college applications are dropping, kids are getting admitted, your kid's going to need technology. Vision Computers can help you. Your business headed into this year, got new technology, you need new graphics cards, you need new computers. Vision Computers can build them. Laptops, desktops, they'll take care of you. Not only that, they'll service your computers. You'll get a phone number that you can call if you have any question about how your computer operates. If something doesn't work, you think, or you need to figure out something, they can help you faster than a Google search. All you need to do is go to visioncomputers.com, visioncomputers.com, or call them 404-COMPUTE anywhere nationwide. Call Vision Computers at 404-COMPUTE. Tell them I sent you. You'll save even more money. Do business with visioncomputers.com. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. You'll never lose sleep over your computer again.
Temple Theater continues to celebrate its 100-year history of bringing performing arts and culture to Central North Carolina. Season tickets for the 2025-2026 main stage season are on sale now, with an incredible lineup including Grease, The Addams Family Musical, A Christmas Carol, Side by Side by Sondheim, Pardon Me, a Dolly Parton tribute, and a new North Carolina-based musical, Bright Star. The 2025-2026 main stage season promises to be a year filled with timeless classics. Get your season tickets at templeshows.org.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals is dedicated to providing high-quality workmanship and exceptional customer service, and that includes 24-hour emergency service. You can trust John Cole's Plumbing Professionals to arrive promptly and work efficiently to resolve your plumbing problems 24 hours a day.
Hi, this is John Cole. If you've got a plumbing problem, don't call a plumber, call a professional at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
You may not agree with him, but he tells you the truth. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Howdy, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. Let's go to the phones here. Chris in St. Cloud, Florida, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Eric, for having me on today.
Sure.
Hey, I wanted to talk a little bit and touch basis on this Tucker Carlson gig that just came out the other day. That you were talking about it recently, just a few minutes ago. Where does he get, having these talks with people undermining Trump, about Trump not knowing what he's doing, about getting us in another war, and there's going to be boots on the ground. Since when has Trump ever launched a strike somewhere and actually put boots on the ground?
Yeah. Look, I can't add to it, Chris, honestly. I mean, Donald Trump has never put boots on the ground anywhere and has largely said he's not going to. He has also said that Iran needs to not get a nuclear weapon, that it would be bad for us. So, yeah, I think Tucker it's very much in a frame of mind where Tucker thinks that Donald Trump owes him, and that Tucker Carlson amplified and elevated Donald Trump into a position, and Trump should do what Tucker wants. And largely what it is Tucker has seeded a false narrative about Iran and Iraq and Afghanistan, and he's afraid of being proven wrong, and he's afraid of being exposed with no influence, and so now he's at war with Trump. And why shouldn't we trust Donald? I mean, y'all, I'm not exactly Donald Trump's biggest fan, and I'm like, the man's not committing to regime change or boots on the ground. He just wants to take out Iran's nuclear capacity. And in that regard, we should be launching a bunker buster and blowing up the Fordo reinforced underground development facility. And trust when Donald Trump says he's not going to send the American military. We're not invading Iran. We're ending Iran's capability for nuclear weapons. That is not nation building. That's nation saving. It saves the whole world. I mean, have you noticed the silence of the Arab nations? You don't have Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Bahrain and Oman and even Qatar, which has been funding a lot of this anti-Israel, pro-Iran stuff. You don't have them out there cheering on Iran and attacking Israel. It's remarkably quiet. Remarkably quiet. Y'all, I'm going to trust Donald Trump and those around him on this issue, because I, like Donald Trump, believe that Iran should not get a nuclear weapon. And for 20 years, Donald Trump has been saying Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. And he intends to keep his promise. This is what I voted for. And it's what all these other guys voted for, too. And now they're like, I didn't vote for this. Yes, you did, because he's been really consistent on this point and sealing the border, the two most consistent points he's made for 20 years. Grow up. We'll take more of your calls on the other side and get on with the other news of the day.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
At Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst, our family-owned dealership has been proudly serving yours for over 50 years. We're not just another dealership, we're your neighbors, dedicated to finding you the perfect vehicle at the perfect price, and we never charge a dock fee. Right now, get $6,500 in total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. That's right, get $6,500 total cash back on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST. Plus, all active duty, retired, and military veterans can take up to an additional $500 off most Chevrolet models. Hurry, these offers end June 30th or while supplies last. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, find Clark Chevrolet Cadillac at 35 Dundee Road in Pinehurst or visit clarkchevroletcadillac.com. Together, let's drive. Price plus tax and tag not available with lease and some other offers. Must trade a 2011 or newer vehicle. Must present military appreciation authorization number. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills. 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
I learned
Southern
patience from my
Pines,
adoptive
Pinehurst,
dad.
Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. On the economic front, the Federal Reserve is expected to keep its key interest rate unchanged today for the fourth straight time. And that's likely to shift attention to how many interest rate cuts they forecast for this year. It's widely expected that Fed officials that participate in the central bank's interest rate decisions will project 2 rate cuts for this year, as they did back in December and March. Upper-level discussions on the Iranian situation continue. The BBC's Jake Kwan is in Washington.
Mr. Trump and his advisors are reported to have discussed the possibility of striking Iran's nuclear sites. U.S. and Israeli media say Mr. Trump followed the meeting with a call to the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, but it is not known what was discussed. Yesterday, in a flurry of social media posts, Mr. Trump demanded Iran's unconditional surrender. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, responded with a series of social media messages of his own last night, insisting his country would never compromise with Zionists.
The BBC's Jake Kwan. Also at townhall.com, when it comes to border security and the rule of law, what a difference a president can make.
Border czar Tom Homan, writing on X, says in the last 24 hours, the Border Patrol encountered a total of 95 illegal aliens across the entire southern border. Compare that to the Biden administration, who surpassed more than 10,000 per day. And the New York Post reports border agents did not release a single illegal alien into the country last month. In May of last year, 62,000 illegals were released into the U.S. under President Biden. Rich Thomason, Washington.
And this late word, as expected, the Federal Reserve has left interest rates unchanged. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News. I'm Bruce Farrell. President Trump continuing to weigh whether the U.S. will join Israel's military action against Iran's nuclear program. More from the White House and Linda Kenyon.
Will the president give the green light for U.S. military involvement?
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
But Trump adds Iran's supreme leader may want to talk now.
Why didn't you negotiate with me 2 weeks ago? You could have done fine.
The president also seemed to shrug off Iran's warning that U.S. involvement will lead to irreparable damage.
We've been threatened by Iran for many years.
Adding he's repeated several times Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Emergency workers pulling more bodies from the rubble of a 9-story Kyiv apartment building demolished by a Russian missile. The finds brought the death toll from the attack on the Ukrainian capital the previous day to 28. A search for a man reported missing in Holden Beach on Monday continuing. As of this morning, Holden Beach Mayor Alan Holden told WWAY that officials had not ruled the incident a drowning because a body has not been found. Holden police also say there is an active search.
I wish that there had been something in place to help his friends that were there with him. They were responsible for having to save him. And
if you see anything or have information, you can contact the Holden Beach Police Department. Buncombe County Sheriff's Office says a detention officer has been fired after being charged with driving while impaired and possession of an open container. In a statement, the Sheriff's Office said it was informed of detention officer Tequila King's arrest on June 13th. An American Civil Liberties Union lawyer says the Supreme Court decision upholding Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender minors is a devastating loss for transgender people and everyone who cares about the Constitution. You're listening to NCN News.
The North Carolina Healthcare Association invites you to listen to this month's podcast, Conversations on the State of Healthcare. We're talking about a major collaboration that's making waves in Iredell County called Whole 3, bringing together organizations, resources, and people to serve families in a way we've never seen before. Find our latest Conversations on the State of Healthcare wherever you listen to your favorite podcasts, and learn more by visiting nchealthcare.org.
Did you know Medicare fraud is costing us $68 billion a year? The NC Department of Insurance Senior Medical Patrol Program's goal is to reduce Medicare fraud, waste, and abuse. If you suspect any billing or Medicare fraud issues, we're here to help. Contact SMP today at ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212.
Project supported by grants from the Administration for Community Living. Contents do not necessarily represent official views of, nor an endorsement by ACL, HHS.
Brick's Wood Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center has updated their menu. Many of their salads, pizzas, and wings are still available, plus several new ones. Now their fresh pizza dough is made with authentic Italian flour from Naples, Italy, the birthplace of pizza. So experience genuine Italian flavor. Brick's is the fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the patio? So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center. Brick's Wood Fired Pizza is open daily from 11 a.m.
It's going to be a very hot day out there today. Mostly sunny skies. High temperatures will likely climb into the mid-90s. The heat index up to about 105 in some spots. It's mostly clear and very warm tonight. Temperatures stay in the upper 70s. And then showers and storms become likely Thursday. Some of those could turn severe. It's hot again with high temperatures back in the mid-90s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Eric Erickson Show is brought to you by Ward Rowland, your State Farm agent in downtown Southern Pines at 277 West Pennsylvania Avenue. Call 910-725-0915.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is the third hour of the program. I have news for you. The Federal Reserve saying that unemployment remains remarkably low. The Federal Reserve has been meeting. The central bank forecasts a concern of stagflation. This is happening right now. The Federal Reserve is expected to be a little bit careful when it comes to interest rates. The news is literally happening right now as I come back on air. And the Fed is concerned about the issue of stagflation. Jerome Powell will have a press conference at 2:30. And their statements and what we might expect with interest rate policy. The Fed is expected to, there it comes, just seeing the wires. They're holding rates steady, but expect to cut twice this year. So happening right now as I come on air, the Federal Reserve announcing that interest rates will not be cut this time. They plan on 2 cuts later this year. They are concerned about stagflation. Stagflation is you've got high inflation and you have a stagnant economy and they can't really cut rates. It's locked in. Now, this is the other thing that is problematic. The President of the United States is saying that he is considering direct military action in Iran. Iranian officials happening right now, Iranian officials are denying that they have asked Donald Trump to start negotiating again. The Iranian officials say they haven't asked. Donald Trump is now saying that he expects, or is considering at least, direct military action. Iran's supreme leader has rejected the idea of any surrender. This is the president a short time ago on the lawn at the White House being asked about the supreme leader.
President, what do you say to the supreme leader of Iran who says that they will not
Say good luck.
What is the end game?
Say it? I know the patience run out. It's already run out. That's why we're doing what we're doing. You can take out. Yeah, they had 60 days and a big, 60 days, plenty of time. And they made a mistake. Honestly, they made a mistake. Their country's in ruins. So many people are dead that shouldn't be dead. It's a very sad thing.
Very sad thing. People are dead who shouldn't be dead. It's a sad thing. Good luck to the supreme leader. Donald Trump says we know where he is. In fact, there is word coming right now that the Israelis have begun bombing in locations where the supreme leader is suspected of being. Now, my guess is that the president is considering the bunker buster. So I was texting my buddy Jared back and forth a little while ago. And Jared, he says, I thought we had used a bunker buster in Afghanistan, but everything I'm seeing is that it's never been employed. And I'm thinking it was the Moab. It must have been the mother of all bombs. The mother of all bombs. It does something to that thing. Is just it's an incredible weapon. It's not Tsar Bomba, but it's an incredible thing. Yeah. The mother of all bombs, I don't know if it's MILF category or not, but it is a special weapon, and I do believe we deployed that in Afghanistan. And I'm thinking that the bunker buster, probably correct, we haven't deployed it, but the president seems like he may want to deploy the bunker buster. What is the bunker buster? I am no expert. I do not play an expert. However, I do actually read the experts, the actual people who develop the weapons, who actually know what's going on. The bunker buster is a weapon developed by the United States for a very long time. In the United States, the calculus was that we could just drop a nuke. Well, for lots of reasons, not just the political fallout, we finally decided not to develop a nuke. So what we came up with was the GBU-57, the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. It is a 30,000-pound bomb encased in high-density steel alloy designed to plummet through 200 feet of mountain rock before exploding. That's how the Wall Street Journal describes it. Military analysts said the large bunker buster has the best chance of getting through to targets like the Fordo uranium enrichment facility, which Iran has buried under a mountain. Its existence has driven speculation that the U.S. could get involved in the attack. This is really what it was designed for, says Mark Kansian, who matched bombs to targets in the military and later worked at the Pentagon on procurement and budgeting, including programs like the Massive Ordnance Penetrator. Before bunker busters, the military figured it could turn to nuclear weapons to blast through mountains, but now those are unpalatable for a variety of reasons, including, well, the fallout. So the U.S. has been working on these bombs. They spent up $400 billion to develop them. They apparently have 20 of them in the arsenal, according to the people who are involved in procurement of the military. So there are 20 of these bombs, and they are designed to be delivered by a B-2 stealth bomber. Now, Israel has notched direct hits on Iran's underground centrifuge halls at Natanz. We know that because the IAEA says that radiation has been detected. It's fine in the area, but underground they're detecting radiation. The U.S. has not become involved. However, just so you know, there are actually reports today coming from people inside the White House that the president believes it would make more sense for the United States to drop one bunker buster on Fordo, one bunker buster on Fordo than to have the Israelis send in the troops, because the Israelis have decided they will send in special forces to take out the facility if the United States will not use the bunker buster. Now, what would be worse? What would be more would be a greater escalation, dropping one bomb or sending in a bunch of Jews to take it out? I'm thinking sending in the Israeli soldiers into a hardened facility would actually be a greater escalation than just dropping the bunker buster bomb. We will see. Now, related to all of this and what's happening there, I actually want to take a phone call right here from Patty. Calling from, Patty, I'm going to mispronounce. Is it Naugatuck, Connecticut?
You did a great job. Thank you very much for taking my call. You've had a great show. I've only listened to your show since yesterday. It's fabulous.
Thank you so much.
Fabulous. I wanted to make a few little comments, just a few of my own little thoughts. You know, I was thinking if the regime in Iran wanted to somehow hurt us or hurt the world, that they could actually go through close the Strait of Hormuz, disrupt the price of oil, send that sky high, affect Saudi Arabia. And I guess I'll ask you, I don't think they would do that, because I think it wouldn't be just a small outrage. I think they'd have the outrage of all the ships and all the countries behind those ships that use that Strait of Hormuz. So I think I was just looking for weak spots where they could hurt us, and that was one of them. But I don't think they'll use it, because I think it would end up backfiring on them. And then the other thing I was thinking of is, you know, we talk about regime change. And I see the reluctance of both Israel and the United States, and that's great. And I also am a person, as you said, who are very much behind the President of the United States. He gets to decide. and I respect what he does. He knows the most. He has the most intelligence, and he's working on the behalf of the United States and the world, and I think he's really looking to save us all, so to do the least harm. And I think the people have the most power for that, and it should be given to them. But I think they may be reluctant because past practice in history over time, even in my lifetime, every time they went in the street, it failed. And the consequences and the punishments to the people were extremely severe. And the women were raped, and a lot of very, very damaging to them. So I think they're waiting, and I think they may flee. But fleeing also helps to change because if there's nobody left, there's no regime to manage because they're all gone. So that actually may help, for the change of the current regime. But I also wanted to say that in ours, the way the Americans communicate, I know this is a very heated kind of thing, and it brings the country to places we may not go. And again, I say I trust my president because I don't think he wants boots on the ground either. I think he's trying to fill a need that Israel has and to do it that actually benefits the world and actually is a promoter of peace. If someone disagrees with me or someone else or I disagree, I really want to do that very, very politely with each other because we all come from different places and different thoughts, and sometimes we all know different information. And I don't want to see Americans being angry and argumentative and cause conflict amongst us because our power is the unity of us all. And
Patty,
we don't want a divided country.
Patty, I want to go back to, listen, first, thank you very much for listening in Connecticut. I appreciate it very much. I really appreciate you taking the time to call in. And I want to spend a moment on the Straits of Hormuz because you raise a very thoughtful point, and it sounds like you've arrived at the conclusion that I have arrived at. The Straits of Hormuz, for those of you who don't know, the Persian Gulf sits to the west of the Straits of Hormuz. The Arabian Peninsula goes up to a point, and at the top of that point is a portion of Oman. It's divided from all of Oman by the United Arab Emirates. Corfacon, where I used to go on vacation as a kid, in Fujairah, there to the east of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates is north of Oman. And then north of Ras Al Khaimah, you get back into the territory of Oman and the islands of Oman that jut out into the Persian Gulf there at the Straits of Hormuz. North of there is Iran. And there has been talk about Iran closing off the Straits of Hormuz. Here's the problem. China gets most of its oil from Iran. And to get the oil out of Iran to China, that oil has to go through the Straits of Hormuz. So if Iran shuts off the Straits of Hormuz to punish the world so that it can't get the oil from Abu Dhabi and from Saudi Arabia, well, some of that oil could flow through the Red Sea ports, although you would have to deal with the Houthi. But a lot of that oil could come from the United States of America, which now on a daily basis is producing more barrels of oil than Saudi Arabia. I bet you didn't know that, but it's true. So the price of oil goes up. It makes the United States richer. And China can't get Iran's oil. By the way, you will notice that while Israel has blown up a number of oil refineries and oil reserves in the Tehran area, that's all for Iranian consumption. It's not for export. Israel has left the export facilities alone. My suspicion is that if Israel gets intelligence that China is actually helping Iran, they're going to blow up those export facilities. Now, if they blow up the export facilities, Iran's got nothing to lose. It'll shut down the Straits of Hormuz. But as long as the export facilities are open and Iran can get its oil out to China, I think that they're going to leave the Straits of Hormuz open. I don't think they can shut down the Straits of Hormuz without undermining Iran itself because it's dependent on China. The Chinese are somewhat okay with Israel doing what it's doing because China itself understands the Iranians are not Western radical, secular radical, or secular rational actors. They actually have a religious complex towards wanting a nuke to use it. But there's certainly involvement between Iran and China. And a large part of that involvement comes from the export of oil in the black market for China. And all of that comes from the Straits of Hormuz. So Patty's right. If they shut down the Straits of Hormuz, it cuts off Iran's nose to spite its face. And suddenly China has no reason to keep Iran going because it no longer can get Iran's oil. So shutting off the Straits of Hormuz would be a dumb thing for Iran to do. I don't think it's going to happen. I just don't see it happening as long as we leave their export facilities alone. But honestly, if you shut down Iran's export facilities and blow up the island where they do all their exports for oil, you cripple the Iranian economy and you bring about regime change without ever having to actually put troops in.
Follow Eric on X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Search EW Erickson.
You know the old expression, I love it when a plan comes together? Well, with our First Liberty Notes, this has been so true. Hello, I'm Brant Frost, founder of First Liberty Building and Loan.
You've heard Eric Erickson talk about us on his show for years. We're the local lenders who for 3 decades have said yes when the big banks say no.
A couple of months ago, we opened up our First Liberty Notes program to Main Street investors just like you, and the response has been just incredible. Folks from airline pilots to physicians to even pastors are now earning 8 to 13% interest rates while helping to fuel the growth of local small businesses. If you're a qualified investor with a minimum of $25,000, you too could be earning 8 to 13% interest. We'd love to have you join our First Liberty family today. Go to firstlibertyga.com and see if our First Liberty Notes are right for you. Go to firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
This participation in a First Liberty Note is not intended to constitute the sale of any investment security. It is not FDIC insured or guaranteed by any government agency. You could lose money. First Liberty has never defaulted on any notes where it was the borrower.
I'm a big fan of the Eden Pure Thunderstorm, and right now you can get 3 of them, saving $200 by going to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code ERIC3, ERICK3. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is an air purifier, so it traps the dust, it traps the pollen, but where it really shines, the way I use it, odor eliminator. I've got a friend of mine who he and his wife bought a small old lake house. The people they bought it from had died. They had smoked in the house for years, and they bought the Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack and wiped out the smoke odors in the house. I've used it in rental cars where people have smoked in it. I know friends who, with dirty diapers, they use it to wipe out the dirty diaper odor or the litter box odor. You name it, it works. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 and save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3. You'll wipe out odors, you'll clean the air, you won't be disappointed. It really works. You can plug it up with a USB cord in a car or even directly into the wall. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code ERIC3.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a
second chance. At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
Mold, mildew, and grime creeps in slowly, taking over and staining your home's exterior. Don't blast it with high pressure and create more damage. Soft wash it with More Clean Pro Wash. We use eco-friendly solutions in low pressure to gently clean your roof, siding, driveway, and more without damage, restoring your home to its former glory. Care you can trust. Contact More Clean Pro Wash for a free estimate at 910-725-9566 or visit morecleanprowash.com for details.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Join Eric's army of activists and let your voice be heard. Text ARMY to 33777.
Hello there. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. Folks, I have run afoul of the declared National Socialist Daryl Cooper, who believes that Hitler was the victim in World War II and Winston Churchill was the bad guy. Yes. The man who thinks that Winston Churchill was the bad guy of World War II is upset with me because someone created a cartoon that I put out on Twitter of Tucker Carlson shoving a microphone in Luke Skywalker's face saying, "What is the population of the Death Star?" And the Nazi replies, did not see that coming. For those keeping score, the current party line is that war with Iran is just like World War II and Star Wars, but not at all like any of the recent Mideast wars they sold us using the exact same rhetoric and reasons. Now, I was making a point about Tucker Carlson's absurd comment to Ted Cruz that if Ted Cruz doesn't know the population of Iran, he can't comment on whether Iran can have a nuclear weapon. That was my point, but apparently the Nazi can extrapolate my pointing the absurdity of Tucker Carlson into a massive soliloquy on war in the Middle East. It's just the idea that Ted Cruz cannot have an opinion on whether or not Iran should get a nuclear weapon because he doesn't know the population of Iran is actually absurd. Likewise, the U.S. intelligence services have pointed out now for the last couple of years, including in the Biden administration, that Iran had been trying to find someone to assassinate Donald Trump. Tucker Carlson asks Ted Cruz if he knows the names of the assassins, and Cruz says, "I don't know the names of the assassins." And Tucker Carlson says, "Well, then it didn't happen." It's just so stupid. You know, if we gather intelligence that says Iran is plotting something, and I'm sorry, we don't yet have the names of the plotters, it doesn't mean it's not happening. It's just a dumb line of questioning, and he's trying to take advantage of dumb people. Now, I got to move on and tell you smart people to go get an Eden Pure Thunderstorm. You can get 3 of them and save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3 at EdenPureDeals.com. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is a filterless air purifier. It wipes out pollen and dust. It wipes out 99.9% of bacteria and viruses that flow through it. It eliminates them, and then it kills all odors, just destroys the odors. It generates ozone that latches onto the ionized particles you and I know as odors that trigger your nose to produce a smell in your brain, and it, works very, very well. I travel with one. You can get 3 of them. They're small. You can put one in a travel bag, put one in your RV, put one in your kitchen, wherever you need them. EdenPureDeals.com is the website. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3 at EdenPureDeals.com. Eden, like the Garden of Eden, pure as driven snow. EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3, no space. And you can clean the air today and thank me tomorrow.
Are you one of the 6,000 people whose first Medicare Direct plan is ending December 31st? You should know two things. First, your plan is absolutely fine through the end of this year. Use it with confidence. Second, it's not too early to understand your options. Hi, this is health insurance agent Phyllis Owens. I've helped people here with Medicare plans for over 20 years. We do it all, and we would love to help you. For a no-cost appointment, call our office at 910-494-5922.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Did you know that hurricanes can release the energy equivalent of 10,000 nuclear bombs? That's quite a storm. When nature shows its power, you can rely on the power of Carolina Power and Generators to keep your home safe and comfortable. Their reliable generators are designed to withstand the fiercest of storms, ensuring that you never miss a beat. With automatic start and seamless power transition, you can keep your lights on, your fridge running, and your family secure. With 0% financing options available and $1,000 off your generator installation, there's never been a better time to secure your dependable power. And now Carolina Power and Generators is excited to announce that they've joined forces with Carolina Air, your hometown heroes. Together, they're uniting comfort and energy to bring you even more reliable solutions. Be prepared for hurricane season with Carolina Power and Generators, where reliability meets peace of mind. Visit them online at generacnc.com or call 910-241-4677 today. Because when storms come knocking, Carolina Power and Generators has your back.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Charbar 7 in Southern Pines offers a nice mix of upscale and casual. Whether you're in a suit, golf attire, or jeans, you'll feel right at home. Our menu offers a wide variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads and sandwiches, but Charbar 7 is most known for our perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. So if you're looking for a great place to relax, eat some food, and maybe watch some golf, we invite you to visit Charbar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
This weather forecast is sponsored by American Water Treatment, a Platinum Pentair dealer and Rainsoft service agent. Call 944-3140.
We're talking to Ron and Donna Van Hoover from Pinehurst, happy customers with American Water Treatment.
We have been with American Water Treatment for years, probably since its inception, or at least 8 years of dealing with them. We've never had a problem. We engaged with them initially because we were looking for someone who could purify our water throughout our whole house. There's never been a complaint on our end, which is saying tons about nowadays how people do their jobs. Whenever we've had any dealings with either Paul or Marty, we have found them to be so friendly, courteous, personable, down to earth, always on time, and very professional.
And they are always spot on.
So if you need American Water Treatment, call 910-944-3140, 910-944-3140.
Summer heat is here today. It is going to be very hot this afternoon. Mostly sunny today. High temperatures climb into the mid-90s. The heat index up to about 105 today. It's mostly clear and very warm overnight tonight. Temperatures will stay in the upper 70s. And then showers and storms become likely Thursday afternoon and evening. Some could be severe with highs back in the mid-90s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, even when it isn't popular. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Y'all, I can't make this up. I am not competent and capable enough to make this up. You know what Roblox is? My son used to play Roblox. Roblox it's a online interface of people. It's terrible, like 1980 style graphics games. Well, they've started transitioning it to monetize it to building communities, and there are people who have invested in their communities on Roblox. And the nut job Taylor Lawrence, she says, on Monday I reported on anti-ICE protests taking over Roblox. One of the kids I interviewed texted me this morning to share that the Roblox protesters are facing police violence. Someone literally texted and says, hello, I was in a Roblox ICE protest, but then we all got shot by the police. I gotta tell my son. So kids on this online environment, again, y'all have got to think like early 1980s computer graphics. So some kids decide to assemble in their community to protest ICE in the Roblox universe online, and other kids dress up as police officers and open fire online. Oh, I'm so sorry. The online trolls battling each other. My gosh, yes. I was in a Roblox ICE protest, but then we all got shot by the police. No, you didn't get shot by the police. You got shot by other people trolling you online because you built the community online instead of in the real world like you're supposed to. That is just way too funny. Okay, let me see if I can pull this up real quick. This is kind of important. Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, is announcing that they're not going to be raising or lowering interest rates right now. Everything is going to stay the same as it is, and that the near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up in recent months. Looking at the economy, let me jump over and see if I can pull up the audio of his press conference real quick so we can hear some of this happening as the markets are going up on news that they do expect to raise interest rates twice this year. He says the U.S. economy is actually in a solid position overall. Big news here from Jerome Powell as he decides that the economy is in a solid position. Rates are not yet going to be lowered, but the Federal Reserve expects to lower rates twice this year. So that would probably be September and then December.
Objections are not a committee plan or decision. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on issues related to assessing the risks and uncertainties that are relevant for monetary policy and the potential implications for policy, strategy, and communications. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference that we held last month. We are open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up any modifications to our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy by late summer. After that, we will consider enhancements to our suite of communications tools, including the SEP. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
He also, by the way, said before I jumped in that the two goals were in tension. The Fed's goal has always been to keep inflation low, and then Congress added on maximize employment, and essentially they tinker with rates and stuff to try to stimulate the economy, to stimulate hiring. And occasionally those goals are in conflict, and when that happens, that's when you get stagflation, and that's his worry. So that is happening right now. Breaking news from Jerome Powell. They're not going to raise rates right now. They expect to raise them twice this year still, though. That is encouraging the markets. The markets are up on the news. The Dow's up 152 points right now. NASDAQ is up 94.09, and the S&P is up 21.8 points. I also want to play you this audio. This is older audio, but to give you a sense of things, you're going to hear it in Arabic. I will translate for you. God is the greatest, they're chanting. Khomeini is our leader. Death to America. U.S. authorities complain and ask, why do Iranians say death to America? Let me make something clear for U.S. leaders. Let me make something clear for U.S. leaders. Death to America means death to Trump, death to John Bolton, death to Mike Pompeo. It means death to America. That is the Ayatollah Khomeini addressing the Iranian parliament. This is from Trump's first term. Death to America means death to America. The Ayatollah Khomeini says there is there's not a it means death to Americans. There's not I mean, take the man at his word. They've been very consistent. Death to America means death to America. And Iran wants to get the bomb. That is the Ayatollah Khomeini from Donald Trump's first term. Trump says now this afternoon he may or may not use the American military in Iran. That's kind of not a definitive statement. May or may not. He is not sure, but he wants Iran to end its nuclear weapons capability. Iran today is saying that it is not going to go back to the negotiating table with the United States. That Donald Trump saying it was going to the negotiating table was a lie, and it has no intention of surrendering. This may be the end of the Iranian regime. We'll see. To the phones we go. I want to go to Vince. Welcome to the show, Vince. How are you?
I am great, Eric. How are you?
I'm good.
I have a possible suggestion for what to do to alleviate the fears of the donkey derrieres, such as Tucker Carlson. Why don't we just sell the bunker buster to Israel, lease them the B-2, and let them make our crew Israeli citizens, commission them into the IDF, and let them fly under the IDF flag?
I think that's a tremendously good idea. I wonder if something like that's in the works. And look, I realize this is a kind of a fun idea, but I actually wonder if this is something to consider because it makes perfect sense.
Why not? I mean, why not? It's one of those things where it's like they cross commission all the time for other things, so why not just do that here?
I personally,
and you have the receipts that the U.S. was not involved, and it was all Israeli thing.
I think it's a fantastic idea. I think that's something that needs to be considered. Sell them the bomb. Let them lease the B-2. Let them take over the crew. Fly the plane, drop the bomb, and revert the plane back to the United States the next day. Why not? Not a bad idea. It keeps us out of it. The Washington Times is reporting right now from the White House. The president is saying that in the next several days, he will decide the extent of U.S. military involvement between Iran and Israel over the Iranian nuclear weapons program. Israel says its operation is going to continue for 2 weeks. Yesterday during the program, I mentioned President Trump's tweet that we have achieved air superiority over Iran, and I said I don't know if he was meaning we as in the United States or we as in Israel. And a friend of mine who was listening from the White House texted me to make very clear that he actually does mean the United States, that we are playing defense for Israel. Essentially, we're using American fighter jets to clear the air in Iran so that Israel can work on offense. So we're not offensively engaged in Iran, taking out Iranian missiles, missile launchers, anti-aircraft arrays. We are just in defense so that if, for example, there's a lock on Israeli jets, we take out the Iranians so that they don't get their hands on an F-35. And we're not actually engaged on offense. That's the perfect way to do this. So there's no regime change here. And that's the wild thing here. Is it not wild the amount of people who are freaking out about Donald Trump, who has been very consistent? He doesn't want to do regime change. He doesn't want to be the world's policeman. He doesn't want to have boots on the ground in the Middle East. And he doesn't want Iran to have nuclear weapons. And so we're doing an air bombing campaign. And these are like, we can't do this. We can't do this. This is nation building. There sure is a lot of emotional investment among these people to claim Donald Trump is doing something Donald Trump is not doing. Why is that? Why do they always wind up siding with America's enemies? Why is that? They always side with America's enemies. Jim, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show, Jim. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much for taking my call. I was going to speak to you about something else, and maybe if you have another minute, but just very quickly, you were just talking with a caller from Connecticut regarding oil exportation. Mm-hmm. And I was just going to add, in addition to China being dependent on the Iranian oil, there's the world's largest democracy, India, which is highly dependent upon receiving that oil. Mm-hmm. They've also received a huge transfer, a shift of manufacturing from China as they're increasing their industrial base. So, that's something to take into consideration, right? I mean, right. You don't want to interrupt that flow. And Eric, you had mentioned that there was no pushback from the states in the Mideast regarding the Israeli warfare. But I saw posted online that the Saudi Arabia Foreign Ministry condemned, this is a quote, condemns Israel aggression against the brotherly Islamic Republic of Iran.
Right.
I don't know at what point that post was set online, but it appears.
So yeah, Jim, I'm glad you brought that up. So let me clarify my point. In the Middle East, in diplomacy, there's the public and the private. Mm-hmm. And for the last 60 years, 70 years, there's been indoctrination of citizens of these countries that Israel was the great Satan or the little Satan or the bad Satan or just not good. And they've slowly been evolving. A lot of the population of these nations still don't like Israel because of all the indoctrination over the last 60, 80 years. What has happened is that, though, these Arab countries have moved towards Israel. So Saudi Arabia issues public statements saying, we don't like this. Mm-hmm. But Saudi Arabia has also said, if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, we're getting nuclear weapons. We don't want them, but we're going to get them if Iran gets them. And we hope that Iran can be deterred. What you're not seeing, and this is the notable stuff, you're seeing the public statement, and why that statement is a public statement that I know is meant for the masses is, where did it go? The public statement from the Foreign Service for Saudi Arabia did not release that statement onto the world stage, didn't send it to the Wall Street Journal, didn't send it to the New York Times, didn't send it to the AP. They sent it to the Saudi Arabian domestic press. They put it in the local newspapers in Saudi Arabia. Behind the scenes, we're not getting Mohammed bin Salman telling President Trump, I'm going to cut your oil. We're not getting the president of the UAE or the prime minister of the UAE, who's very pro-America, saying that this is bad. They're not telling us we're not allowed to launch from military bases in Saudi Arabia. They're not doing any of that stuff that if they were really opposed, they would be doing. The key is the airspace issue, Jim, that if Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Bahrain were really opposed to what Israel is doing, they would tell the United States, you can't use our airspace. And because we have Air Force bases in those countries, it would mean we couldn't take off from those countries. And that's not happening. It's not happening. They're allowing us to take off from those air bases to control the air in Iran. So they can't really be upset with what Israel is doing because they're unwilling to close their airspace to this effort. Their public statements that they're releasing are being released in domestic media, not in international media, which suggests they're trying to tell their homegrown audience, we don't like this. But internationally, they're saying take out Iran's nuclear weapons. It's the behind-the-scenes stuff that matters greatly there. Now, I got to tell you about Hillsdale College because I love them, and I've been taking some of the classes. The economics class, the capitalism class, actually really, really good. I've taken the Constitution class before about the Constitutional Convention. You can take them too, and they're free of charge. You go to ericforhillsdale.com, ERICK, ericforhillsdale.com. You get a certificate of completion. I have gotten my certificate of completion for a couple of the courses from Hillsdale College. Never paid a penny. You won't either. You go to ericforhillsdale.com. You sign up at Hillsdale College today, and you get started. It is a fantastic, fantastic program at Hillsdale College. You take up to 40 courses. They cover things from history to philosophy to religion to political science to English to literature to chemistry to math to economics. You find a topic you're interested in, and you get smarter on that topic with the best faculty at Hillsdale. Their video lectures divided into individual episodes. You do at your own pace. Eric, ERICK, ericforhillsdale.com. Go get smarter with Hillsdale College at ericforhillsdale.com.
You're at the intersection of politics, news, culture, and current events. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Recently, 10 regional banks had their credit downgraded. No problem. They'll just keep racking up profits. Get some sweetheart bailout if things get worse, or quietly be sold to a mega bank that's too big to fail. No wonder Swiss America has been sounding the alarm about a secret war on cash and an all-out assault on our freedoms. With soaring interest rates squeezing the economy, banks teetering on collapse, let Swiss America educate you on ways to protect your hard-earned assets now. Get and read their shocking report, The Secret War on Cash. Your copy's free by calling or texting 800-289-2646. This all-out war on cash, including digital forms of currency, is spreading daily. So please read The Secret War on Cash free to my listeners. Just mention Eric Erickson when you call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646, or visit SwissAmerica.com/Eric, ERICK. Message data rates may apply. For 20 years, Americans for Prosperity has been on the front lines, taking on the radical left and delivering conservative victories. AFP's grassroots army is made up of millions of concerned citizens like you who have been winning for decades on the most important battles: lowering taxes on American families, protecting mom and pop business from government meddling, standing up to big labor and expanding right to work, empowering students with educational freedom, and stopping the far left's lurch towards socialism. There's no doubt America faces great challenges, but we've seen before what can happen when we come together. We can change the direction of the country. Get off the sidelines and get involved. Join the grassroots movement that wins. Visit americansforprosperity.org/volunteer. That's americansforprosperity.org/volunteer. Americans for Prosperity has chapters across the nation. Join your local chapter of Americans for Prosperity and do the work of advancing freedom in the United States. Visit americansforprosperity.org/volunteer.
With me in the studio is Sue Maxwell, who is a patient at Pinecone Medical Center, where Dr. Sharon Wright practices chiropractic medicine. Now, Sue, you went there with pain. What kind of pain was it, and what did you do about it?
Yes, I had arthritis in my cervical spine, and I had pain that radiated out through my shoulder, down my arm. I went to see Dr. Wright, and she did the pressure wave therapy on me. Through treatments and everything, I actually eliminated the pain in my spine and in my shoulder.
So did the pressure wave work as advertised?
Oh, my goodness, it did. Yes, I am pain-free.
And would you recommend it to your friends?
Absolutely, and I have. I have told many friends.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at PineConeMedicalCenter.com.
The wait is over. A season of brilliant colors, Carolina blue skies, and lush landscapes is here. Rely on the Olmsted Village Hardware team to help create lavish outdoor living spaces. Manager Joe and staff are ready with tips and products that fuel your ambitions. Bountiful gardens, bursting flower beds, and comfortable furnishings. We're stocked up and fired up 7 days a week in convenient Olmsted Village Shopping Center. Abundant vegetable gardens start with our seed selections, and you'll linger over a lineup of flowers, shrubs, and trees. Forget the box stores. Inside our doors, choose garden carts, wheelbarrows, and irrigation supplies, and best-in-class grills by Blackstone, Charbroil, and Weber. Next door, Olmsted Patio is revived. Our showroom displays premium furnishings, umbrellas, and fire pits. Olmsted Patio is open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Plan to drop in soon.
From the paranormal to aliens among us, it's Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Overnights here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB.
Get Eric's daily show prep email. Text DATA to 33777 and you'll be in the know.
Welcome back. It is Eric Erickson here. Glad to have you with me. Let me see. Howard, I've only got a couple minutes left, but I want to squeeze in your phone call here. Welcome to the show, Howard. How are you? Howard? Well, I don't know what I was going to let Howard get the last word today, but I don't know. That's okay. Folks, there's actually some pretty amazing news that's breaking right now here at the end of the show. The Food and Drug Administration has approved a new HIV prevention medicine. Gilead Sciences is reporting this. In clinical trials, the drug nearly eliminated HIV spread among people given an injection every 6 months. Called Yeztugo. The drug inspired feverish anticipation among advocates for HIV prevention. I'm reading from NBC News. The hope is the medication could accelerate the stubbornly slow decline of HIV transmission. It's the single best opportunity in 44 years of HIV prevention, says Mitchell Warren, executive director of AVAC, an HIV nonprofit advocacy. Yeztugo, generic name Lenacapavir, is given by healthcare workers in clinics, is significantly more effective than existing oral HIV prevention drugs. It appears to address the challenges of sticking to a daily pill regime for people who are at high risk of HIV. It was approved after astounding results in Gilead's large clinical trials of the drugs. The trials randomly assigned people at risk of HIV to receive either this injection every 6 months or a daily Truvada, a pill form of pre-exposure prophylaxis or PrEP. Among gay and bisexual men and transgender people, Yeztugo group had an 89% lower HIV rate than the group that took Truvada, and a 96% lower rate than Gilead estimated would have been expected absent any PrEP. That's remarkable. It's remarkable science for a infection that was once considered incurable. Here we are with breakthrough science. The question is, what do people do with this? And do we just do people decide they can just live without changing their lifestyle habits? That's one of the problems, but it's a remarkable, remarkable advance in medicine.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Cooper Ford, the only locally owned Ford store in Moore County, announces Ford's From America, For America sales event. Now through the end of June, every eligible new Ford will be priced at employee pricing. That means you pay what they pay, while supplies last. Come in today and see why so many have made the short drive to beautiful Carthage and experience the difference your hometown dealer can make. Just off 15501 in Carthage or online at cooperford.net. Cooper Ford, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. As many expected, the Federal Reserve has kept its key interest rate unchanged for the fourth straight time. Speaking with reporters before the decision was announced, President Trump had harsh words for Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell.
I've been so nice to him, fellas, you wouldn't believe. Let's have dinner. Too late? I'd call him too late. Come on, too late. Let's have dinner. I do it every way in the book. I'm nasty. I'm nice. Nothing works. He's like just a stupid person.
It's still expected there will be 2 rate cuts this year. Also at townhall.com, President Trump says the United States may or may not hit Iran with a military strike. White House correspondent Greg Clugston reports.
As he weighs possible U.S. intervention in the Israeli-Iranian conflict, the president won't say whether he has decided to order a strike on Iran.
I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
He also said that it's not too late for Iran to give up its nuclear program.
Iran's got a lot of trouble, and they want to negotiate.
So far, Iran's supreme leader is refusing to submit to the president's call for unconditional surrender. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Jurors in the murder trial of Karen Reed say they've reached a verdict. Reed is accused of fatally striking her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her SUV and leaving him to die in the snow. That verdict is about to be read. In health news, a new COVID-19 variant may be causing razor blade sore throats in people who get it. The Nimbus variant is driving a rise in COVID cases globally and in some U.S. states. Experts say, though, there is no evidence that this variant will make people sicker or make vaccines less effective. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 47 points, the Nasdaq losing 11. More at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Bruce Farrell. The Federal Reserve will keep the key interest rate unchanged for the fourth straight time, likely to shift attention now to how many interest rates cuts they could forecast this year. It's widely expected that Fed officials that could have 2 rate cuts for this year, as they did in December and March, but some economists expect that one or both of those cuts could be pushed back to next year. CBS News legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum now looking at the Supreme Court's decision to leave in place Tennessee's ban on transgender care for minors.
Now that we know what this case does cover, puberty blockers and hormones can be banned for use by minors. What about the other areas in which transgender rights were limited by the Trump administration, like transgender athletes competing in sports, gender-neutral bathrooms, the transgender serving in the military, and passports permitting only the gender assigned at birth? This decision has no legal effect on any of that for now.
Iran's supreme leader rejecting U.S. calls for surrender in the face of more Israeli strikes and warned that any military involvement by the Americans would cause irreparable damage to them. A House bill moving one step closer to becoming law that would ban shrimp trolling within a half a mile of the North Carolina shore. Lawmakers said the measure is meant to protect the environment. Shrimpers said it could put them out of business. Fisherman Caton Daniels telling WCTI he goes out nearly every day trying to bring in enough to support his family.
I've invested everything I have into this boat, and when it's going, once they close it, it's useless.
The bill includes a Class A1 misdemeanor for shrimp trawling too close to the shore. Violators could face nearly 5 months in jail and a fine. A fraternity at UNC Chapel Hill officially shut down following allegations of misconduct. The Alpha Chi Omega chapter at UNC was permanently disclosed by the fraternity's National Board of Directors after reports of alleged behavioral issues and misconduct. You're listening to NCN News.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Every parent wants their child to grow up healthy and strong, especially if they have a special medical need. And when my son Maddox was born with a rare neurological disorder, private insurance wouldn't cover his care. But Medicaid stepped in, and now Maddox can go to school and have a future of his own. My name is Ashley, and I'm speaking up to protect NC Medicaid.
Learn more at ncchild.org/speakup. That's ncchild.org/speakup.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Rev up your savings with Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union's You Choose Auto Loan Promotion. Want a low rate? You've got it. Pick 3.49% APR with a 36-month term or go for lower payments with 5.99% APR with a 72-month term. Military or not, Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union serves everyone in Cumberland, Moore, Harnett, Hoke, Lee, Robinson, and Scotland counties. Apply today at fortlibertyfcu.org/auto special. Your road to financial freedom starts here.
It's going to be a very hot day out there today. Mostly sunny skies. High temperatures will likely climb into the mid-90s. The heat index up to about 105 in some spots. It's mostly clear and very warm tonight. Temperatures stay in the upper 70s. And then showers and storms become likely Thursday. Some of those could turn severe. It's hot again with high temperatures back in the mid-90s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
But regime change is not the policy of the United States. It is not the purpose of this attack yet.
We refuse to accept. A fascist America.
You are the community to this president's chaos. And together, we build a future of opportunity and justice for all.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon, and thanks to all of you for being with us. Write down our toll-free telephone number if you want to be a part of the program. It's 800-941-SEAN if you'd like to join us. I know a lot of people are kind of obsessed with this Karen Reed case and the retrial and the death of a Boston police officer, John O'Keefe, and she was found not guilty of second-degree murder. Not guilty of manslaughter, and I believe the only thing she might have been found guilty of is a DUI. I'm not sure if we have. Well, that's actually my
the other
own
thing
fault.
that she was guilty of was driving under the influence. She was not found guilty on either of the murder charges.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's been. I don't know why people get so interested in these crime cases, but I have friends of mine that are just absolutely, positively obsessed with all of this. Let me deal with an issue that has come up. We pointed out yesterday, Matt Towery, Robert Cahaley, they polled Donald Trump the best. There's nobody even close, and they did a joint poll that came out, and the question was, what is your opinion of President Trump's position that Iran be prevented from developing a nuclear weapon by any means necessary? Very, very pointed question. 74.4% say they approve. Fake news CNN, staggering numbers, 83% of Republicans, 79% of Democrats, 79% of independents, 79% of all adults oppose Iran obtaining nuclear weapons. We talked yesterday about the Harris poll, 85% saying Tehran should never get a bomb. I mean, there's nearly full agreement here. Now, I with some amusement, I mean, people have been trying to drag me into what, I think the media is overhyping as this MAGA conservative outright war. Well, if it is, and my name keeps getting mentioned, I'm not a part of it and barely paying attention to it. And I really don't care that other people have different points of view than I do. If you're asking me what my opinion is, I give you my opinion. I actually support the Trump doctrine on this. Donald Trump did everything humanly possible to get the Iranians to have peace. He understands the existential threat that they represent, number one state sponsor of terror. We do support our ally Israel, which I believe is the right policy decision. And and somehow this has evolved into, this is not MAGA. Well, Donald Trump is MAGA. And people, I guess their memories are short. Not really sure why, but this is the same Donald Trump that defeated the ISIS caliphate. I know maybe a lot of people weren't paying attention to it, but I mean, he wiped them out, and he did it in record time, and he did it without one boot on the ground to do it or accomplish it. He's the same guy that took out Baghdadi and associates. Again, no boots on the ground, no long-term protracted conflict in the Middle East. He took out Soleimani, the leader of terrorism for Iran for a long, long time. And yeah, every single solitary military effort has risk. We have got to be very sober when we're talking about anything involving innocent Americans. And then you have to calculate. You basically do, risk management calculation, and you have to make tough decisions. And that's what the president, I think, is rightly done. And I think the president is 100% right. He's given them every opportunity. And now it looks like, the president's demand for unconditional surrender is not going to be met. And there is now a moment of truth for the president. If you ask me, probably a week from now, the Iranian nuclear program is going to be gone. I mean, the inner circle of the supreme leader has been hollowed out. And thanks to, Israel and their strength, it should be. I mean, how many hundreds of thousands of rockets should any one country take, all fomented by this sick, ugly, twisted, convert or die radical, regime that believes in a mass Holocaust and wiping Israel off the map and wiping the U.S. off the map? And so, anyway, the Ayatollah, all his friends have pretty much been knocked out as senior military officials. His biggest scientist, his top military commander, who took his post 4 days ago because his predecessor was also killed in an airstrike by Israel. And Iran's ballistic missile salvos are getting smaller. Clearly, their stockpiles are low. The launchers have been also taken out by the Israelis. And we do have a window of opportunity here to rid the world of any potential threat of Iranians and their radicalism having weapons of mass destruction. Now, if you ask me what the Trump doctrine is, I think I sum it up pretty well, and that is that the president, will go after these bad actors preemptively in defense of the United States, like he did the Caliphate, ISIS, like he did Baghdadi and associates, like he did Soleimani, and like it appears he's ready to do with Iran. That to me is in keeping with his past history to the T, to the letter. The president also is against extended, protracted conflicts abroad and decades-long wars. But, we've been trying to educate people for a long time now about the next generation of weaponry, and my prediction that future wars are never going to be fought in the battlefield like they were in the past. And that technology is going to advance even that more quickly with the use of artificial intelligence. And we better be ahead of the rest of the world because it's a dangerous place with a lot of dangerous evil actors in it. And so do I know for sure what the president's going to do? No. Do I have a pretty good idea of where this is headed? I do. Because, look at what the president of the United States can go on social media and tell everyone in Tehran to evacuate, and you have millions of people on their way out of Iran's capital city, and the cars are barely moving, and they appear to be listening to the president, and the mullahs of Iran, unfortunately, weren't listening. Iran should have signed the deal. I told them to sign. It's a shame, a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. That would be the Trump doctrine. Also, how often does Donald Trump talk about the MAGA movement being common sense? It's common sense when people say that they want to wipe you off the face of the earth, that they mean what they say. And Iran means what it says. And the Trump doctrine is clear. They can't have weapons of mass destruction. They can't. And, they fired hundreds of thousands of weapons provided to their proxies, all in this sick war against Israel. And if you really think about it, the president's been saying the exact words. We went back in time. We found President Trump, then a private citizen Trump, saying that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon all throughout the years, starting back in 2011. And the American people overwhelmingly agree with this. And to me, it's basic, simple, common sense. Now, there might be some people that are completely risk averse. And I ask, what happens if they ever get those weapons of mass destruction? I would argue that you risk a modern day Holocaust, and that you risk one day, as their ballistic missile capability inevitably, if you don't stop them, would advance, that they might be able to hit the continental United States. So where this appears to be headed, New York Post had a front page headline today, Mullah this over. And President Trump to Iran, surrender or face bunker buster bombs. And then he even said that he knew where the supreme leader was, but we're letting him live for now. And, we'll see how this unfolds, but I think it is inevitable. I wouldn't be surprised by next week if they don't have a weapon of mass destruction and they don't have a nuclear program. And it's going to take, look, once you own the skies of a country, which they really own, and the Israelis have successfully, did this. We have one main nuclear facility. The Israelis took out the other two. It's the Fordow facility outside of Tehran, and it's 300 feet inside of a mountain. It could only be delivered with these 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs. It may take, according to military experts I've been talking to, it may take as many as 4 of them to finish the job. And when you own the skies, you can pretty safely go there. Now, from my perspective, this is not a forever war. Now, the president will have to protect our interest in the region. I think everybody will need to be on high alert. There's no military action that is ever without risk. I do not want to minimize that in any way, shape, manner, or form. We have a lot of assets in the region, and desperate people are capable of desperate things. And we've got to be ever vigilant, and we've got to protect every man, woman in and around surrounding areas that may be targets. However, to do nothing and, to watch the same regime that has been fomenting terror in the region is, to me, a policy of just utter madness. It really is. By the way, approximately 700,000 Americans are living in Israel at any one given time. I don't know how many people know that. That's a lot of people that are living there. I've gone through this. I've gone through the polling. I've gone over the arguments. And I don't know how in some people's minds that this has evolved into the MAGA movement means isolationism. It does not. That has not been the history. The Fordow enrichment plant is buried deep under this mountain. It's south of Tehran. It is believed to be the most significant secretive nuclear facility inside of Iran. While their missile defenses are down, if you're ever going to do it and eliminate the threat of this radical regime having weapons that could wipe out millions of people, now would be the time to do it. And Israel does not have the critical weapon in their arsenal to pull this off. And that will be President Trump's decision to make. All these people that think that they can sway President Trump, I've known him too long. You can make your case, but ultimately he decides. And he, has said they can never have the nuclear weapon, and I believe him. And he would deliver the final blow to that in all likelihood. Now, that would end the threat of nuclear terror once and for all. Not an easy decision, not without, as I said, risks. Do the people of Israel and the rest of the region deserve to live in peace without the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran with the lunatics that run this, that have run this country and terrorized the entire region for how many years now? There's an argument to be made. You want to talk about a forever war? Well, there's been a kind of forever war being waged against the United States by the Iranians. Nobody ever talks about that part. And you could take it back to Ayatollah Khomeini, 1979, and the taking of U.S. hostages. And, you know, they've been given a final warning. They want a full, complete, unconditional surrender. That's what Donald Trump has said. If they want to avoid what is now becoming inevitable, that's what it would take. But the Iran hostage crisis from November 79 to January 1981, and held hostage, 444 days? The Beirut embassy bombing? What did the 9/11 Commission report say? They were at war with us, we weren't at war with them. Yeah, well, that bombing in Beirut in 1983 by Hezbollah, Iranian-backed, and then the Beirut Marine Barracks bombing, that killed 241 Marines under Reagan's term. The U.S. Embassy Annex building in Beirut, that killed 24. We can keep going. Kidnapping of U.S. citizens in Lebanon. The Khobar Towers bombing in 96, that was in Saudi Arabia. Again, Hezbollah. You know, then we have arms and training to insurgents in Iraq targeting Americans during that conflict. And the same in Afghanistan, Taliban fighters. You know, all of the unrest in the region has one main common denominator, and that's Iran. And do I think our America's goal should be a forever war? No. But in Iran's forever war against us, the regime has targeted and killed Americans worldwide. And they're preparing for missiles and retaliatory strikes. We've got a plan for a worst-case scenario that they're going to target Americans. Well, Hannity, well, they might come to America and they commit acts of terror. Well, you can thank Joe Biden because they're already here. I can't believe the level of ignorance of some people, Democrats in particular. They're so stupid. And speaking of Israel, I mean, they're in a fight for their very survival. I mean, it is unbelievable. Tens and tens of thousands of Israelis living in bunkers and displaced. They need all the humanitarian assistance we can muster. That's why we partnered with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. They're on the ground. They're preparing large-scale distributions of food and water and medicines and clothing and shelter and emergency kits for the sick, the elderly, children, so many in such great need, and making sure hospital, emergency room, shelters are fully stocked with critical life-saving medical supplies. But they do need our help in their hour of need as they fight for their very survival. Please donate to the IFCJ, 888-488-IFCJ, 888-488-IFCJ, online at ifcj.org. That's ifcj.org today.
Entertaining Americans coast to coast. Sean Hannity is on right now.
All right, folks, let's talk about the timeshare nightmare. Now, if you are stuck paying endless maintenance fees and assessments, you need to call my friends at Lone Star Transfer today. Now, they've been shaping the timeshare exit industry now for over a decade. They're still leading the way with their exclusive solutions. And our friends at Lone Star Transfer, they make getting out of your timeshare faster and easier than ever before with a guarantee in writing. Lone Star Transfer is a family-owned company. They have helped tens and tens of thousands of owners break free from their timeshares over the last 15 years. They have earned an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. I have endorsed Lone Star Transfer for almost 10 years now because I know they are the only company that I would ever trust that will deliver results for you, my listeners. Now, they'll give you a free, no-obligation consultation. Call now, 833-594-0075. 833-594-0075. On the web, it's one word, LoneStarTransfer.com. In an emergency, reach your friends and family anytime thanks to the technology that is Rapid Radio's and their walkie-talkies. Springtime brings bad weather, so stay prepared with Rapid Radio's instant push-to-talk devices with nationwide coverage. It's 100% private, no contract ever required. For a limited time, just go to rapidradios.com. You'll get 60% off. You get free UPS shipping from Michigan. And if you add the promo code RADIO, you'll get an extra 5% off. For rapidradios.com, be prepared. Hey, my dear friend Peter Harris and his dad, they only care about providing great, tasty, healthy choices for you and your family. Everybody I know, including me, love their delicious Grainberry cereals for breakfast. Now for dinner, you need to remember the name Silver Palette Pasta Sauce. Whole San Marzano and California tomatoes, no added sugar, no junk. Now, don't reach for the big brand hype. No, the name Silver Palette Pasta Sauce. This is how pasta sauce should be. Should be.
When we were young, we could always count on our parents for just about anything. And now as they age, the time has come for our parents to count on us. Griswold Care Pairing refers only highly qualified caregivers for just a few hours of care to 24/7 live-in service. These caregivers are compassionate and experienced, so put your trust in Griswold Care Pairing.
Call me, Robert Bonville, at Griswold Care Pairing of Pinehurst, 910-420-2360, or go online to griswoldcare.com/Pinehurst.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is proud to announce they are now a certified sport coating installer. If your tennis or pickleball court has cracks, fading lines, or slippery surfaces and has seen better days, let them refinish it with a new durable playing surface that will weather the test of time. With over 30 years of experience, call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for a free estimate at 910-673-1318. That's 910-673-1318.
Speed Queen washers and dryers are the #1 rated laundry pair in America and are designed to last. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now carry a full assortment of Speed Queen washers and dryers, all coming with 3, 5, and 7-year parts and labor warranties, in stock and ready for pickup or local delivery. Shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More at the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Amazing thing is that Iran has launched dozens of attacks on U.S. targets that have killed, Tom Cotton said this, thousands of Americans. Why people don't listen to others that say, you know, when people say death to Israel, death to America, why you don't take that seriously? I don't know why some people don't take that seriously. If you want to talk about a forever war, they've been waging it against us, certainly against Israel. And they've been given every opportunity for peace, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. And if you don't see the wisdom in that, I'm not gonna try and convince you. You're entitled to your own opinion. But only the U.S. military is going to be able to take out their most dangerous nuclear site. That's just a fact. And that's the Fordo fuel enrichment plant just outside of Tehran. Again, we own the skies. It makes it less risky. Probably the most ideal time ever if you're going to try to pull this off is now, which would be the first time since 1979 that we can neutralize what is the number one state sponsor of terror. And I don't really care what other people think. You know, the idea that people, you know, that somehow people have somehow want to identify the president's MAGA movement as isolationist is bizarre to me. Soleimani, you know, Baghdadi and Associates, the ISIS Caliphate. Not exactly isolationism.
JB Short Carpet One is your locally owned Benjamin Moore paint retailer. Come in today and discover the quality and durability of Benjamin Moore paint in a variety of sheens and thousands of colors. At JB Short, you'll get one-on-one expert advice for contractors and homeowners alike. No matter how big or small the job is, trust Benjamin Moore paint and your local Benjamin Moore retailer, JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Rick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center has updated their menu. Many of their salads, pizzas, and wings are still available, plus several new ones. Now their fresh pizza dough is made with authentic Italian flour from Naples, Italy, the birthplace of pizza. So experience genuine Italian flavor. Rick's is the fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the patio. So jump into the fire at Rick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center. Rick's Wood-Fired Pizza is open daily from 11 a.m.
This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the stores, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 in East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
Attention, Moore County golfers. Your local Southern Pines Masonic Lodge will be hosting its annual Scholarship Golf Classic at the Mid-South Golf Club on Sunday, August the 3rd, 2025. Shotgun start at 8 a.m. sharp for this exciting charity event that awards scholarships to well-deserving students in Moore County. It is $125 per golfer to include green fees, cart fees, catered lunch, and door prizes. For our local business owners, there are sponsorship opportunities available for advertisement. Grab your friends and contact George Kress at 910-986-0768 to join us for a worthy cause. This is Bill Lozer from your local Southern Pines Masonic Lodge saying, I can't wait to see you there.
Romans 10:17 tells us, So then faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. Join the Calvary Memorial Church service right here on WEEB at 11 a.m. every Sunday morning and hear the word of God preached.
With me in the studio is Sue Maxwell, who is a patient at Pinecone Medical Center, where Dr. Sharon Wright practices chiropractic medicine. Now, Sue, you went there with pain. What kind of pain was it, and what did you do about it?
Yes, I had arthritis in my cervical spine, and I had pain that radiated out through my shoulder, down my arm. I went to see Dr. Wright, and she did the pressure wave therapy on me. Through treatments and everything, I actually eliminated the pain in my spine and in my shoulder.
So did the pressure wave work as advertised?
Oh, my goodness, it did. Yes, I am pain-free.
And would you recommend it to your friends?
Absolutely, and I have.
Good.
I have told many friends.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com. LeaderMan.com.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply with easy access levers for simple adjustments. This space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
Summer heat is here today. It is going to be very hot this afternoon. Mostly sunny today. High temperatures climb into the mid-90s. The heat index up to about 105 today. It's mostly clear and very warm overnight tonight. Temperatures will stay in the upper 70s. And then showers and storms become likely Thursday afternoon and evening. Some could be severe with highs back in the mid-90s. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Amy Wilmoth in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Scott Shannon here, and if you're like me, you're scratching your head trying to figure out why Sean Hannity would get up on stage with a professional comedian.
Comedian Jimmy Fallon. No!
Yep, it's happening later this month in Clearwater and Fort Lauderdale, June 28th and 29th.
It's cool to be here.
Find out why and how he's going to pull this off. They're calling it Punchlines and Patriots. It's Sean Hannity on stage with Jimmy Fallon. He's a professional comedian.
Woo!
They're doing 2 shows, one in Clearwater and one in Fort Lauderdale, June 28th and 29th. Tickets are going fast. Check it out at Hannity.com. Sean Hannity.
All right, don't forget, 25 now till the top of the hour. Punchline and Patriots. That is a week from this Saturday, and that's in Clearwater and Tampa. That is at Ruth Eckerd Hall. Tickets, very limited seats left. Same with Fort Lauderdale. That's the 29th, the day after. If you're interested, we'd love to have you. It's going to be irreverent, crazy, fun, and absolutely politically incorrect. That much I can tell you. 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program. This is a dangerous world, unfortunately, and every family needs a home security system. If you don't have one, I urge you to go to simplysafe.com/Hannity because you get 50% off a new Simply Safe home security system. And one of our listeners writes, I've worked everything from burglaries, home invasions, smash and grabs, assaults, horrific murder cases. No one should be without an alarm system. And yours, Simply Safe, fits the bill perfectly. I can't tell you how much peace of mind I have when I leave my home and my family alone. Again, 50% off. Go to simplysafe.com/Hannity. One of the things I love about Simply Safe, they've been with us for years, is they keep advancing their technology. They now have AI-generated Active Guard outdoor protection, and the beauty is it can help prevent a break-in before it ever happens. In other words, live agents will be able to identify people lurking around your home, acting suspiciously, and then in real time, they can talk to the people outside of your home. Excuse me, you, sir, in the black hat, you are trespassing. Police are on the way. They can contact police in real time, talk to them in real time, activate spotlights in real time. And the beauty is there's no long-term contract to ever sign, no cancellation fee. Their monitoring plans start very affordably, about $1 a day. They have a 60-day satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Protect yourself, your family. You need a home security system. Right now, you'll get 50% off when you go to simplysafe.com/Hannity. That's simplysafe.com/Hannity because there's no safe like Simply Safe. Now, we have gone over the numbers. They are overwhelming. And that is, if you look at even fake news CNN, you got 79% of Democrats, 79% of independents, 83% of Republicans, 79% of all adults are saying the same thing. And that is they oppose Iran obtaining nuclear weapons. I think the definitive poll by Robert Cahaly of Trafalgar and Insider Advantage head Matt Towery, they did a joint poll, and the question was very pointed. What is your opinion of President Trump's position that Iran must be prevented from developing a nuclear weapon by any means necessary? 74.4% said that they approve and agree with that. And we can go on to the Harvard-Harris poll. 85%, yeah, Tehran must never, ever get the bomb. Now, Israel has taken out 2 of the 3 sites. There's 1 site remaining. And it seems that site, the Bordeaux site that we keep talking about, would need American assistance to make this happen. And hence the decision that the president will have to make. And I have every confidence that the president understands. He's been saying since 2011 that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. One of the more bizarre conversations to arise out of this is, well, this is against MAGA. Donald Trump is against forever wars. You're right. So am I. I'm against forever wars. And with military technology, I don't think they're ever going to be fought the same way again. But it's the same Donald Trump that took out Soleimani on the tarmac. And that was, that was done. And all the predictions of doom and gloom and retribution. Any military effort has risk associated with it. But then you have to factor in the risk of a nuclear-armed Iran, the number 1 state sponsor of terror that has fired hundreds of thousands of missiles. They're firing them right now into Jerusalem as we speak. They've been firing them to heavily civilian areas, populated civilian areas like Tel Aviv. And they have sworn to wipe Israel off the map and the United States off the map. They have made these threats repeatedly. But it's also the same Donald Trump that wiped out the caliphate, the same Donald Trump that took out Baghdadi and associates. I'm not sure how some are saying that the MAGA movement is an isolationist movement, which means no involvement at all. It's not. It is in no way contradictory to say that this one remaining site needs to be taken out. And if it's the United States at a time when their air defense systems are down, it's the safest it's ever going to be, but there's always risk with any military operation. And take it out and forever end the threat of Iranian mullahs married to their sick converter ideology, and forever remove that threat of a modern-day Holocaust, to me, is basic, simple, common sense. Yeah, that also would be part of the Trump doctrine. And Donald Trump it's not inconsistent if you take out those sites the way you took out Soleimani, Baghdadi, and associates, and also the ISIS caliphate, and not have a forever war. Nobody wants that. I definitely don't. Anyway, Senator Lindsey Graham, South Carolina, is with us. Senator, how are you?
Good. Thanks a bunch for having me.
Let's get your take on all of this. To me, it's a window of opportunity. Their air defenses are down. The president has been clear what his policy is. They can't have a nuclear weapon. He's been saying it since 2011 and hundreds of times since. It seems like the moment is here.
Yeah, the forever war is started in 1979 when the Ayatollah replaced the Shah. They held our embassy personnel hostage. Since 1979, Iran has been waging war through Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis against Israel. They have American blood on their hands. So that's the war I'd like to end. And if you don't believe Iran would use a nuclear weapon to destroy Israel, you're not listening to what they're saying. If you don't believe they would use a nuclear weapon to come after us, the infidel, you're not listening to what they say. November the 4th in Iran is commonly referred to as Death to America Day. In 1987, they made that a holiday. That was the day they took over our embassy. We have a military for a reason, to protect our way of life, protect our homeland, and protect our allies. You know, when my dad was drafted in World War II, the term was called the duration. We were going to fight till we beat the Nazis, took Berlin and took Tokyo, and we did. In this war, we're not going to have ground troops, and it won't last forever because we have the capability to destroy the Iranian nuclear program working with Israel fairly quickly. We're down to one site, deep underground, about a half a mile under the ground. We have technology and bombs and capability Israel doesn't. It is my advice to President Trump, help Israel finish the job, go all in to destroy the last nuclear site. If we take this program on and we don't finish it, it will be a disaster. So let's finish the job.
I agree with you, and I actually think that the Israelis have done a spectacular job on their own. Now, we have to factor in that Iran and Iran through their proxies, and I've been to Israel a number of times, as you have been there many times, many times more than me. I mean, I went to one border town with Gaza at the time, and I think 2015 had been hit with 10,000 rockets in 10 years. They have withstood Houthi rebel rockets, Hezbollah rockets, Islamic Jihad rockets, Hamas rockets, Quds forces, Iranian Revolutionary Guards forces, helped develop the October 7th attack against Israel. They provided the weaponry for that. They've been fomenting terror, not just in the region, but around the world. There's not a single country that wants to come to Iran's defense. And we now find ourselves with a window of opportunity to forever remove any possibility they'd have this weapon of mass destruction married to their ideology. Now, how is that any different than taking out Soleimani, al-Baghdadi and associates, or beating the caliphate? I don't see that as inconsistent at all.
Well, I think you're dead right. The primary job of any commander-in-chief, president of the United States, is to protect us, our homeland, from existential threats, and to protect our allies. And we have no better allies than the state of Israel. Iran has 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium that could make about a dozen bombs if they went to the last mile. They're at 60%. To get to 90% is weeks, not years. They have one civilian reactor. They haven't used any of the enriched uranium to run that reactor. They get their fuel from Russia. So this is weapon-grade material in large quantity. They've been doing this for decades, and their goal is to develop a nuclear weapons force to use as part of their ideology. I don't think Rocket Man's going to attack America. I don't believe Putin's ambition is to destroy Israel, destroy the United States. Nor do I believe that about China. I think they're mercantile. I think they're an adversary. But I believe this regime is founded on a religious ideology that makes them religious Nazis. They're being told by their version of Islam to destroy the Jewish state, to drive out the infidels, and to purify Islam. They're not elected. It's a theocracy. They mean what they say. 4 presidents have said Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It will be Donald J. Trump who makes that a reality, period. All we need to do is help Israel finish the last site and wait and see what happens after that.
Is that, in your mind, and obviously protecting our interests in the region, is that basically the job that you want President Trump to accomplish? For example, there are other targets. I mean, most of their refineries are on this one island, and you could wipe out any ability of them in the future to make money. The Israelis could do that on their own. They don't need our help or assistance for that. Certainly, they can knock out their gas-powered power grid, and the entire country will be without power. That's another easy target because the Israelis own the sky over Iran. So, once the nuclear component is out of the way, I guess at that point it's going to be up to Israel what they decide to do in their conflict with Iran. And frankly, with all the weapons they've fired into Israel, I wouldn't put it past them to take it all out.
Well, so here's the question for Israel and really the world. We can destroy their infrastructure to enrich uranium. There's one site left, but as long as the regime is in power, they'll rebuild it over time, and President Trump is not going to be president forever. So the question for the world, the largest state sponsor of terrorism is Iran under U.S. law. They have a policy to decimate Israel and to reshape the entire faith in a way to exclude us. Convert or die is their ideology. Wouldn't it be great for the people of Iran and the world if this regime went away? And people say, well, what will come next? Here's what I'm going to tell you. The guy in charge wants to kill all the Jews. He wants to kill us. They beat a young girl to death on a bus in Iran because she didn't cover her head. I'm willing to risk it won't be any worse than that guy. So the bottom line is, I hope and pray that the Iranian people will know freedom. It will be up to them to take the regime down, but Israel will not tolerate living this way anymore. The Jews in Israel are oppressed by everybody around them. They have lived in fear. They have lived in an oppressive environment since its founding, October the 7th. Children were murdered. Women are raped in front of their children. They've had it. They should have it. I am tired of living this way. To our friends in Israel, do what you have to do to be safe. And they're making us safer. The people they're fighting want to kill us too. And to all these people sitting in the stands, second-guessing Trump, you have no idea what you're talking about. You would know the difference between a Sunni and a Shia than anything. So this is a religious theocracy. They're fanatics. They're dedicated to killing all the Jews and coming after us. They meant it when they say death to Israel, death to America. So I'm hoping and praying we take their nuclear program down. And if Israel wants to take the regime's ability to wage war down by destroying their refineries, destroying their ability to wage war, so be it.
Well, at that point, if the United States in a joint military operation helps take out this final nuclear facility, then it really comes down to the Israelis and how far they want to go. I don't think President Trump has not expressed any desire for regime change. He even identified that they know where the supreme leader is, but they're not going to kill him. But he did say, and he has said consistently for now decades, that they can't have a nuclear weapon. And that would be in the best interest of the United States. And at that point, the Israelis, I mean, after all that Iran has done to murder and rape, and you're right on October 7th, but it's an ongoing, never-ending, missile barrage funded by Iran and their proxies.
Well, so President Trump has told the Ayatollah, if you attack American bases or interests, that will be the end of you. That will be regime change if they come after our forces in the region. That will be the end of the Ayatollahs. But put yourself in Israel's shoes for a moment. What is the right response when people lob rockets consistently at civilian populations? They rage your country. They murder, rape children, women. They have people hostage. What would we do if a country sent one rocket in to America?
Well, I have to go. One rocket. I've been making the same argument. We would demand immediate military action. Senator Lindsey Graham, appreciate you being with us. It's going to be an interesting week ahead. There's no doubt about it. 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. AT&T in the news again. 90 million previously breached customer records now repackaged for sale on the dark web. The exposed data posted on a Russian cybercrime forum includes full names, social security numbers, addresses, phone numbers, email addresses. If exploited, these cyber criminals, they can use that information to commit identity theft and make your life a living hell. You got to protect yourself. Now, LifeLock.com, they monitor millions of data points a second. And by the way, if you ever are a victim of identity theft, you will get a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist that will fix it guaranteed. Anyway, just go to LifeLock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock. If you join now, you'll get up to 40% off your first year with the promo code Hannity. 1-800-LifeLock, LifeLock.com, promo code Hannity, 40% off today. Protect your name, your finances, your reputation.
Sean Hannity.
Thinking about updating your kitchen? Now is a great time to do just that with KitchenAid appliances from Keys Appliance Center. Now through June 30th, customize your collection of KitchenAid major appliances and receive up to $3,000 in rebates via prepaid MasterCard. So head on over to the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center and visit with any sales associate for complete rebate details and a list of eligible KitchenAid models. Keys Appliance Center, located in downtown Aberdeen.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. The hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit. You'll find a great fit at First Bank.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the stores, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 in East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
Since 1997, family-owned People's Painting and Janitorial Service has been making businesses and fine homes here in the Sandhills look their best. From roof to carpet cleaning, interior or exterior painting, People's does it all. And with warm weather here, it's time to call People's and have them clean your windows and pressure wash your home's exterior to restore it to its original non-yellow color. So pick up the phone and call 910-255-0202 to schedule an appointment today. That's People's Painting and Janitorial Service, where one call does it all. As seen on the Tar Heel Traveler, J.R. Moore & Son is an original country store with something for everyone. Locally owned since 1935, J.R. Moore & Son has general hardware, plumbing, and gardening supplies. They also offer a large selection of clothing and footwear from brands like Arat, Carhartt, Wolverine, Wrangler, and more. Open Monday through Saturday, you can visit J.R. Moore & Son at 865 Thrift Road in Gulf and enjoy what this local historic business has to offer today.
Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
All right, when we come back, All Things Simple Man, we'll check in with Bill O'Reilly. We'll get to your phone calls as well. Toll free, it's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Will President Trump back? Well, full coverage tonight, 9 Eastern on Hannity on Fox News as we continue. U.S. Air Force Technical Sergeant Jesse Clark's military service came to an end after a chemical exposure. It caused a large tumor to form in his brain. As a result, he is paralyzed on the left side of his body. He's legally blind. He's in a wheelchair, sadly, for the rest of his life. Now, because of friends like you and your generosity, you helped the Tunnel to Towers Foundation build this hero a new smart home to help him live a more independent life. So many families, like the Clarks, they need our help now. Now, since Tunnel to Towers founding after the horrific events of 9/11/01, American heroes, they have given so much, and together, this is our way to say thank you in a lasting and very meaningful way. Please support the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. If you can commit $11 a month, go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org. Whatever you can give, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
This is Amy from Main Street Glass, your choice for custom residential and commercial glass installations. We specialize in creating stunning glass solutions tailored to your unique wants and needs. Whether it's sleek glass partitions for your office, a custom frameless shower enclosure for your home, or a custom mirror, we can do it all. Elevate your space with Main Street Glass. To schedule your free estimate, call 910-639-6336 or visit us at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Comfort Made Blinds in Southern Pines.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. President Trump said today he may or may not order U.S. forces to attack Iran's nuclear sites, but he's calling on